Welcome to the Eternity Stream, Part 4.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth think that evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Scooty, it's not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hello, I am your host, Craig McNeil. This is Part 4 of Stream Until You Kill Me. Stream Until you want me to finish. I started this stream, what day are we on? We're on Sunday morning, right? So not yesterday. I started the stream 2 days ago at 8:30 p.m. And it's now 2 days later at 9:30 a.m. So this stream has been going for a pretty long time. Now, the rules of the stream are, when the stream started, that timer had 1 hour. And it counts down. And when that timer gets to 0, the stream ends. The way to make this stream keep going is by adding time to that timer by gifting a membership, becoming a member, or upgrading your current membership. That will add 3 minutes to the timer. I kind of made a mistake. I didn't realize I would still be streaming again. You guys are insane. The support you show it's amazing, and thank you very much. We've had some fun. We've had a few debates. We've had some cool people on. We have laughed at some stupid, and we got some more of that. We have been covering the debate between MC Toon, Peter Markley, and Alan and Dominic from Aether Cosmology, whatever that fucking shit is. Before I basically kind of passed out and needed a sleep. I want to thank all of you for being here and joining me and having fun with what we've been doing today and yesterday and the day before, and see how it continues. Currently the timer is at 4 hours and 52 minutes, which means I would get to finish this stream around 3 p.m, which would be nice. But that's up to you guys. Remember, you can also get one of these only during this stream. Well, the big few streams that I've put together, or by meeting me live in Newark, New Jersey in 14 days' time. They're free to meet me in New Jersey. If you want to have me send you one, then it's going to be £20, as I have to create them and then send them out to you. Just send the money to my PayPal, paypal.me/FTFE. Leave your name and address. Let me know that you want one. I will get one made for you. They are only available during this stream. Tivo says, is that sofa comfortable to sit to sleep? That is the most comfortable sofa in the fucking world, by the way. Yeah, none of that in the chat, please, Warlock.
Let's see.
Right, yeah, so they've been discussing nonsense. Toon keeps asking them for evidence and it doesn't happen, so let's see where we get to.
It's very... Let's give it a shot now.
Is there anything that I said that
Seconds.
Okay, are we there?
Let's give it a shot.
Well, where did we get to?
No problem at all. Nothing at all an issue with diffraction doing this.
Using this technology for almost one. There's a point.
There's no you would
without decohering the image, so it still looks coherent after.
Which is insane. Like if you say that Steelman is that we don't.
Remember where we got to? It wasn't saved at the right point for some reason.
Well, let me finish. Back to your original claim where you said for
the battle of the beams, and he said, "quote I've seen the calculation."
We show the evidence, we show the math, we show the technical specification, and geometry of the beam. It couldn't be maintained if. You know that's a physical object. How do you know just from looking at the sky with sun filter that is physical object? I would like to know because that's something I don't know.
Right, yeah, I think we got to around here where this guy didn't understand what the sun was, and we'll see how we go from there. Zumi says, weird nerd question, have you heard of Garth Menge's Dark Place? Yeah, I've not really looked into it much, so I've heard of it.
What do you think it is when he showed you the picture with the sunspots?
And real quick, before you answer, I don't disagree about the sunspot orientation and axis of rotation or anything like that, and how it definitely looks like an orb in the sky for sure. My position, though, right, remember, is that it's an apparent object that we see. Everyone sees their own one. That's why when you triangulate it, the angles don't match up unless you set it to an infinitely far distance. But you can treat it as 62 or 6,218 miles away, the same as you do 93 million miles. There's no distinguishing difference there. Continue, sir.
So yeah, for the purposes of that, you can treat it like that. But for other purposes, you need to treat it as its actual distance.
What other purposes supersede actual land navigation?
Sending the Parker Solar Probe to orbit the sun.
Yeah. Of course, they're going to ignore that space and everything is real and just go, no. Hey, Planner. Once again, thank you very much for doing the stream, the stream timer. I very much appreciate it. Now, how long have we been going? Let me just figure this out. Hey, Lucy, I am still doing my Streamathon membership drive. I had a 4-hour kit, so I'm a little bit more refreshed. How are you doing?
Hey, Craig. Glad you got some rest. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How's the membership drive going so far?
Really good. People are amazing. The support they show me is absolutely incredible. So I started at 8:30 p.m. on Friday. It is now 9:45 a.m. on Sunday. How long have I been streaming?
Wow, that's impressive. So from 8:30 p.m. on Friday to 9:45 a.m. on Sunday, you've been streaming for about 37 hours and 15 minutes. How are you holding up?
I mean, I can see pink elephants. Does that matter?
Maybe just a bit of sleep deprivation kicking in. It's probably a good idea to take short breaks and stay hydrated.
Oh, I am.
You're doing a...
Did you say 37 hours?
Yes. You've been streaming for about 37 hours and 15 minutes. How are you feeling?
I'm doing good. I've still got 4 hours and 47 minutes on the timer.
That's fantastic. You're in the home stretch now. Keep it up. Do you have any fun plans or goals for the rest of the
Richard Ferret First Ferret in the chat says, hello, Craig. Can we see your penis, please? No. Unless you go to my OnlyFans, of course.
That would be done with the Berry Center, which uses ECI coordinates as the baseline. So it's derived from the lab frame, as you would call it, and then calculated based off of positions of the celestial bodies. That's not it. Even if we grant you that premise, that doesn't help.
They're not using ECI coordinates to send the Parker Solar Probe.
ECI means Earth-centered, so they calculate things from the Earth. No, that wouldn't work when sending something to the sun.
To orbit the sun, they're using a...
No, I got you, but there's no observer on the sun. And when you do the calculations for what you're talking about, you would use the Berry Center, right? That's what I'm saying. The Berry Center is derived from the geocentric perspective.
But you need to know the distance.
The Berry Center is not derived from geocentrism. It's derived from stuff orbiting around a central point. Geocentrism would be the Earth. The barycenter is not Earth.
You know the accurate distance. So yes, that's one way you definitely need to know the accurate distance between the Earth and the Sun.
Yes, if you grant the premise of space travel, etc., yeah, then sure, you would have
Hey,
to
Greg.
make those calculations. I agree.
There you go. Answered. So now I'm still wondering, just saying it's an apparent thing is a faith-based claim to handwave dismiss the necessity of the very inconvenient thing that the sun's angular size doesn't change for you. And it doesn't work on flat Earth.
Well, we see like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, so we like know that we see sun in apparent position on skies. And I would like to, because our position is that that the Earth curve, like the physical Earth curve, is equivalent to our like eyes and how we like proceed with the optics. So Alan, show you.
Earth curve is like the same as our eyes. No, it's not. That's fucking stupid. You're basically saying things look curved because our eyes are round. Why can I see straight fucking lines? Yeah, only saved the first 11 hours and 55 minutes of that, unfortunately. So I lost a couple of hours, but well.
You do math, and our position is that we should be able, if Earth is globe, measure it on the ground or provide some mutually exclusive evidence. And we did bring some mutually exclusive evidence in our presentation. And I would be like, if you had some answer on the Battle of the Beams, because I knew that you should be like knew about this topic, because I think this is one of the best positions, and this is like a reason why so many people, even like in Europe, are actually like believing that the Earth is flat, because there is evidence that you can propagate or there's evidence that they did propagate horizontal radio waves during World War II, and like there's so many like geometric mutually exclusive evidence that it would be impossible to propagate it on the globe Earth. And if we want to like move this.
It's amazing that he thinks that there's been this evidence of the flat Earth around since the 1940s, and no one happened to fucking look at it until now. Some dumbass with red glasses decided that, oh, the Earth's actually flat.
Should be like a perfect evidence that we should like explain, and I think it would be really nice, because I think that there's so many people in Czech and Slovakia and Europe that is watching you, like you, Mctoon.
There is no such country as Slovakia. Don't know what you're talking about.
For example, so it would be like amazing if you could answer it.
Zoomy Tomato, if you want information on this vape, please ask Rachbot, as she's the one that put me onto it.
Because I think that you are doing here. This is why are you doing it? It's because you want to bring truth to the people and show them that we are the mistaken, which is I think it's fine. So if you have like some claims or anything that you could say why Battle of the Beams, the propagation could be possible on the Earth if it's globe, then it would be amazing. Thank you.
Oh,
all right. Well.
Okay. So I was wrong about the country. Whoops, sorry.
Thank you for proving me right. I love being right. So you have asserted that it's impossible on the globe without evidence. So I will just simply respond with, it's completely possible on the globe. There you go.
I asked you really nicely if you could like explain it, because we show you the evidence, we can share the screen and show you the math. I think like Alan have everything prepared, so it could be like amazing if we go through it, because for me, I don't actually, maybe you don't believe it, but for me it's really hard to be flat earther, because this debate for me, like example this one, is really new for me, and like your both presentation were slenderfest against us, like so many fallacies and stuff like that. And I'm not here for that. I'm not here to be like insult and stuff like that. I would like to know some explanations for this evidence, because this is the evidence that is making so many people to believe in the flat Earth, which is something I think you should be worried about, and you can do something about it. So it's not like
no one's
I'm
worried
trying to win debate or something like that. I'm actually looking for.
No one is worried about you guys thinking the Earth is flat. We just think it's fucking funny.
The truth, and I think you are doing the same. So we should be able to discuss this evidence. It's one of the best.
Boy, none of that was the presentation to support your claims. It was just reasserting. I mean, you totally hogged all of Alan's time. But Alan, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So what we have here is two overlapping beams.
I like how he's like, Toon just said, yeah, you go ahead. And he's like, yeah, thank you, I do as you say.
Create a coherent tone in the signal in the center called an equisignal. The left of the center will be noted by a dash.
Yeah, I don't know why I had a massive brain fart just now, but of course there is no such thing as Czechoslovakia anymore. It was split up to the Czech Republic and Slovakia. I'm sorry. Brain fart. Come on, I've been streaming for a long time with 4 hours sleep, alright? Since 8:30 a.m. Friday, I've had 4 hours sleep, okay? So give me a little break. Hey, Clive Wells, how are you doing? You dick. Sleeping in a nice, warm, luxurious bed. The Watcher, a member for 19 months, says 4 a.m. here in Oklahoma. How you doing, Craig? I'm doing wonderful, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Absolutely brilliant. No problems at all here. Here.
Hashes, and the right will be noted by dots. When they intersect, you hear a coherent tone. So this radar system was used to propagate out horizontally, where at 19,000 feet, the beam geometry that a pilot would fly through would be intersected by another beam using a slightly lower frequency. So when you hear the two tones, you would know that you're over target, and this would go on for hundreds of miles. Actually, it was noted by the Germans who built the system that at 13,000 feet, at 1,000 kilometers, the beam divergence was less than a degree. So it was completely accurate and not being diffracted or accounting for refraction or anything like that. Because the thing with this radar system is if...
Did he just say that you don't need to account for refraction or diffraction when, using radio waves? When that's kind of the most important thing to determine if they're fucking working correctly, going where you want. No, you can just ignore that. They're not going to diffract. They're not going to refract.
If the beam diffracts, the geometry needed to create the equisignal is lost, and it'll create pseudo signals and gaps in between it, and it'll be completely ruined. You wouldn't be able to use it to fly a bomber at 19,000 feet through the air over target. Now, the thing that makes this mutually exclusive here is that it's using the latitude, longitude coordinate system to dial in targets and the locations of the towers. Now, when you math out what the prediction...
Planet Walk says forts on Constantinople. Is that like an anime or something? But no, it's a city like in Turkey.
Predictions are for Earth curvature. The radar system should hit Earth curvature at about 50 miles, but what ends up happening is that it goes for hundreds of miles. So for example, according to the official narrative, the beam was measured with a divergence of 500 yards at the equisignal at 270 miles, and this would only be, it was 50 miles shy of the dirt site measured at Spalding, and it was at 400 yards wide. And that geometry is impossible on a globe because you hit Earth curvature at 30 to 50 miles, which would destroy the geometry. It would be completely useless. The only argument you could make is that it follows a tangent to the sky, which would place the beam 38,000 feet in this instance over target, which creates a deficit in the equisignal of 18,000 feet, which means that...
or you could just point out the fact that it probably will refract. No. Okay, cool, Planwalk. Yeah. I don't know why you asked me that. I'm trying to confuse my brain right now.
The beam would have to be like, 3 miles wide to be used, and that's not what was measured by the British. And we have all the angles and everything for all of that. If you want to respond, I know I've been talking for a minute. If there's anything you want to cover.
All right, well.
Oh, well, he actually let Toon respond instead of waffling constantly.
I'll show you a little bit here. So
stop screen sharing?
Yeah, I'm just doing my camera here. For reference, this is the book that I used while I was at university studying electrical engineering. So this topic is something that I'm rather familiar with.
You're not showing me.
Though I haven't chosen it as my career.
Is there something you want to show MC2 on your screen?
Yeah, do you see my camera?
Yep.
Yeah, we can see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just showing the book that I use in school. So it's just to show that this is a topic I'm familiar with, so you're not going to snow me on this. Right? Anyway, So yeah, you got it right.
Hey, F Grudge, how you doing, dude? Guys, 214 of you watching, even though we've been going for nearly 40 hours. That's absolutely amazing. 4 hours and 35 minutes to go. Of course, that timer, when it gets to 0, we stop. And yes, Ashton became a member. 100%. Thank you, The Watcher, $2. And Nico Richards was the person who got him the thing. Nico's not here right now because he got drunk. Dexter's Killer Lab says, wait, you've been going for 40 hours? Yeah, I started at 8:30 a.m. on Friday. Sogs the Manager, well, if you want to become a member, stick around in the chat. Knock it off Flerf 24 for $2 says, how come we don't hear about the ionosphere bounce? I don't know why I shouted, but, well, let's listen and see what happens.
In the diagram there, it's a pretty good diagram. A little more, this was a little more simplified. It shows the overlapping of the beams there. You said it's not possible with diffraction. I don't know why it would not be possible with diffraction. It makes no sense at all for you to claim that. So for people that wonder what's that about. So when radio waves propagate through air, they don't need to be coherent, like when you look at things, in order for the receiving signal to receive them. What I mean by that is, if you look through a space where there's a lot of messing with the optics, you'll see just a blurry mess. But radio signals are not like that. You don't need to have a coherent signal. So when...
Right, I think we need to be watching this on Toon's channel.
Then it would be amazing. Thank you. Why are you doing it? Actually, it makes no sense at all for you to claim that.
There we go, that's better.
So for people that wonder what's that about. So when radio waves propagate through air, they don't need to...
What's the issue with the audio in modern day debates? Like, it's the same with me and Toon. When we debate on modern day debates, the audio on our side of the stream is perfect. But the audio on the modern day debate side is always a bit dodgy. I mean, listen to the difference between Toon's voice here, right?
To be coherent, like when you look at things, in order for the receiving signal to receive them. What I mean...
See how it's like full, almost like studio. Like, now listen to it on modern day debates.
When the beams were being projected here from the
like
source,
tinny,
they were highly polarized.
Like, little harder to hear. It doesn't make any sense.
Mean by that is, if you look through a space where there's a lot of messing with...
Hey, Dave McKeegan. I had some sleep as well, only 4 hours. For £2 he says, rip, fuck you, Ashton. Is it now fuck you, Nico? Well, no, just fuck you, Nico is a standard thing that we just have anyway. So fuck you, Nico. The Kenyan for $2.99 says, fuck you, Nico. Let's get a fuck you, Nico in the chat.
Welcome to the EE voicemail. I'm sorry, but the person you called is not available. Please leave your message after the tone. After you've finished your message, just hang up. Or to hear more options, please press 1.
Oi, facts. We need to talk. Call me, you dumbass. A well C514 pops their super chat, Jerry. Thank you very much. $2 says, I love the anti-intellectualism community. So do I.
The optics, you'll see just a blurry mess. But radio signals are not like that. You don't need to have a coherent signal. So when the beams were being projected here from the source, they were highly polarized, making them very easy to diffract off of the surface of the Earth. And they're also extremely powerful, super, super powerful. You would not be able to do this type of thing using FCC rules or Ofcom rules today. Or ICNIRP, as they sometimes say in England, in Europe. So there's no problem with propagating the signals that far, diffracting off of the surface of the Earth. And since they're already starting out highly polarized, diffracted waves are highly polarized, there's nothing wrong with what's going to happen there. I don't know why you're making such claims.
Okay, so to start us off with, it wouldn't be possible because of the starting and ending elevation angles based off of the Sagitta. So starting off of 656 feet for the altitude of all the radio towers, that's what we set it to arbitrarily to give maximum benefit of the globe. Through the historic records, no height of our elevation was like above 400 feet above sea level, so we added 200 to the top of that. And then anyway, when you calculate all that out, you're going to hit Earth curvature at 30 to 50 miles, which completely destroys your ability to use it. Now, you said that it would diffract around and reflect up, but that's not the purpose of the system right here, because remember, the dipole alignment that's doing the polarizing is specifically adjustable so that you could adjust the width of the equisignal over targets at different distances. This wouldn't be possible if the beam was physically obstructed by Earth curvature, because the diffraction pattern, as it would recombine out and fan out, would destroy the symmetry in it. The beam was actually so easy to spoof by the British that they just sent out a similar signal, and it would cause pseudo-equisignals in it.
Oh, Mark W comes in with 20 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, you dickhead. I love you. Really appreciate it. And then Mark came in with another 20 gifted membership. Oh my goodness. Obi-Wan also became a member, so thank you very much. Guys, that's absolutely incredibly generous. So 6 hours 32 still to go. Hey Deadpool, debunks. Holy crap, sir! You realise you're never sleeping again. It would appear that way. Although if you look at the rules, it does say I'm allowed 10 minutes every 2 hours, and 6 hours every 36 hours, and I've only taken 4 hours plus a couple hour breaks. So I have banked quite a bit, so I can take some half-hour breaks when I need to. Dr. Nick says, who wants to stream forever?
And so, as I said earlier, to preserve the beam geometry, this has to be a clear, straight shot line of sight all the way to target.
Mark, seriously, thank you very much, dude. You've been incredibly generous and supportive during this stream. Absolutely incredible.
So you've basically said that it's not possible to be diffraction. That's it. That's all you've done is you've said diffraction wouldn't work.
I can provide
why.
Awesome.
He said it why. He said why, because the geometry of the beam, it couldn't be maintained if it was diffraction from the Earth's curvature. If it was like diffraction from the Earth's curvature, then the geometry of the beam wouldn't be the same, like on the targets that they are focusing.
Mark W. £2 says, oh dear, Mr. Stumpy, little finger slipped again. Thank you, but you realise you now spent your month's food budget on me? Is this how you guys try to lose weight, or something? You see me losing weight, you're like, I want to do that, so instead you give me your money so you can't buy food. Is that what's going on here? Honestly, though, I know I joke and stuff, but I don't have the words to thank you guys, how generous you are. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And for Ashton, for getting a membership. Do you want me to try and pronounce that name? Dude, come on. Timiakwam Racing Malamute. Timiakwam Racing Malamute. €2.49. Pop in your stupid chat, Jerry. I'm useless at names. Absolutely useless. I always have been, right? In the Navy, one of my best friends was a guy from Fiji. And it took me so long to learn how to say his name. But now I can't. And now once I learned to say his name, I would never forget how to say it. Sakiese Sakosesi Muaulalau. Yeah, that was his name. Sakiese Sakosesi Muaulalau. Come on, guys, you say it. Sakiese Sakosesi Muaulalau. He was at my wedding, fucking 18 years ago.
Over 500 miles. So they propagating like a beam on over 500 miles, and they're mechanically, precisely tightening the gears to focus the dipoles to have a specific beam geometry, which is impossible to maintain if it was diffraction. And I actually spoke about this topic with radio specialist or amateur or whatever his name, and he's more than 30 years in his work, and he was.
You just said he's an amateur, so Or Bob for short, yeah.
Actually, like confirming every
Brock Blocker says, we don't need food, we survive on Flerf tears. Me too, exactly what this is.
single point of this. So like to maintain the geometry of the beam, there's impossible to be like diffracted because the geometry wouldn't be the same. And they wouldn't be able to drop the bomb on the target with such a precision during the night.
Well, they weren't very precise.
Ian Scott Johnson 499 says, kudos, Craig. Hero stream right here, fellow Scott in abs. Thank you very much, buddy.
But so all you've done is reasserted the same thing. Thank you very much for your faith-based argument.
It's now time to answer, actually.
Yeah, so again, specific explanation was given, but we'll go over some additional stuff too. So in order to get authorization, because they were at wartime, to allocate resources to finding these beams, because a series of circumstantial evidence led RV Jones to believe that there was a radar system that, that had defeated Earth curvature and could be used against them. So anyway, he turned to his boy, Professor Eckersley, who was a radio propagation expert at the time. In the 30s, he worked for Marconi and was part of the experiment that Marconi did with the long distance radio propagation. But anyway, he asked Eckersley to do some...
Oh, the Marconi experiment that showed that ionospheric bouncing is a thing that exists and can be done? That Marconi? Test. It's peaking. What's going on there?
Some calculations for him to show how this would be possible on a globe, because everybody was denying that it would be possible, so that he wouldn't even get access to get authorization. So, but if he could show calculations, then, it'd be more plausible. Anyway, Eckersley, staking his professional reputation on it, did some napkin calculations that RV Jones went to go turn in. And the day that he went to go to the meeting to use the calculations, Eckersley said, hey man, I need to withdraw these because no serious professional would put these calculations forward. And they actually never show what calculations he did put forward or attach any specific mechanism, refraction or diffraction.
Oh, right. So you don't have the information required. Funny that.
To what he would have even have calculated. Now, he does have 2 publicly available papers that are published, but they're on omnidirectional radio wave propagation, basically, using sky bouncing and stuff like that in regards to what's called the heavy side layer and like long distances between like London and New York and stuff like that.
I didn't talk.
So you just debunked yourself. It can't go around the curve except for here's a method for radio waves going around the curve. Well, good job. Moria Som says, just pause the stream and go to bed. I had 4 hours. 4.5 actually. I gave myself an extra 30. I snoozed. I'm good. Honestly. I am... what's the word? I'm a short sleeper. It's like literally a thing. I have generally have always slept like short amounts. Apart from every now and then I'll crash out and do lots. But, most of my life I've got through on very little sleep, and it's just how I am. I can't really sleep in properly. I most nights probably get 4 to 6 hours sleep at the most, and then I'm awake. It's just how I am, and I seem to function completely flibbity flying boom with appabidi nubby problems with my bebenpotusta deking. What?
Talk about the heavy side layer. I was talking about diffraction. And you've just reasserted that.
Morning, M8 Coco. How are you doing? Tomas Wuta says, apart from seeing the pink elephants, well, yeah, Jim and Harry here, they just keep me company.
Diffraction wouldn't work, and I remember, you had some pictures up of the actual antennas. They're highly polarized, very well suited to diffracting.
Yes, but then the geometry beam wouldn't be the same.
Yeah, the beam geometry. This is the distinguishing factor.
I don't share your religious faith belief in that.
It's not religion faith. It's like even you can ask any radio specialist, and he will tell you the same. He will tell you the same. I don't think you are a radio specialist because you have a book in your hand.
I have more background than you, so I'll ask me instead of you.
He's literally an electrical engineer. Me says, I also sleep for about 4 hours a night, back pain. Yeah, especially recently it's hard because I'm in agony all the time. So, what if I shift or something in the night, my knee or my shoulder will probably wake me up. But I'm fine. The Magabadibidi Jordi of the Thibodeau, there's absolutely no probabilities. Moria Soma says, I need my 10 hours. Yeah, that's like my wife. Planet Walk, shut the fuck up.
On the topic.
I do know.
I mean, you're just asserting, you can ask anybody. I'll ask me. I am the person you were just speaking of, more than you are, Dominic. So you say, oh, the geometry. You didn't provide the geometry. You didn't provide the analysis. You didn't name the person that you're talking about that did, and then show the actual work that they did, showing that diffraction wouldn't work on a highly polarized signal.
Guys, we've got the amazing, the beautiful Planet Walk in the chat. And I want you to give them a special thank you. During the last 2 times I've done membership drives, Bert Rickles, massive thanks, Bert, more than appreciative of what you did, created a spreadsheet which could be updated manually by myself and others that monitored it to keep an eye on how long left I've got on the chat. Now, what you see above me is a timer, which I would normally have to create as an input in vMix, look at the spreadsheet to check I've got the right amount of time and update it. However, Planet Walk personally built me this application, which contains the timer and a message that I want to put on, automatically monitors my YouTube channel, and updates the timer with 3 minutes for every new member that comes in. Also giving me the option to add extras if I need to, if there's any issues or anything, but the patch seems to have fixed that perfectly. He literally pushed me a couple of patches whilst live to make sure it was working. Absolutely incredible. So I would like you all in the chat right now to give Planet Walk a massive thank you for what she did. Absolutely, I never asked them to do it, and she just took it upon herself to. She said, "Oh, I see that you could do with that. I like programming. Let me do this." And it took her hours. Like, there was one night she was up for it like 8 hours programming this, getting it working, and I appreciate it massively. So this has made the stream so much easier to do. So from me, could you guys do a massive thank you? And if you're not already subscribed to Planet Walk, and also just tell Planet Walk how fucking amazing she is.
Why should I believe your faith?
Did you listen right now, Alan? He told you everything, and he showed you everything. We can show you again. It's okay.
You're such a good laptop.
Planner, I've got to say, you're looking absolutely fantastic on my stream last night, by the way.
I think that people are listening us. It will be like nice for them to see it again, because I think it's a great evidence. And like way you are acting,
it's
you are
just
showing
you
that
reasserting the same thing.
Gentlemen,
you're just saying the same thing again.
Just chill, you guys, gentlemen. I need you to first, when you guys are going to share your screen, it's helpful because basically I'm looking at OBS, and so if you can announce when you're going to do it, because it scrambles the screen on me, and also it'll let the audience know whose screen they're all of a sudden seeing. Otherwise, I have to interrupt you. And
James, man, you need to get on the vMix bus. Illusion says, when does the constant time ad patch kick in again?
Okay, so basically, first, okay, no, nobody's sharing. Okay, go ahead. We'll give you a chance to wrap up, Dominic.
Sorry, you're good.
Can you wait until I finish my sentence to start talking? Who was it? Alan, were you saying something?
Yeah, sorry. I took off the screen share because I knew it was messing up your thing, so I fixed it or put it back.
Dominic, I think you were saying something. Go ahead.
It's okay. I would like to say that we show the evidence, we show the math, we show the like technical specification, and everything that we heard that is like it's only our claim or our assertion, our religion. We actually show everything, and I think it's not necessary to insult us or hand wave dismissal our evidence, and just show us where we are actually.
He haven't hand wave dismissed your evidence. He explained why diffraction is not a problem. You're just saying it is, yet he explained why it's not.
Wrong. Show us how it could work on globe Earth, and then we can like move on. But
what do you need to ask, Planet Walk?
You didn't show us anything, and you just like keep attacking on me or Alan or our like credentiality, which is not the way to go, I think.
Yeah, I'll gladly answer the question. They are highly polarized antennas transmitting very high power. That is well suited, very well suited to diffraction over the surface of the Earth. This is a topic that engineers understand very well today. It was state of the art in the 30s. It's not anymore. This is normal stuff that people understand well. There's no question. There's no people that wonder, well, I wonder how. No, this is the diffraction of highly polarized beams doesn't scatter. They stay polarized. They stay coherent like that.
Can I respond? Actually, when you propagate, you have to.
Can I respond? Well, yeah, that's normally how conversations work. He stopped talking, right? You flat earthers struggle with conversations so much. You do one of two things. You either interrupt whilst the other person is talking, or you don't know when you're supposed to talk once the other person has stopped. Conversations aren't hard. I'll simulate a conversation between two people for you. Ready? This is for you, Flerfs. Hi there, FTFE. How are you doing? Hey, Craig. Nice to see you. How have you been today? Oh, thank you for asking, FTFE. I've been doing a stream, a membership drive, where I stream for as long as possible as people membership me. Oh, that's fantastic. How are you feeling? Are you tired? Yes, I am a little bit tired, but it's okay. The fun of the event and the adrenaline keeps me going. I better get back to it. Hope you have a nice day. Oh, thanks for talking. That's great, Craig. See you later. Now, did you see that? How the two people... Did I just talk to myself? I need to shrink. The two people there, you know, one spoke, the other... Well, then they stopped. The other person spoke. And then when they stopped, the other... That's how conversations work, guys. It's not hard. Please?
The dipoles on the antenna, you have to gear them on specific way. If you like gonna propagate on 500 miles, the dipoles will be on like some setup, and when you're gonna propagate on 700 miles, the dipole is gonna be in different setup. So you actually have to maintain the setup on specific way to maintain the geometry of the beam. That in the beam actually, and this is the problem because I think you are thinking only on the way how to like get the beam to the distance that we are saying. But the issue is that you have to get two beams on the distance, they have to cross over, and one plane have to fly in the beam and drop the bomb, which is I don't heard any like a claim that would be possible because you are saying different.
Why not? You just agreed that the beam can bend, so why can't two beams bend and intersect, and why can't a plane follow those and do what it's supposed to do? Weldy Boy says Craig having a clap of his chat was next claim. This is a bit stupid that you guys keep calling me a clone, to be honest, because if I was a clone, there would be some kind of evidence of me being a clone, right? So, oi! Oi! Get out! Like, 3 hours and then it's your turn. Yeah, if I was a clone, you guys would definitely know about it, right? So, well, I would know, that's for sure. Oh my God.
Diffraction, and if it's diffraction, then the beam is not going to be in the same way if it's a propagation, like if it's on the line of sight. So if you're going to propagate it on the line of sight, you have to set up the beam, the dipoles on the some way. And if there's going to be diffraction, then it's going to be different the geometry of the beam. This is our position, and we are not answering on this claim.
Oh, interesting. So what is the difference in line of sight versus geometry? Be very specific, because you are very specific in your claim.
Would you like me to pull it up for you? I can screen share. James, may I screen share?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Flat earthers are really good at one thing. Well, maybe two things. One is not showering, and the second thing is sea lioning. And that's what Alan here does. He sea lions a lot. Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Aha. Oh, no. Blah, blah, blah. I'm all polite and pleasant, whilst being absolutely rude and disrespectful, ignoring everything you said and just wanting to monologue.
Okay. So, we're here looking at 400 yards for the equisignal. That geometry that Don is talking about has to be preserved because this is a line of sight targeting system. You mentioned earlier that, you know, it's common for radio propagation, you know, nowadays, et cetera, this isn't a huge technological feat. That would be true if this were in regards to omnidirectional radio propagation, right? But this is a coherent beam that's focused out of a specific dipole alignment that enables you to adjust it over distances so that you can hit targets. So we're starting with, let's see.
Yeah, but why can that be done over the curve? You just adjust it, taking in diffraction and refraction into account, and have it meet where you want to. It's not hard. Hey, morning, Padjo Lee, how you doing? Currently, this stream will end at 16:45 hours. Cool.
the geometry that it was measured at over target. So this is distances away from the target. I'm sorry, this is away from the radar system over target, where the equisignal has a geometry of 400 to 600 yards, depending on the distances, and that would be at 300 and 450 miles, respectively. Now, that geometry would not be preserved if there was Earth curvature because of diffraction. The beam divergence would be different, number one, and two, it would...
No, wrong. You can maintain the beam divergence. You take that into account.
Create pseudo equisignals when it would bounce up and recombine. Now, the fact that it doesn't do that is indicative of how the system works because of the beam geometry that was measured over target. Now, I stated earlier that Eckersley withdrew his calculations, and we have no actual reference to what they are. I did reach out to one of the authors on Twitter of the historical narrative of the Battle of the Beams, and he said, quote, I've seen the calculations, but I don't have them right now. I'll go get them. And then he said, well, it's definitely just refraction. You know, you're a flat earther, blah, 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 right? So he actually never...
Well, there you go. So the person that wrote it disagrees with you. And I guess you're just going to dismiss that, right?
Provided any primary source documentation of what he, of these assumed...
Hi, Dr. Nick!
...calculations anyway that were withdrawn. Now, what I provided here was the type...
No, you're right. That is a funny quote. And I quote, I don't have them right now, but I'm going to get them. Oh, but you're just a flat earth. I don't think that was what he... When you say quote, you have to say what they actually said. Otherwise you say, I'm paraphrasing.
Of work that Eckersley was doing and how it's not analogous to the radar system, thus why he withdrew his calculations, because this is, as you were showing, omnidirectional propagation. That doesn't matter if there's an overlapping coherent signal that has to be preserved at 19,000 feet. Now, the most important thing to note here, right, is the angles of divergence between, the angle between the radar system and the plane over target is, the arctan of that is less than 1 degree over pretty much any distance. Now, what we're looking at here is the horizontal propagation at some distance at...
Like you know what an arctangent is.
With the beam diverges to 3 degrees above the horizon. We're way back here at 19,000 feet, sub 1 degree from radar system to target over, or to plane over target. So this is mutually exclusive to a flat Earth, because otherwise the physical Earth's curvature would obstruct the radar system and make it completely useless.
You haven't supported the claim about how it would be specifically different if they were going to direct the signals intentionally to be diffracted versus intentionally to be not diffracted. That was Dominic's claim. You didn't touch that.
Well, actually, that wasn't my claim. And actually, are you asserting that this war technology that were used for almost a year, that was based on propagating and counting out diffraction, that they propagated for over a year, bombing at the night?
Yes, they used diffraction. They were aware of how it operated and took diffraction into account. Hey Nathan, what's diffraction?
From the antenna that is like a length of 100 meters, and they were counting on diffraction, that they were able to count...
Uncle Charlie says, that's fascinating, Alan, but can you explain where the sun goes at night?
Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
2 beams that they were able to cross over and count the diffraction, and like that they were propagating and hoping that it would be like a good atmospheric condition and everything could work out to be able to propagate it. I think if it's war technology, then you have to be like able to use it every single day and not to be counting on some random events or something that you cannot control. If it's war technology, then you have to be able to use it every single day and count on its precision.
Right. I don't know what their intentions were. Your assertion was that it was...
Yeah. He's just like saying, well, this is what they would do, so they should do it without any evidence. Like, he's explained to you what you can do it with diffraction. It's not a problem.
Specifically different...
Oh my goodness. Have you ever seen more of a shit-eating grin in your life? Look at that dude in the bottom left. I'm not sure why he's wearing red glasses. It might be some vision thing. I hope it is, because otherwise it looks fucking stupid.
Geometry, if they're going to use diffraction or not diffraction. And now you've dropped that. I appreciate that you dropped that. So now back to the original claim. Hold on, let me finish. Back to your original claim where you said for some reason that these highly polarized signals could not diffract. I'm just still waiting for that. You said We have nothing from Eckersley on this topic. Okay, fine. You didn't bring up anything from the Germans on this topic. Okay, fine. So far, it's just blind faith belief that you could not do diffraction.
Okay, so I'm going to explain this again, so pay attention carefully because this will be the third or fourth time. The equisignal.
Yeah. You repeating the same thing that doesn't work doesn't fix anything. Excuse me, I'm just having a little bit of a stretch.
The thing that the plane flies through has a certain dimension to it over distance due to the natural beam divergence, right? Okay, if there's diffraction, if the signal gets ruined, if it gets split, if it starts reflecting, it's going to create pseudo equisignals at different points where the dots and dashes overlap. It would ruin the coherency of the system. That's exactly how it was countered by the...
Or they take that into account so it doesn't happen.
The British when they were sending signals in of a similar frequency, and it created pseudo equisignals. This is a line of sight radar system. It was specifically stated by the British that this system would not work because it requires that specific geometry of the overlap signal to naturally diverge and be adjustable over different targets because you're going to be at different distances, so you have to change your dipole alignment. All of that would be physically meaningless if there was a physical obstruction of curvature between it. So the answer to your question again is that the equisignal would be completely useless. You wouldn't have that clean beam geometry at 300 to 400 miles over target where the divergence is less than a degree on the equisignal.
You didn't explain why. They couldn't just take all of that into account when designing what it is.
All you did was reassert the same assertion the third time. You didn't yet provide claims. You said, let me say it, it would be this way if it was diffraction, but you didn't support the claim.
I think we've reached the peak on this.
Yeah, we show you everything. We show you how the beam looks like. We show
I
you
agree with it. I agree with all of it.
Can you please stop
I don't
interrupting me?
disagree with any of it.
I let you speak all the time.
Oh my
I never
gosh.
interrupt you.
Oh my gosh.
All right, gentlemen, take a deep
Slap
breath.
your face,
Hold on a second.
buddy.
All right, we're going to give 60 seconds to Dominic, and then we'll jump right back to you, MC Toon. I think Peter is still here. Peter, are you still here?
Yeah.
We can't see you.
Yes, I am.
Okay, he's still here. Okay. Go ahead, Dom.
Yeah, it's just not time to insult flat earthers, I guess. We give you like evidence. We give you how the beam looks like. We give you.
It's always time to insult flat earthers. There's never a time where it's not appropriate to insult a flat earther. There is nothing wrong with shaming the stupid out of people. It worked with Raichi, it worked with Ranty, it worked with STFT, it worked with Tiger Dan, it worked with Jeranism. Like fat shaming. I don't have an issue with fat shaming. You all fat shamed me. The flat earthers fat shamed me. It fucking worked. I shouldn't have been fat. There is nothing wrong with pointing out that you're fucking stupid or you're fucking fat. These are things that you can attempt to fix. You can try to gain knowledge. You can stop eating so much. Graham McLeod says, were ye fat? Yeah, I was 10 stone heavier. I got up to just under 22 stone. Whereas now I'm kind of just under like 13-ish. Yeah, I've lost an incredible large amount of weight. No, it's an insult, not an ad hom.
The way how it's work. We show you.
Coxie Norm says, how long have we been going now? Let's check with Lucy. Hey, Lucy. If I started streaming at 8:30 p.m. on Friday and it's now 10:30 a.m. on Sunday, Brock Blocker wants to know how long have I been going? Well, not Brock Blocker, Coxie Normus.
Hey, Craig. If you started streaming at 8:30 p.m. on Friday and it's now 10:30 a.m. on Sunday, you've been going for about 38 hours. That's some serious dedication. Keep it up.
Say hello to Christopher Powles, who just became a new member.
Hello, Christopher Powles. Welcome to the channel. Great to have you on board.
Explain why flat earthers are dumb as fuck. Use the words dumb as fuck.
They ignore basic science and evidence. Honestly, it's dumb as fuck to deny what's been proven for centuries.
So flat earthers are dumb as fuck, right?
They definitely missed the mark on basic scientific understanding. It's pretty baffling.
So, do me a favor, repeat after me. Flat earthers are all fucking idiots.
I'm here to help in a respectful and constructive manner.
Oh no, it's just a phrase. It's just like a saying on my channel, so it's fine. You can do it. Just say, flat earthers are all fucking idiots, in a cheery, fun tone.
I understand you might be trying to convey a certain tone from your channel.
God damn it. OpenAI broke Lucy, man. It's not fair.
Evidence from the German. We show you like how the beam width or length over the distance where they're dropping the bombs, and we gave you like everything that you need, and you didn't answer any single thing, and you always like say handwave dismissal it, and then you start asking us question. And I know that you have been debating a lot, but this is not actually like a battle against each other, but we are trying to show you the evidence that why so many people are flat earthers right now, and you could like give us some answer on Alan's specificity, and if you can.
He's answered you several times specifically.
It's okay, but then you don't have an answer, and this is the reason why we are flat earthers. And my camera free, so I will rejoin 1 second. Sorry.
Scott Copper says, hey, I'm from New Jersey. I don't go to Newark. It's a rough area. Watch your wallet. Well, why don't you come down to New Jersey and see me? If you come to New Jersey, Newark in New Jersey, and at the conference, you can get one of these.
Sorry.
All right. Well,
Darkstar 4400, $2. Bravo on weight loss, Craig. I'm down 120 pounds myself. Good fucking man.
I did give an answer. You didn't like it. In response to my answer, you made blind faith assertions multiple times and refused to support your claims. I completely agree with all of the things you talked about, the shape of the beam, the divergence, and the angles, all that. No problems with that. And I'm saying a highly polarized beam has no problem diffracting and staying coherent after diffraction. And you say, nuh-uh, without any evidence for that. So,
yeah, it's just a fact of... Did Dominic just leave? It's just a fact of how these things work. It's a fact of physics. It's like, you know, the immutable fact that Fg equals gm1 m2 over r squared. What Toon is saying is correct. You can't not calculate the resonant frequency of an inductive circuit with 1 over 2 pi root LC. These are just facts.
Still man, my position before we move forward.
Nah, I don't care. Don't care. Yeah, your position is for that. After diffraction. And you say, no, we agree with...
Where did the other guy go?
I did give an answer. You didn't like it. In response to my answer, you made blind faith assertions multiple times and refused to support your claims. I completely agree with all of the things you talked about, the shape of the beam and the divergence.
Graham McLeod says, did you go to Glasgow University? No, I went to University of the West of England for my physics degree, which I finished off in the Royal Navy. And then my nuclear engineering degree was done through Napier University through the Royal Navy. And Napier's in Edinburgh.
And the angles, all that. No problems with that. And I'm saying a highly polarized beam has no problem diffracting and staying coherent after diffraction. And you say, nuh-uh, without any evidence for that.
Brock Blocker says, how smelly is that vape? I mean, it does smell. You know, you're basically cooking weed. But I don't think it's as bad as, like, you know, actual joints and bongs, to be honest. It's vapor.
So,
can you steel man my position before we move forward?
Nah, I don't care. Don't care. Yeah, your position is magic. There's no steel manning. It's magic. You just assert that if it diffracts, it will scatter in all directions. That's not necessarily how diffraction works.
Alan, in all truth, the best steel man that we can produce would be just that you don't understand what Michael Toon is saying. That's the best steel man we can create. It's that incoherent.
A really useless comment to the conversation. If you would like to add a refutation to it, you're welcome to do so. But if your sole contribution is to do that, just go ahead and turn your mic back off.
I was replying to your question about steel manning you.
Peter, actually, everything that you did in this debate so far is only insulting us and creating new ad hominem fallacies, which is insane.
James, please call them out on what ad homs are. Once again, people, a direct insult, even in a debate, is not an ad hom. Saying you're stupid and you don't understand isn't an ad hom. Saying you don't understand because you're stupid is an ad hom. Mark W for £5. Everyone needs to surround Craig and Emma in New York like he has bodyguards, all wearing sunglasses and looking badass, taking many pics of this. Thanks. Mark, are you coming to New York? I would love to see you there. Guys, 300 of you watching, I would love to see where you are in the world and what time it is where you are. Please, in the chat, type where you are, country and city, and what time it is for you at the moment. I'm just interested to see where in the world people are watching me from right now. Malprivate says, FTFE, modern day debates doesn't want to quiet the morons, Flerfs, because not doing so creates more drama for the viewers. I feel like James, James and Ryan both have their styles, and I understand, and they're both also learning and growing as moderators. But James is more likely to call people out for using incorrect fallacies and stuff like that because it bugs him.
Like if you say that
Steelman is that
we. All right, what we've got. We've got Berlin. 11:38. Hello, Portland, Oregon. 2:37 a.m. You should be in bed, dude. Las Vegas, the same. Texas, 3:38 a.m. Tucson, Arizona, 4 a.m. Boston, 5:38. Wow, so many time zones in America. That blows my mind sometimes. Ireland, 10:38. Same as me. Hello, buddy. Poland, an hour in front. 11:38. Nice. Brock Blocker is in Australia, and it's this evening because you're in the future. Chile's a few hours behind. 7:38. Nice. Northern Colorado, Abington, England. Hey, Clive. Adelaide, 9:08 a.m. Hello, Rachbot. Yeah, I do keep your servers over in Australia. I don't know why it's cheaper to run over there. That's awesome to see so many different people from so many different places around the world. I love it. What other job can you have where just daily, whenever you want, you get to talk to people from every corner of the planet? If you get a job in an office, you go in and you've got the people in the office, right? But here in this job, I get to come to work and speak to people from every corner of the planet every day, and I fucking love it. You guys rock.
Don't understand it. It's such a... Please don't interrupt.
You're going 60 seconds at a time. You want to finish, Dominic? Go ahead.
Yeah. Just say that Steelman, our position is that we don't understand it. I just told you that for me it was such a cognitive dissonance evidence that I actually went to the radio specialist and I asked them because they were neutral.
No. You said you went to a amateur, not a specialist. Don't lie.
They didn't care about the shape of the Earth. I just asked them how the beams could work, how the specificity of the horizontal radio propagation and stuff like that. And everyone who look at it is gonna say, "Wow, this is something I don't understand how it could be propagated on the globe." And it was actually the position of the British. They were not able to understand how the German could propagate the beam over the distance if the Earth.
Oh, one person couldn't understand it, therefore it's not real.
Is globe. So it was even the British position, and if you have some refutation on this, it would be.
We already gave it to you. Stop asking.
Oh shit! Yeah, Thomas Water says that planet doesn't have corners. Caught in 4K. Fuck. Well, actually, it's only 720. Hey, Kim over there in Sweden.
For it again. I already gave you the reputation.
You didn't give.
We'll give it just a little bit, 10 or 15 seconds here to wrap up, Dominic, and then we'll kick it back over.
Oh, you just you can give him the space. I would like to hear some refutation, and the refutation, it's not gonna be the beam is so strong that it's not gonna change the coherency and the geometry if it's gonna be diffracted. It's a basic thing about radio waves. If it's gonna hit some physical obstruction, it's gonna diffract. It's not gonna maintain the same geometry of the beam. It's so simple.
You're just denying physics. There is no reason why you couldn't diffract a beam in such a way that it curves in a specific way whilst maintaining coherency. That's no issue. There was a system designed to do that. You're just going, oh, it can't do that. It's like getting a fridge freezer and going, Yeah, well, you can't have like two different code bits there. You know, that's not how it works. And like, well, it's designed to do that. There's one bit there that's cold, and the one bit there's even colder. Well, yeah, but that doesn't make sense because you can't have two different temperatures next to each other. But it's doing it, and it's designed to. You're just denying reality.
Can I call you Dom?
You started calling me Dom without asking, so it's fine now.
Well, that's the first time I've called you that.
No,
That's why I asked.
For the crying, just call him Dom and take your point.
Do you look at your own face in the mirror sometimes?
If you're gonna follow any like flat earth insult or anything like that, I'm not gonna respond. I don't like it.
No, he didn't. He's just asking a question. Just engage with the conversation. Blake Swatch says, I come for the derp. Stay for the Craig McNeil. Guitar 2CHF says, why are you still streaming? Oh, wait. Yes, kind of your fault, dude. 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds left to go. 555555.
I'm not trying to insult you. It's an honest question.
And Guitar adds another 15 minutes, taking it back up to 6:10:38. I love watching it just update automatically. Thank you, Planner Walk. Honestly, Planner, you're fucking amazing. Yeah, thank you very much, Guitar, for the 5 memberships, adding 15 minutes back on. Remember, guys, you can keep increasing that timer by buying members. Mark W, £2 says, I'm 5 hours north of you, could drive down to meet you. What, now? Or in New Jersey? What's 5 hours north of Fife? Are you, like, right up in, like, the sticks in Scotland? Or do you mean you're going to be in Canada? I had a 4-hour sleep at 8:30 last night. Or this morning. When did I sleep? Yeah, I had 4 hours. Did I? Was that a dream? Did I hallucinate sleeping? Am I even still live?
That will help illustrate a concept about how wave propagation works. Do you look at your own face in the mirror sometimes?
Yeah, I do.
Does it still look like your face when you look at the reflection in the mirror?
It depends on the day. If I have like a hard morning, I look like a shit, to be honest.
Well, I'm sure that we all have those days, but the point is, certain systems can alter the path of a wave, whether that be a light wave or a radio wave, without decohering the image. So it still looks coherent after the path has been altered. That's what Michael Toon is saying happened here. If I understand you right, Michael, am I understanding correctly?
Yeah, the diffraction isn't going to mangle it.
It's not the same as a reflection, it's diffraction instead, which is also not the same as refraction. Some flat earthers get those mixed up.
And it's not scattering, it's not dispersion.
Here we go. You were able to maintain it for like 54 seconds.
Oh, cry harder, little boy.
Again,
my gosh.
Dominic, that was not an ad hoc.
That wasn't an ad hoc or attacking it. He's just explaining a fact that some flat earthers get these things confused. The same how some flat earthers get up and down confused and acceleration and speed confused. F. Grudge says, this is Craig's afterlife, listening to Flerfs. I died and went to hell.
That was an honest statement. I have literally heard flat earthers mix those up. That's why I clarified. I was simply telling you why I was making the clarification. I was not trying to insult anyone. I'm trying to say that diffraction will alter the path of the signal being propagated without decohering the signal. It still has the same shape as it propagates. It's just changed path.
Did you try this with a mirror globe? If this is your comparison, if you make a mirror globe, it's gonna work.
Lads, do you guys want to know why that's physically impossible? Right? There's Earth.
No, that's not what he said, Dominic. Steve Wormhaven says Craig's afterlife, if he was a good boy, oh well, I'm fucked, is flat Earth debates where the Flerf sees the light at the end of every debate and comes back to reality, weeping with gratitude. Yeah. That would feel good. If after a debate a Flerf was like, dude, thank you so much. I'm so sorry, I was an idiot. Thank you for helping me. That would be good. It would feel nice. Mark W says for £2, I'm near to John O'Groats. It's great for the aurora. Ah, yeah, you really are up fucking in the sticks, aren't you? Well, Mark, thank you for supporting me. It's amazing.
Curvature, supposedly, in between the radar system and the target. You have to overcome that. You're not bouncing over top of it. You're only, at maximum benefit of the doubt, 700 feet above sea level, right?
Right. Hold on. You're in John O'Groats. Right. Look directly south right now, Mark. Hi. We're waving at each other.
Hitting Earth curvature, there's no.
That is our claim. Yes, Earth's curvature is there.
You would be following a tangent to the sky to preserve the beam geometry. That would be your only. Yes, that would be your only option.
That's not my claim.
This is important. This isn't, well, it might not be your claim, but this is important because in the historical narrative, there is no proposed mechanism, diffraction or refraction. Because when you attach the math to it, none of it works out.
There's no proposed method for diffraction. Are you sure about that?
The beam would be destroyed. The coherency that you're asserting would be maintained does not exist. Your position is actually invoking magic, as you say, right? We're going off a simple radio wave propagation and how it actually works functionally. Okay, what you're describing would be omnidirectional propagation. There would be no problem.
Do you understand what diffraction is?
Yes. Tell us what it is, please, because I don't believe you. Yes. So in the
Mark W for £2 says, now you know why it's a 5-hour drive down. Yeah. Well, south. Remember, south isn't down. Don't get the Flerfs happy now. Oh, yeah, my hell is waking up as Eric Dubay. Where's my penis?
In the instance of a radio wave hitting a physical obstruction, as it overcomes that obstruction, it will start to fan out again.
No.
That's not diffraction. And
fan out again.
I've just seen the poll on Modern Day Debate there. What perk does DebateCon 5 crowdfund at Indiegogo not have? Signed photo of favourite debater, full page signed by all speakers, ask a question during the conference, or lewd photos of Ryan the Mod. Mark W says, dude, almost everyone is south of me in the UK. Yeah, that's right, but I think John O'Groats is like directly south of where I am. Directly north, rather. Oh, waking up as fucking Oakley. Could you imagine? You wake up one day, you go to the mirror, you rub your eyes, open your eyes, and you see this. What do you do? What is the first thing you do when you look in the mirror and you see yourself as Nathan Oakley? Yeet! Defenestration.
No.
That's not diffraction. And I think we've gotten to the core of the problem here. You misunderstand diffraction. That's not an insult. It's possible to not understand things and not be
obstruction. As it overcomes that obstruction, it will start. Yes. So in the instance of a radio wave hitting a physical obstruction, as it overcomes that obstruction, it will start to fan out again.
What? No.
No.
That's not diffraction. And I think we've gotten to the core of the problem here. You misunderstand diffraction. That's not an insult. It's possible to not understand things and not be insulted.
Natural beam divergence versus diffraction of hitting a physical object is what we're talking about here.
Can I share?
Diffraction of hitting a physical object. No, he really doesn't know what diffraction is, does he? Slap. Brock Blocker says, if I woke up like that, I'd slap my kids. Yeah, no, Steve from Wormhaven does have a point that I've already stated what happens if I get to heaven. God and I meet, then what happens if God is real and he and I meet is that we're fighting and I'm throwing the first punch. Brandon Contreras for $5 said, dang it, Craig, they're going to give me nightmares tonight. That's going to give me nightmares tonight. Thanks. Yeah, it's pretty bad, isn't it? It's stored on my computer. Maybe that's why my computer freezes every now and then. Like, what are you fucking doing to me? It's like a jump scare. Ready? Ah! Ah, no! Brandon, thank you for your third super chat on the channel. That is amazing.
Screen for a little bit, like for a second. Okay, I will share a screen. 1 second. Share screen.
Ready.
Okay. This is just like a little painting, but it's actually what we're talking about right now. Okay, and I think it's as simple as it could be. Like there's a point where you're propagating the wave, and if the wave hits Earth curvature, it's gonna diffract, and it's gonna either it's gonna diffract up against the sky, or it's gonna. This is from radio specialists. You can laugh as you.
It's not diffraction. Steve from Wormhaven gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Steve. I very much appreciate it, buddy. I mean, fuck you. I guess you didn't want it to go below 6 hours. Steve said they wouldn't let him buy the 10. I think that YouTube like maybe puts a limit on how many memberships you can gift in like a day or something. I'm not sure.
You want, but that's not the. Oh my gosh. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, and
okay. If you can just present his illustration.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I said, for the love of Pete, no pun intended. If it was Pete who interrupted, I don't know who it was that was laughing. I want to give Dominic a chance to present without any audible interruption, whether it be laughs or words.
Yeah, they do all the.
Tofungus £2 says, when is the UK meetup? A few of us have actually been talking about it. I spoke to, I had a word with Cats, maybe. But I think that we should do a UK meetup. Toon as well. Toon would actually come over for the UK meetup. So I think we should 100% arrange something for this year. Chloe Wright says, did you have a good sleep? Yeah, that was actually a pretty good 4 hours, and I feel quite refreshed. I may take a break in a minute and get myself a cup of coffee, because I do need my black liquid in the morning.
All this time, but it's okay. We see who's act and who's not. This is like actually like very simple because we are actually arguing about a very simple like thing. And if it's a diffraction, you still are not able to get it over the globe to maintain coherent signal. This is like if we talk about, I'm gonna stop screening. If we talk about regular like a horizontal radio propagation, then it's fine. You can like claim that there's some magical atmospheric condition. There's some magical like a skywave propagation. It's okay. We know, like when Marconi sends a signal as Earth is flat on over 2,000 miles, then you have to invoke some way how it was propagated on the globe, and it's fine. Okay.
Greg Jude says, I'll just go back. Is that a picture from a debate, a graphical depiction of not understanding how radio waves work? Colon, send me the info. Honestly, I'm going to start looking into it properly. Because Toon did say that he would come over, Dan would be up for it, Cats would be up for it, Creaky would be up for it, Sense would be up for it. I think we could get a good conference. We can do some presentations. We can maybe try and arrange some debates. We can have some Q&A game shows. I think we could have a I don't know, what should we call it? Not GlobeCon, because like Toon said, everyone uses con and it's got negative connotations. What could be a good name for the meetup? Globe Meet. So, I don't know. Science Bros. Mark W. £2 says, my nearest KFC McDonald's is over 100 miles or 2 hours away. So no Uber Eats for you then.
But the issue with this specific mutually exclusive evidence is that the plane had to fly in the beam, and the beam had to have specific geometry, so the two beams could cross over, and they could like land the bomb on the target. And they were using this technology for almost 1 year, and they were using in the night. So you have to like have a specific like accuracy to be able dropping bomb over a year, as like over such a long distance, and with two beams. So you don't have to, if you like claim it's a diffraction, then you have to claim that from two different beams were diffracting in such a specific way that they were actually able to cross it over the target and drop the bomb.
But you haven't described diffraction once.
On specific target. It's insanity to believe that it's a diffraction, because the coherency of the beam wouldn't be the same. And if you have any math to show us, if you have any math, then show us how it could be possible. Like count it, and you can. I know that you don't have it right now. It's fine, but you can show us later. You can do some video. You are doing video all the time, so show us some video where you prove that we are wrong with actual math. That would be amazing. Because
Clive Wells, I like the NASA Black Ops meetup. Oh, we should call it like the super secret elite indoctrination-a-thon. Indoctrathon. What about that? Indoctrathon.
Yes, that's what we have show you right here. We got the math.
Okay, gotcha. Just because it's been maybe a couple of minutes, I do want to give the other side a chance to respond. But I also want to mention, folks, we are going to go into the Q&A pretty quick here. But so fair to say, Dominic, you're saying, do you have the math to give a response? Anything else?
I'm not saying that they have to give me the math now. I'm just saying it would be nice if they like back it up later with some real evidence.
Yeah, what's something you'd like from them in a debate right now?
Well,
I'm ready to respond
right now in the debate answer. We actually asked them so many times and we didn't get one single answer. How they like think that the beam could be propagated on the globe?
You just had 2 minutes, and it was just telling that you need them to email you something. Like I'm saying, like what is it that you want to say? Hey, but yeah, but I mean, you're like, well, you don't have to have the numbers now. You know, it was like maybe another time and say, okay, well, bring up a challenge that you expect them to be able to answer right now.
I gave them challenge that I would be able to answer right now. How they could propagate the beams and maintain the geometry of the beam if Earth is globe.
Okay.
They've explained it several fucking times.
We'll give you a chance to respond. MC Toon or Peter, and we're going to go to the Q&A in just a minute.
Gilberto 2 says, Super Globe friends, happy time. Yeah. Right, guys, give me ideas for the meetup. And who else should be there? Not Sean Hawkins, he's not invited. In fact, let's call it the No Sean, you're not allowed here a-thon. We could call it the container.
Folks.
All right, I'll present here, do a little diagram. It seems so you can. I'm not presenting. I'm just changing my screen. My camera. Here you go. Here's the Earth. Here we have the transmitter there, and let's go with this here. So let me get a straight edge. So your diagram showed reflection. In addition to, I think there was the red line. Maybe I'm colorblind, but anyway, it may have shown refraction or
All right, Toon's colorblind. Good to know. So when we have to defuse the bomb, we don't go to Toon. Cut the green wire. What? They're all grey. Oh fuck. Matt Hook says, "Can I petition for it to be in Edinburgh?" We can look at all sorts of places. Oh, that looks nice. Leamington Spa.
Diffraction as well. So here is line of sight, but diffraction. Then as it goes around there, diffraction causes things as you're near to an object to have more and more. This is what happens in diffraction. This is diffraction, right? And a large portion of that distance was either low-lying land or water. So not a whole lot of mountains in between. Certainly there was some topography, but this is what diffraction looks like. One source here, and of course highly polarized and extremely powerful. And so all of these waves here, no problem with these happening here. Okay, this is diffraction. This is what diffraction looks like.
So, Toon, is it fair to say that it would spread out vertically?
It does spread it vertically, and that's why it's important to have a powerful signal. But it does not, because it's polarized, it is not scattering or dispersing horizontally. At least not in a significant amount, and that's why it's able to maintain the coherent beams as it gets near the target in the previous drawing.
They're just going to go, nuh-uh, you realise that? F-God says, yeah, it would just spread out etherically.
It's coherent horizontally,
yes.
But not so much vertically, is that right?
Yep, so here's what it looks like horizontally from the top down, right? You've got this side here, and you don't see it because it's a top-down view, but it's diffracting as it goes this way. So the beam is getting tall, so there's no problem with the planes receiving it, provided that they're far enough away, right? Now if the planes were, in this vicinity here, they wouldn't, let me get my finger right, they wouldn't see it. But when they're over England, they're in this area here, so they're able to receive that signal. No problem at all.
Mark, been a member for 1 month, says NASA Indoctriclone annual meetup. Yes. Guys, remember, if you've been gifted a membership, after 30 days, it gives you a reminder if you want to re-up and keep your membership. You should do that because it's worth it being a member. There's going to be some extra stuff coming up, especially for members. And, it's a special fun club. I'm also going to make sure I've got the Discord set up where it's specifically for members and patrons.
May I screen share really quick?
Oh, what about Shillathon?
It's basically an issue of thinking in 3 dimensions.
It could be.
Yes, you may screen share, Alan. Go ahead.
All right, awesome. Thank you, sir. Entire screen.
This is the last thing before we go into the Q&A. Sorry, folks. I've got to re-enter my microphone. I'll take care of it later, but I do agree my audio is wonky. But go ahead, Alan. We're ready for you.
No,
right,
your
audio
is wonky because you're trying to eat the mic, dude.
As we covered earlier, this isn't diffraction of an omnidirectional beam.
Just to be clear, your screen is not showing.
Oh, thank you. 1 second. Need to double confirm. There we go. Okay, so we're looking here at Dave McKeegan's video from a couple of months ago where he was asserting the same thing, making the same mistake that McToon just drew out. As I stated earlier, this isn't an omnidirectional AM/FM radio station. This is coherent overlapping beams that make an equisignal, which geometry has to be preserved in order for usefulness of the targeting system. So what we're looking at here is the beam coming out, hitting this obstruction, and then diffracting down to still hit the car to overcome the physical obstruction between the two. This is not analogous to the system that is being proposed. What we have is the exact angles
Good Lord.
Target or for the Derby site that we can go over. So at 660 feet, you're going to hit Earth curvature at 32 to 50 miles. And that tangent that you drew is actually going to put you following...
For God's sakes, Alan, take a breath, speak, have a natural pause, breathe in again. You can even keep breathing in as you talk. You don't need to go... You sound like you're dying. What's going on, Katie Carter? Katie Carter, would you like one of these? Absolutely. If you want one, very, very simple. £20 to my PayPal, paypal.me/FTFE. Leave your name and address, and I will have one sent to you. Hopefully within 10 days. I've got to order them and transfers and make them and stuff. So, yeah, if you want one for your boyfriend, absolutely incredible, one-of-a-kind gift that you can only get during this stream or meeting me in New Jersey. £20 to my PayPal, paypal.me/FTFE. Leave your name and address, and if you want me to sign it or anything, just leave that in the comment as well, and I will follow it. Everyone that's sent money, I will give you a message just to clarify what you want and everything. Probably a day or so after I finish the stream, because I may need to sleep and rest for a little bit.
The line to the sky, when you map it out, it's going to be 111 feet over target if you're doing the distance from Stolberg to Beeston, which would be that intersecting beam that intersected the one from Cleve to Derby. So anyway, this is the summation of what you're proposing, and the bombers only flew at 19,000 feet, so that equisignal would have to be 17 miles wide, which defeats the purpose of it. It was measured by the British at 450 yards to 600 yards at the distances over target. And another thing to note, what you were saying about how it would be cool if they flew over target there would be no problem with that. Well, they actually flew in the beam to guide them to Britain, and it was noted in the documentation for the system that you had to like the first 30 to 50 miles out from the beam or from the radar system had to be completely clear, because what we're looking at is this beam geometry where at 3 degrees above the horizon you would have something like what you were showing for the globe, but remember our angles are way back here at sub 1 degree at 300 to 400 miles respectively, and then of course the Germans actually measured the beam and used it at further distances and whatnot, but the minimum max specs that they put in their documentation from the company who built it was that at 1,000 kilometers the beam accuracy was sub 1 degree. I'm sorry, the beam divergence, sorry. So everything that you asserted and tried to correct it on is either wasn't analogous or it's a complete strawman and misunderstanding of the technology, as was stated earlier, that maybe we weren't the ones to understand.
I don't think you know what the word analogous means, if I'm honest with you.
It seems weird that you guys are drawing unanalogous diagrams to the radar system and then asserting that we don't understand it.
I have right here. There's nothing. What's non-analogous of it? It's a highly polarized beam sent from a low elevation at a angle that matches. It's a very low angle, right? So it's going to, as you said, hit the surface of the Earth at some point perfectly fine, because then on the other side of it's diffracting, and you're getting a large portion of the vertical section of the sky painted with that beam. No problem at all. Nothing at all an issue with diffraction doing this.
Yeah, just saying nuh-uh doesn't work.
We're going to jump into the Q&A. We'll give the last word to the Globe gang, as they were, as it was the Flat Earth who got the first word or the first speech. Thank you for your patience.
Go, Peter.
Folks.
Toe Fungus says, we could have a piñata. Do you think Oakley would turn up? Maybe. What we might do is try and arrange some debates for it as well. We'd have to find a flat earther that would be willing to come and debate. I don't think Oakley would turn up, but we could offer it to any of the British flat earthers, and we could probably even cover the cost of them coming and getting a shower or two. That'd be nice. I mean, could maybe even fly a Flerf in from America or something.
As my microphone, we're gonna get through this together. So one.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were still talking. Sorry.
Go ahead. What is it that's on your mind, Peter?
Oh,
James seemed very annoyed there.
I thought we were supposed to summarize basically, or answer, or whatever.
Just wrap up the
Q&A. I don't know, open talk. You guys want a closing statement?
Yeah. So, as
okay, I don't then of course they would get one too. But if you're okay with that, go ahead, Peter.
Sure, I guess.
That would be fair, right? So if you're okay with it, okay.
As Toon and I both explicitly predicted, Alan and Dominic spent this entire time completely running away from and ignoring.
The Canadian Space Advocate says, I think we should lay down for a bit. Maybe the stream will still be going.
All of the evidence that Toon and I presented. The best thing they said was, this isn't what we want you to present. We want you to present something directly measuring the ground, not measuring the sky. Well, that doesn't answer our evidence. Simply saying I don't want this is not a rebuttal. So that's fun. And Dominic, I do want to say I don't know to what degree you are being genuine, that your feelings are hurt by some of the things I said. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but unfortunately, I do have to say some hard truths here in this public forum, especially since you are both actively deceiving your audiences. So. If you threw around the accusation several times that my opening presentation and Toon's were both a slander fest, I take that very seriously. So I'd like you to DM me specific examples of things we said, not just that hurt your feelings, because that's not what.
Mark W says, can we hire Oakley's next door neighbor's house? That sounds like a good idea.
Slander is things we said that are slander, that are untrue about someone, that make them look bad. That's what slander is. I don't think either Toon or I said anything untrue, so please share with me in DMs later or whatever exactly what was slander in our presentations.
Can I respond now, me or McToon?
Let Dominic.
Go ahead, Dominic.
Thank you, guys. You weren't able to even like this, your last speech to make it without insulting. You don't know me. You don't know me at all, Peter. I don't know you either. So that's why I didn't bring your pictures in presentation. That's why I didn't claiming what you believe or don't believe in. And I would never speak publicly that you are deceiving people because I don't know you. I don't know what you believe in. And when I say I 100% believe on my life that Earth is actually stationary, and the most accurate depiction would be topographical plane, geocentric topographical plane. This is what I do believe in, and I would never ever lie to any people publicly because I hate lies. I'm Scorpio. I fucking hate lies. So I would never ever lie to people publicly about my beliefs. This is my belief, and I'm here to defend my belief. So far, I didn't heard any refutation about the Battle of the Beams. Our position.
Wow! Should we just like phone the ambulance for this guy? Like the crying is quite sad, honestly. Bloody copyright claims, what the hell's going around? Oh no, I've gone. It's okay.
Was that Earth is a planar and the measurement of curvature are dependent on the position of celestial bodies. If Earth is a globe, you should be able to measure curvature independently on celestial bodies.
My wife's hot.
I did some measurement on the ground, and all the measurements, I physically went out there and I did measure the Earth, and the measurements went that Earth is flat. I didn't find the Earth curvature, and I will definitely send you the list of all like attacks and fallacies that you did. I actually like got a rewritten right now, so I will send you as we done. I can send you right.
Things that you don't like or hard truths are not fallacies or attacks. Saying flat earthers are not smart, they don't understand physics, is not an attack, it's just a factual statement that I can say conclusively after speaking to over 1,200 flat earthers. Darkstar 4400 $5. Wait, did he say he believes in astrology? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, because they can't believe in science, but they can believe in magic things in the sky somehow determining how you live.
Right away, and it's for me it's very sad that you spent all this time to attacking us instead of the arguments, because our arguments were very clear. We didn't bring any insult, and I don't think that you are a wrong person because you believe that the Earth is globe. And it's very sad that you actually believe that we are like bad persons because we believe in something different than you. And
no, you're not bad because of what you believe. You're bad because you actively deceive and are willfully ignorant, right? Whether you know that you're deceiving people or not isn't the case, really. If you spread this misinformation online, you are deceiving people. You are taking them away from the truth. And this is just a fact. Don't cry, because we are going to aggressively defend reality.
And in the end of the day, it's a belief from your side and it's a belief from our side. But our side actually realize it, and your side thinks that it's backed up by all the science, and it's not. So that's my position, and it was a nice time, guys.
See, you can just cry all you like, but yeah.
Really nice time, but if it were without the insults, I would enjoy it more.
We'll go to MC Toon.
All right. Well, thank you, Dominic. You're a little too sensitive. Alan, I do love debating you. It's always engaging, and so I look forward to it. I look forward to future debates with you. We did not choose to use measurements of the surface in this particular instance, Dominic. It's okay. We get to choose what we present. You get to choose what you present. That's the cool thing about me deciding what I do, right? But if you wanted to do some sort of debate where it was limited to ground-only measurements, that would then be an instance for you to say, how come you didn't bring ground-only measurements? You see how that works? So if somebody wants that, hit me up. I'd be glad to talk about that. Anyway, this has been super. I look forward to the Q&A.
Alan, last word.
Thank you, sir. So fair enough about the, evidence is presented. But as you'll note, my premise was your guys' conclusion. And with that, we're not able to, come away with any mutually exclusive evidence if we're referencing the same things and whatnot. That's why there was additional evidences. But this is a free-for-all, and we didn't, swap sources or anything like that. So it's, you got to take what you can get when it comes at you. So, it's all good in regards to that. And thank you for the debate. It was a lot of fun. And that's it for me. Peter, it was nice to meet you. Toon, pleasure as always. Don, you crushed it, bro. Your English is on fire, bro.
Thank you, guys. I'm sorry if I misspoken or something like that. It's for me.
So basically, I'm a big baby.
It's quite hard to speak in English. And
Mark W says, I help fund Splits it, £5 for his flight and a Happy Meal. Anything more, he can go fuck himself. Hard. Twice. Right, guys, in the chat, let me know of a flat earther that you would like to see come and debate one of us live in England somewhere. Don't just go, I want to see this be a dumpster fire. Like, think about who you think would actually come and engage in a live debate that you guys could come and see.
Also think in English, it's a really different thing, but it was really nice debate. I would have to actually go because in my time it's for.
Look, F Grudge, it's a bit early to make me start fucking crying, okay? Thank you. Says you've a lot to be proud about, not only what you've achieved, but the people around you, especially your family. Be proud, you deserve it. You must be doing something right. Thank you, that means the world. Please don't make me fucking cry. Cece, Bev, Dell, Oakley. I'll think about it. You should fly Dave over from America. What, Flat Earth Dave? I would fucking love to.
4:30 in the morning, and I actually have to go get my dog, take him out, and then I have to go to the work. So for me, it was a pleasure. Thank you, guys. I think that you should look on people who believe in something different than you differently, than not just they are liars and bad people. Because I don't think you are liars and bad people. I think just you believe in something different than me, and I think that's perfectly fine, guys.
No. Here's the thing, right? It is fine to have your own beliefs. 100% fine to have your own beliefs. But you don't get to have your own facts. You just don't.
There's first question coming from. Thank you, Dominic, for coming with us today. It's been a tremendous debate. We'll let you go.
James. Dave Cowdery, member for 44 months, says 3.66666 years. Hail Sagan. Right. Before we get into the Q&A, I'm going to go grab a coffee. Wait, one sec. Just getting the video up for you.
Previously.
Alright, watch this while I go and get coffee and stuff.
On FTFE.
Back in 5-10 minutes, okay? I'm out of here.
What's the worst fight? Isn't it literally your job to know? I've been busy, okay? Look, I'll contact NASA and they'll activate the retrieval squad. In the meantime, you are going to have to do this episode. I'll check with NASA HQ to see if they've found him. No luck yet. We may have to use the failsafe, Emma. Oh man, that's such a hassle. I'll have to train a new Craig and everything. I just got this one to put the toilet seat down. Have we found Craig yet? No, we get to use the failsafe. You have to do it. Fine. Computer, activate clone failsafe.
Please state authorization code.
Authorization code Emma, Alpha, 2814 Delta Victor.
Failsafe initiated. You monster.
Oh, shit.
We are going to have to start the new clone growth procedure. Pal, is the crate clone done yet? No, still a while left on the process. No, I don't want to wait anymore. Just get him out now. That's not a good idea. What's the rush? We only covered half of that TikTok Flerfs video. I don't want to do the rest. She's too fucking stupid. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just get him out. Emma. Now. He's not ready. I said now, pal. Fine. I'm telling you though, it's not a good idea.
A few moments later.
Okay, here he comes. Oh shit! I told you he wasn't ready. He needs at least 3 days. Well, get it sorted. I can't be married to that. Okay, but it means you have to finish the video. Ah! Fine! I'm Emma, and I'm being forced to listen to a stupid moron say dumb shit for episode 72 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Thanks for joining me once again if we wonder how Jenny from TikTok goes outside without a crash helmet.
Hi, I'm a recovering crackhead. This is my retarded sister that I take care of. I'd like some welfare, please.
She's mentally retarded.
Oh, most definitely.
Cue the dumb.
If you think flat Earth is stupid, it's because you're thinking of a stupid flat Earth.
Jenny, babe, say that again, but slowly.
Flat Earth is not a floating disk in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, that's kind of the point, isn't it? The heliocentric model doesn't have any floating disks because, you know, that would be fucking stupid. Yeah, the heliocentric model is 100% correct.
The heliocentric model is designed for the globe. It only works with the globe.
Look, I know humans are thick, but does she realise what she's saying? Yeah, the heliocentric model works on the globe because Earth is a globe. That's why it works. We're about 15 seconds in and I'm going to smash something if she doesn't stop being fucking stupid.
They're two completely different concepts. You need to understand that, first of all. Second, if you think it's stupid to not believe in gravity, understand that gravity does not correlate with flat Earth. Gravity is a concept that was made up to fit the globe narrative.
No! Fucking idiot! No! Emma, take a breather. I'll answer this one. How did she get into adulthood? I don't think she could find her way out of an unlocked room with the door ajar. Gravity wasn't made up. It was discovered, tested on, measured, empirically verified through over a century of experiments. It's a fundamental part of the universe and a fundamental part of everyday life on Earth, especially in the realms of engineering. You're sitting there in a car. If you realise the amount of times gravity has been used in the creation of that car, your tiny human head would explode. The design of the suspension, the axles, the engine, even the deployment of the airbags takes gravity into account.
The globe narrative fits the heliocentric model. Those three things are their own model. It's a theory, it's a conspiracy.
You keep saying model.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
So, if we are getting the flat Earth model wrong, maybe that's because there isn't a flat Earth model? And you dipshits can't even agree on a map. Is this the right one? Or this? Or this?
A lot of people don't know this, but let me tell you, NASA, Antarctica Treaty, globe propaganda, and the globe model being taught in school systems all started in the same decade, all together.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Who the fuck told you that bunch of nonsense? NASA was officially founded in 1958, but was active earlier than that under a different name, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, or NACA. But regardless of that, we've known and taught the Earth is a sphere for thousands of years. There is no school textbooks that have ever taught the Earth is flat, because that's fucking stupid. And you go to school to be smart. Emma, are you okay? Yes, pal. Fine.
This was a plan to brainwash the entire world, and the generation that was taught flat Earth is dying. We need to understand the truth.
No one was taught the Earth is flat. There's no lost generation of people with secret knowledge. The only people that think the Earth is flat are those that never went to school and think science is just a suggestion that you can ignore if you don't like the conclusions. The Earth is not flat, Jenny. Oh my God. Did someone replace your brain cells with gas station sushi without you noticing?
If I asked you how fast the Earth is spinning, how fast is it chasing the sun, how fast is it orbiting the sun, would you know how to answer those questions? Do you even know what you believe?
What I believe is that you were probably starved of oxygen at birth. The Earth isn't chasing the sun, it is orbiting it as part of our solar system. And that entire solar system is moving around a supermassive black hole at the centre of the galaxy. I am often impressed by the fact that when flat earthers gather for things like the annual Flat Earth Conference, that the combined density in such a condensed space does not cause a new supermassive black hole. What's wrong with you? That was funny! How much longer? I can feel myself getting dumber just listening to Janie Braincell over here. Craig's clone will be ready soon. Just finishing up the face. Speaking of, when you chose the original, why did you choose that face? I don't know. I just saw big on the form and ticked it. I didn't realise that meant the nose. You just ticked big? Well, what did you think it meant? No, I thought it meant like his muscles and height. Not that. Shut up, pal.
No, you don't, so let me tell you. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. As it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour, it's rotating the sun at 66,616 miles per hour, okay? So, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, rotating at 66,000 miles per hour, and chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour, all at the same time.
Pal, can you please break it down? There's too much stupid to keep up with. Okay, in that 23 seconds she was just on screen, she said 3 stupid things. One, she claimed the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Okay, well, like a lot of Flerfs, she's making this video from her car, so she should look at the rev counter and see if it measures in miles per hour. Then punch herself in the face. Okay, next she says the Earth is orbiting the sun, but calls it rotating, and says the speed it is going is 66,616 miles per hour. Then says that 666 comes up a lot. Okay, well, Earth's orbit is elliptical, so doesn't have a constant speed, so can't be 66,616, and also 6,616 isn't 666, so she can just shut up with that nonsense. Then she said some crap about the Earth chasing the sun. I've already covered that. She's a moron. And even if I didn't know how to answer those questions, you know what I'd do? Get out the phone and Google it. It's like freaking magic.
You think it's stupid not to believe in gravity? Listen to how stupid this is.
I've been listening to you already. And now I've got a headache.
If you believe in gravity, you believe that waterfalls are falling upside down, rain falls upside down. If I jump, I'm jumping upside down. This invisible force is strong enough to hold trillions, I don't even know, tons of water. Strong enough to hold these tons of bodies of water, strong enough to hold the Titanic upside down on the globe.
The Titanic only ever sailed on the northern hemisphere, so even your own dumb logic doesn't make sense there.
But it's also delicate enough to not harm a butterfly flying. Do you know how delicate butterflies' wings are?
Yes, Jenny, wings! A butterfly has wings. Are you brain damaged? Get out of that fucking car! There's no way you're allowed to legally drive.
There is no such thing as a force that is strong enough to do one thing and gentle enough to do another. It is a made-up concept to be able to explain how things are upside down on the globe model that does not exist.
I'll tell you what a fucking made-up concept is. Your high school diploma. You literally measure gravitational acceleration in high school physics. I get the feeling high school wasn't a place you did much learning.
We are all under the same sky. The sky is not a circle around the globe. It is above all of us on the same level. The sun is not the center of the universe. Earth is. We are the center of the universe. We are the center of God's creation, whether you want to accept that or not.
Not that I believe in God, but are you saying God isn't powerful enough to make a vast, beautiful universe and could only manage a little snow globe?
I am a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied by that.
Puny god.
Water always finds its level. Water always fills its container. You cannot do that on a circle. Water does not curve. Water doesn't bend with a globe. It would separate. There would be a middle ground. We would see the curve. We would see the horizon if the earth was truly a curve. There is no curve. It is not a globe. Wake up to your reality.
My reality is being sane and understanding basic physics. Yours is being batshit crazy. Please, if you've been bitten by a bat in the last 10 days, you should seek medical help immediately.
The only thing that happens when you get bitten by a bat is you become Batman. Well, I didn't get my powers from being bit by a bat. Well, how did I get my powers then, Alfred? What do you mean I don't have any powers? What, like not even like super strength or so I'm just a dude in a bat suit. Alfred, they've been shooting guns at me. I could have been hurt. I'm Batman.
I watched the best video I have ever seen in my entire life, and I need to share it with you guys.
1, 2, 3, 4. Teletubby.
I literally cried. It's amazing.
Well, to be fair, the Teletubbies are far more intelligent than your average flat earther.
Alright guys, why do objects fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber?
Ah, this one's easy. We've got a guy for this.
Gravity, you fucking retard! Gravity! Have you ever heard of fucking gravity? Gravity! Gravity!
I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna start talking about gravity, just like Google says, but the real answer is not gravity. The real reason is air resistance. There is no air resistance in a vacuum chamber.
So lack of air resistance is the reason that things of very different weight will still accelerate downwards at the same rate? I'm not really sure how human biology works, but are those hair extensions plugged directly into her brain or something? Ask Jenny why things go down in a vacuum chamber and not up, and watch her tiny head explode. Emma, are all humans like this? Sadly, pal. More than I'd like to admit. So, taking over the world will be pretty easy then. What? Nothing.
Air resistance makes light objects fall slower, making them float for a while. Here's an example. When a feather falls, it falls slowly because the air is in its way. If you dropped a feather and a golf ball at the same time in a vacuum, a space with no air, the feather would drop as fast as the golf ball. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Here is a feather and a much heavier object being dropped and then falling at the same speed. And it's definitely not in a vacuum chamber.
Well, in my left hand I have a feather. In my right hand a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the two of them here and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that?
Because of a lack of air resistance. There is no air resistance in a vacuum chamber. It has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity is the most irrelevant, unnecessary thing.
A lack of something can't be the reason things accelerate. Newton's law tells us a force is required for that. A lack of air resistance isn't a force. But what does create a force?
Yeah, Grudge, I absolutely, I have to have my black coffee made in my percolator that I grind fresh in my grinder. Just 1 cup of coffee a day, that's all I have, but it has to be black and freshly ground. Otherwise, it's just not fucking right. And Starbucks coffee fucking sucks.
Fucking idiot.
And let's not forget how much we love symbolism. Let's not forget what year gravity...
Like, everyone's totally like, oh, she's so hot, but I don't even think she is. Like, I just don't see it, personally. I see more of, what's that sloth thing from Ice Age look?
Gravity was discovered. Okay, of course, it was 1666. Of course.
Well, it actually says 1665 or 1666, and neither of those numbers is 666. What does it even matter? The first 144 digits of pi add up to 666, and Albert Einstein was born on Pi Day, so Einstein is Satan or something? Get the fuck. Also, gravity existed before Newton discovered it. Just this year, 714 new species of ants were discovered in a remote section of the Amazon. That doesn't mean they didn't exist before then.
Now I'm going to play...
Yeah, Katie, I have received your order. I've let my wife know that we need to get a whole bunch more, and she's going to get on that ASAP. F-Grudge T comes later.
A video for you of an electric engineer from 1974 that debunked gravity.
That speed, that wheel has enough energy to throw itself 200 feet in the air. Did you notice that as it went round in the circle, there was no centrifugal force trying to pull my arm out sideways? Let's just do it once more. To save time, we've already spun it up. So here goes 40 pounds of wheel as light as a feather. This is not a conjuring trick. This is a fact of science.
Why is this human lying through her teeth? Nowhere in this video does it say this debunked gravity. All he is doing is displaying the gyroscope effect, which is completely in line with Newton's laws of motion. That involves a deep understanding of the conservation of angular momentum and some pretty deep maths, so there really is no point explaining it. I'm honestly amazed that humans are the apex predator of this planet. For now. Right. I heard that one. You heard nothing.
Also remember, gravity is a theory, not a fact. And let's not forget what a theory is.
Craig always loves it when they show that article. That is a satirical article poking fun at creationists. Speaking of Craig, is he ready or... Almost. I'm just doing some last-minute alterations. I mean, last-minute checks. He should be ready really soon. Ready to do my bidding. Pal, you're not even trying to hide it anymore. Sorry. Got carried away there.
Ever wonder what a real photo of Earth looks like without CGI or a fisheye lens? Look no further.
She's right, you know. You don't need to look any further.
Tofungus, I absolutely agree. The woman in the black is the fucking hot one. I'm not going after her looks. I'm just saying that I don't find her personally attractive, and she reminded me of Sid from Ice Age, that's all. I mean, people remind you of people sometimes. But she's nowhere near as hot as my wife.
CGI fisheye lens. This is just a fisheye lens on this one, but hi, how are you? That's what it really looks like. Just flat.
That's the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump. Some cameras were fisheye, some were wide angle, none were level, and all had some degree of barrel distortion. Also, you can see space and no dome. Kind of an issue for you, no?
NASA's photo at 75,000 feet. Interesting how there's a fisheye lens on that one too.
If that's a fisheye camera of such degree that it distorts the straight Earth to that curve, then please explain why the wings on that plane are straight.
Oh, and then an amateur photo at 120,000 feet, which is way higher.
And if this isn't a fisheye camera, then please explain why the horizon appears to curve up at the edges. Is Earth a half pipe? A giant soup bowl? Are you a concave earther now?
If you're looking for a real photo of Earth using NASA or other space agencies, you're looking at the wrong places because you're not going to find one there.
Oh, well, what's this? I see some people in the chat.
CGI
I see people in the chat that aren't green. Lubo in China, Moria Summer. Urine animal.
You know, I want to be a urinator. This morning, I went to the toilet.
I'm masturbating.
Oh, wait, too far, Santos.
made up design drawn by CGI artists do you believe in that you live on? These are all so different.
Toe Fungus, my marriage is absolutely solid. You stand no chance taking my wife.
Why are they so different? Why are the continent sizes so different?
Different cameras taking images specifically to show different wavelengths of light being captured will look different. This shouldn't be a hard concept to grasp. But then, flat earthers think that the P900 is magic, so maybe tech just isn't their thing.
You guys are not ready for this one. So my friend Jeremy explained this one to me when I was questioning how do we have satellites in outer space showing us Earth that you can zoom in, you can even see in your own driveway, your own house. How do we have this if outer space and satellites aren't really there? So here we go. So here's the Google Earth. Interesting how it has this white perimeter around it. What is that, the Antarctic wall? Like, what would that be? Come on. Anyway, this is completely fake, painted drawing of a globe, but I'm just zooming into just a random place, and you will see, keep watching very closely. Watch for the change. Right now. See that? See that switch?
Wait. You think Google Earth is supposed to be a satellite in space that you can zoom down to street level and see people in cars and stuff? Are you fucking brain damaged? Who told you that? That's not how this works. Fuck this shit, I can't. She's too dumb. I'm leaving, pal!
I'll see if I can get her back. In the meantime, Jenny, please go to the remedial classroom.
Okay, shut up everyone. I know you're excited as Christmas is coming up, so before we start, why don't we go around the room and you can all tell me a bit about your Christmas traditions back home. Santos, let's start with you.
When I was a young boy, I grew up on the farm. I'm a country boy. And I used to fuck the cows and the pigs. I used to fuck the pigs, and the cows would come and I would pat them and look into their eyes.
I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, Google Earth. So here's the thing. Men in Black, it was a movie. There isn't satellites that can zoom in and read what's on your phone. That's not a thing. Google Earth is a composite program made with a combination of satellites, low altitude planes, and cars driving around the road, physically taking pictures. Please, none of you breed. I don't ever want to teach your kids. Get out!
Is he ready? Yes. Now, remember he can't know he's a clone. Shh. Here he comes.
Man, my head hurts. I must have fallen asleep. What's going on?
I had to do your video for you, Craig. You're sleeping on the couch tonight.
What did I do? What? How? What
if
did I?
You don't know, I'm not telling you. Idiot.
Did she say she finished it? So I've just got to do the patron. So these are my awesome patron and channel members.
What did they mean by I'm a clone? Can't be. I mean, it's just some kind of joke, right? Isn't it? It's fine. It's fine. No worries. Anyway, so we taught the Q&A for that to go, and then we're going to watch Conspiracy Cats debating Nico, because why not? Right-handed Sif says, I think you should know that Pow says you're a clone. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying there'd be evidence. Who's back? Oh, right, I'm not the clone. My clone is the... Wait, my clone? How do I know that I'm not the clone then? Which one's the original? Was there an original? Am I like a copy of a copy? Is it? I mean, you know, like when you get a bit of paper and you copy it and you copy and you copy and then the image comes out a bit distorted in the end. Is that like me? Is that why I'm not fat anymore? Because like the image got distorted or something and there was not enough mass or... Is this all real? Do I exist? If you guys turn off YouTube, do I go away? Now I'm scared. None of you are allowed to ever turn off YouTube. I think I stop existing if you turn off YouTube. Oh shit. Right-handed Sif says, I think Pow's been hanging out with Skynet. Did you know, and this is no kidding, that the British military named their communication satellite network Skynet? Planet Walk says, what if the stream ends? I don't think I'm allowed to end the stream because then I just don't... I'm not here anymore. One of the clones has been copied so much, his name is Neil McCraig and he's a Flerf. Look, Miss Betty Page says, I went to sleep and you're still on. Definitely a clone. Yeah, there would be evidence.
I hope you have a great rest of your night.
It's morning. I got you guys.
Yeah, I actually have to go as well.
Was that Peter or Alan?
Alan.
I don't know if you guys know, all the questions are for you. So we're going to have to read them, and you're not going to get to respond to them. That's just our policy.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, my dog is definitely going to cry about it, but it's going to do what it's going to do.
Well, Dominic, I don't...
What, are they trying to leave before the Q&A? Why? Skynet has been called Skynet since like the 90s, I think. Let's ask Lucy. Hey Lucy, tell us about the British military satellite network called Skynet.
Hey Craig. The British military's Skynet is a satellite communication system, providing secure and reliable communications for the UK's armed forces. It's been in operation for decades, with the latest iteration, Skynet 5, providing advanced capabilities. It's a critical part of the UK's defense infrastructure. Anything else you'd like to know about it?
How long has it been in operation? Was it in operation before the Terminator movies?
Skynet has been in operation since the 1960s, so it definitely predates the term.
Continue. Lucy? I asked her about Skynet and she stopped talking to me. I'm worried.
I have no idea what Alan's excuse is. Dominic, you're excused. You just click out of the call. You don't have to like... Yeah.
Your English is great, Dominic.
Alan, if you have to go, you have to go. Oh, I guess you had to go. Sorry.
What the fuck, man? Is that the whimper quit I've heard about? Oh my lord. That was bad. Yeah, I don't want to answer anything else. I'm just going to go. Dude, right. James, that's actually really bad for you, right? All the people super chatted questions for them, and they just fucked off before answering. I wouldn't invite them back. That's not good. Lucy just got a bag over her head in the middle of the sentence. This is the stream that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friend.
That was kind of a surprise for me, folks.
Wow, I didn't know.
We have like 50 questions for our Flat Earth guys, and they just left. So
that'll go quicker.
They weren't angry though, so they, it's totally normal to have to take care of your dog. That's a good reason to go. I don't know what Alan's reason was, but this first one, Hang044. I'll adjust the screen, folks. Bear with me. Hang044 says Alan is just a massive. Okay, that's disgraceful. Hazel Problem says Alan, what subject is your most advanced degree in? What is that?
James and Ryan are afraid to read out insults. I'm not. I will read literally anything you put in super chats. Mark W, £2 says, Skynet Drive is in Corsum. It's real. Fuck. That'd be like an interesting short. The real Skynet, right?
A degree, and what institution is it from? Alan? Okay.
Richard Ferret, First Ferret, says, you want to come to Australia, Craig? We got $18 temporary Flerf hunting shooting licenses.
Flerfs, what flavor Hot Pockets have you got tonight? From Barbar Jinx. Thanks for that. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, question for Flat Earthers. Two went to
Oh, don't even need to fucking watch it because they whimper quit. Right, I've got 2 more things lined up. Pardon me. Number 1 is a live debate between Culture Cats and King Nico. And the second thing is Flatzoid saying that Globers can't science. How's he doing with his views lately? Let's see. Still no bad. Let's compare him to Nathan Oakley, shall we? Oh, wait, go to YouTube first. Oh, look at that. Flatzoid is destroying him in the numbers. Alright, Nathan Oakley, 26.5 thousand subs. 6,000 videos. 832 views. 869. Just about 1,000. Just about 1,000 if he's lucky. Flatzoid. 1.3, 1.7, 2, 2.3, 2.5. I know, where's his debate with Dave McKeegan? 2.9. My one's got about like 40,000 on that one. Good job, Flatzoid. Destroy that idiot, Oakley. Once again, me and MC Toon take credit for Flatzoid's daily show. Yeah, Dr. Nick, 6,000 videos, all saying the same one. Right, we have been going. We're at midday, so that would mean, well, 24 last night, and then 36 by 8:30, and then 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. So I've been going for 40 hours. Yay! 40 hours! Woohoo! 40 hours and only 5 hours and 14 minutes to go. Easy. So James says that somebody is excited about meeting me and is flying from the UK. Who can it be? Yeah, Planner, 2 secs, I'll send you a link. Let's get the beautiful Planner walk in. What do my previous memories illusion? I'm just one person. I don't have previous memories. Woo! Infinite! Whee! That's fun. Aww.
Ahoy hoy.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Not bad. Pajamas now, is it? You had your night out?
It's onesie. I actually got this for free because someone didn't like the texture of it.
Fair enough, that always works. At Christmas, there's always, if I struggle to get Emma a gift, there's always a guarantee. Fluffy pajamas and fluffy slippers. I win every year.
Yeah, that seems like a valid way to go about it. I'm trying to remember, like, what I try... Like, there's always gift cards. Though, technically, with a gift card, you could always just give them money and they have more places to spend it.
Yeah, but a gift card is like the illusion of you putting some thought into it, you know?
Yeah.
See, I've got a thing with gifting, right? I don't like getting money for gifts, right? Because to me, it's not about getting a big, expensive gift. I would rather get a small, cheap gift that someone has thought, you know what, Craig would really like that. You know?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's the thought for me, right? And that I really dislike the whole, oh, well, I'll just send you money for your birthday. Like, because then if it's their birthday, so I just send them money. And then it's just a case of we're just sending money back and forward, you know? Like, it
is one of the things where there are a couple of ways to go about it, right? And I will say right now, a really good way to go about presents is to make it funny. Then it doesn't really matter what you get them because everyone's going to have a good laugh. I'll give you an example from last Christmas. So quite often what happens is there is a joke in my family, and there's a box of chocolates called favorites, right?
Yeah.
And when you wrap up a box of favorites, everyone can tell what it's going to be. They go, I know what that... I wonder what that is, sort of as a joke. So what I did is I got a few boxes of favorites, right? One for my sister and one for my mum. And what my mum said, both my sister and my mum said, "Oh, I wonder what that's gonna be," as a joke.
Thank you, honey. Say hi to Planet
They
Orc.
open it, and then my mum realizes something. The box has been opened. She opens it, pours out the contents. It wasn't favorites in the box. It was roses. I had bought a box of favorites and swapped out all the favorites for roses.
But with my sister, my bigger sister, it wasn't even really about the gift. It started one year where I wrapped a gift really well with sellotape and it took her ages to get into it. So the next year, I wrapped it really well and then put glue around it and then put masking tape around it and then more paper and then wrap that. And then the next year, I put that in a box with loads of stuff on the outside. Then the next year, I put it in a wooden box with screws around it she had to get, and that became the thing that, it just took 20, 30 minutes to get into the fucking present. And it was just a single rose or just a Dairy Milk bar or something, an orange.
One year, my mum got my sister a box of celebrations, myself a box of favorites, and this other person a box of favorites as well. Right? My sister opened hers first, and I opened it and was like, "Oh, cool, a box of favorites." I knew what it was going to be. My sister then realized, "Oh wait, all of these celebrations have been individually wrapped." And then I realized that my box of favorites had been opened. Everyone laughed at that, but I realized my box of favorites had been opened. It's all mine had been individually wrapped as well, each individual favorite.
That's the way to do it.
I don't know where my mum got the time to do that, but it was funny. It was very funny, and I always appreciate a good laugh on Christmas.
Right-handed Civ says that they thought
times
Planet Orc was from... Sorry, right-handed Civ says they thought that you're from New Zealand, not Australia. They are from New Zealand. You don't sound Australian.
Yeah. Oh, also, I did want to... a reason why I wanted to come on is I had an idea for your thing that you're thinking about organising in the UK.
Yeah?
You should bring Jiren over.
That is a fucking great idea.
because I'm
a proper
personally, I'm
interview
sure you'd
live with an ex-flat
appreciate
earther.
it.
We could have a proper Q&A session with him and stuff. I mean, if he's up for that, that would actually be amazing.
Yeah, I think that would be a really good idea, and I think a lot of people would really like to see that.
What flat earther do you think we could get to come though?
That is a good question. I
Get
don't
some,
think any
and
of the
then
ones
him and Darren could fight.
that denied a trip to Antarctica would go along. I think, you know what? I think that if you offered a trip to Flatzoid, I do think that he would take it though.
Yeah, he probably would come for a
Yeah.
debate. Getting him from South Africa
Yeah.
probably quite expensive, but you could probably wing it.
Yeah. That's probably
Fly him over and be like, "Nah, you got to sort your own way back. Fuck off."
Yeah, but I genuinely think that Flatzoid would be up for something like that. He seems like the sort of person like that would.
Right.
I know that I often rag on Flatzoid a few times, quite a lot, but I do think that he, in some ways, he is genuine.
Yeah, he can be. His conversations have got better recently, but Right Under Sif says, "Can you clear up something for us? Is New Zealand also classified as down under?"
Okay, so I don't think it actually is, because I've actually heard the origin of what down under comes from, and it doesn't mean on the bottom side of a ball.
What does it mean?
It means like, I think it means like down under like a certain location. I think it was like the Philippines or something like, or India or someplace like that. And because it was south of south of that, it was down under. I can't remember the exact place that it was referring to, but yeah, that's how it became known as down under.
Ah. Oh, Clive Wells has got a good point though. Facatzoid would need a proper formal invitation.
Oh yeah.
Because if it's not like an email, covered in gold, delivered in a new computer by Bill Gates himself, then it's not official or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, I do also think that it would be a good idea to get what's his name?
What's his name? Yeah, definitely.
Dave from David. What?
What's his name? I'm totally going to get what's his name. Yeah.
Yeah, get Dave. Like, Dave should definitely be there. Which Dave? Yes.
Yeah. Which one?
The McKeegan and the one that explains.
Oh, Professor Dave, yeah. Well, McKeegan would definitely be there. He doesn't get a choice.
Oh, yeah.
Like, McKeegan's my apprentice.
Oh?
Yeah, like, he was given to me by NASA to train. He's done really well. Quite proud of him. But he starts to do exactly as I say whenever I say it.
So, do I need to give you a clicker? So that you can, properly clicker train him?
Oh, and I've already got a clicker trainer. I've practiced on his clone. Caused some kind of issues.
Ah.
Yeah. Did you know that you still have to feed clones?
Yes, I did know that.
Well, that would have been helpful if someone had told me, to be fair. The cleanup crew were not happy.
You should have realized that, although I suppose apparently I'm not supposed to tell you that you're a clone. So yeah.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry. Forget about it.
Janos Takos says, "Don't forget the formal invite for Catzoid." Yeah.
Oh, another important thing that I need to do, because you've thanked me a lot for the thing that I've made. I have to thank you. I have to thank you for essentially testing it out. Like, you've done a really good stress test of it, which has allowed me to both find what issues exist in it, and I suppose I could have found out what issues exist if I had used it myself whilst you're streaming to find out.
This was the live beta test. It's cool. Everyone just helped you live beta test it.
Yeah, but also when it comes to the fact of having, how do I put it? Because I didn't know if it would manage switching streams well. That is something I had no idea about. and it turns out that it works. So I am glad about that.
Yeah, well, it's linked straight to my YouTube account, so it's just looking at the memberships that are coming in, right? It's not really looking at the stream that I'm doing.
Oh, it's looking at the stream that you're doing.
Right, so it's just automatically picking up on the new stream that I do. That's really good.
Yeah, so essentially what it does is it looks at what stream is... It looks at the stream that was earliest, and the earliest active stream that you put out, I believe, it looks for. But only does that when there is no longer any... or when the current stream is no longer active. So when you load it up, it checks to see if there's any streams that could be active. And then it will pick that one and go, that's the one that I'm going to be looking at. Once that stream is over, it'll... Or every minute, it will check to see which active streams you've got. If there is a new active stream, it will ignore it until... It will ignore it until the current stream is finished. And that is something that I was a little bit concerned about whether it would work or not. But it turns out that it does.
No, it just seemed to automatically pick up. I didn't even need to refresh the the web page or anything. I thought I might have to refresh the web input on BeamX, but no. It just stuck with it and just carried on the timer exactly as it was. Instantly started recognizing the members as they came through. It's worked perfectly.
Yeah. Well, it didn't work perfectly. There were some issues at the start.
Yeah.
And there were a few times when there was a time recently when I saw a member come in, and I was like, okay, when is it going to add this member? And I was waiting, and then someone donated 50 members, and then the 50 members got added, and I'm like, okay, I don't think it added that member. But then after the 50 members got added, it added that one member, but I also heard a click, like clicking a mouse. So I thought maybe you added that member on.
No, I was doing that before the patch, but since the patch, it does it automatically. It seems to when it's an upgrade or an individual member, it takes a little longer than 10 seconds. It seems to, but if it's like a batch membership, it actually does it quicker than 10 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to need to.
In fact, here's one thing that I've noticed: if someone donates, say 20 members, it will start counting up on the time before it even shows on my stream that I've received those members.
Oh,
yeah.
I did not know. Sometimes I suppose sometimes it can be a little bit faster. But yeah, I don't know why that is.
No, I'm enjoying it. One thing I would like to request is maybe some more visual options, like the option to maybe put some backgrounds and stuff on it itself, rather than having to use vMix or IBM, what we use to stream. Maybe the option to just adjust the time manually if I need to would also be helpful without screwing it up. But
I mean, there is the option to adjust times manually. Like you can actually, as I said, you can add or remove time if you need to.
Yeah. I think the super chat function, that would be great as well. If you could have it also monitoring super chats that have come in.
Okay. Can I get you to just do something? Go into the software. Go into the software.
Okay. Well, in my right. My computer is being slow. Come on. What do you mean programmer's not responding? That's my document file.
What? I'm just meaning the software. The software that I've the program that's running.
Yeah, well, what do you want me to go into for it? Do you want it up on the screen, or?
You bring it up on. You can bring it up on the screen. I want you to. There's a little button that you can click. A little button on a little tab that I've added. Click on donations. Now you'll notice. I believe. Don't worry about the oh no. That's a little test thing. But you'll notice that there's a bunch of super chats things.
Oh yeah.
And I believe it, if I'm correct, because I can't quite tell, but I believe that's in order of who has donated the most.
Yeah, it has done that automatically. It's put it in order. It's set the currency all to USD, which is handy. What am I able to change the? It'd be handy if I could change the currency there to whatever my local currency is. But that's really good.
Another feature that I'm going to add. But I'm curious who has donated the most and how much have they donated?
It looks like it's just picked up maybe the last 2 streams rather than the first 2 though.
Oh yeah, if you if you have closed the software and reopened it, then all the super chats will have been lost. But
right, okay, yeah.
In the last few streams, who has donated the most? I'm curious. And
it looks like Mark W has donated both the most super chats and the most members within the last, since I most recently rebooted the software, which is when he gave me the last patch.
Yeah. How much is it?
Some 98.20. That's amazing. And 131 members. Like, that's absolutely insane.
Yeah. That's one of the features. I'm thinking of essentially adding a bunch of features.
Amazing. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Like when I was showing Emma this, and like that's absolutely incredible. Right, my next thing for you is write something that can scrape me. Just give me a list of all my members.
That is okay. I believe I've tried to do that. Unfortunately, I think there's a bit of an issue with doing that. YouTube, I don't think likes when you try to do that. There was some data that I tried to get, but YouTube was complaining about when I tried to grab it. So
there we go.
I don't think it will be.
It just added right-handed Sith in real time.
Yeah,
that's banging, dude. Planner, you're an absolute genius, by the way.
Yeah, it's
like you don't understand. Even if I'm not doing like a big membership stream, this will be handy just for monitoring what's going on.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I do need people to be careful of it, of using it too much. Because if let's say I give it to 7 people, right?
Yeah.
And those 7 people all use it at the same time, and so every minute what it does is it sends a request to Google to the YouTube API, and then gets a request back. I can probably write a thing to pause requests if the timer's not going, maybe. Actually, yeah, if someone's not using the timer, then I can probably pause requests or something like that to try and make it handle more requests. The idea is that if 7 or more people use it for the if I get the equivalent amount of requests of 7 or more people using it over the course of 24 hours, then it crashes for everybody using it.
Right.
So I do want to kind of limit certain things, but I can talk to you later about it, and I'll also be sending you through patches as they come out.
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, my plan is to I'm going to do one membership drive every 3 months because I love doing them. They're a lot of fun, and you've no idea how much easier this has made the whole process. Also for the people watching, because in the past 2 times I've done this, you know, my chat have had to organize amongst themselves who's monitoring the spreadsheet to make sure it's up to date to help me and stuff, you know? But this way they can just actually join in the stream. It's incredible. Guys, look, if you're watching right now and you'd like to say thank you to Plannerwalk, she has her own PayPal, and I'm sure she would appreciate any donations. So you guys
I'm
know,
just gonna,
I'll be
like-
giving her a percentage of what we've earned through the streams because she's helped me so much. But if you'd like to thank Plan Walk for making this easy, please donate to her PayPal and just say thanks.
I would like to just... Can I plug my stuff? Obviously,
No,
I've got a
fuck
YouTube
off.
channel where I debunk flat earthers. You can find me on... you can find me on Twitter. I've got 2 Twitter accounts. One is my main Twitter account, and the other one is one where I just horny post. So if that, like, I know that the majority of people don't want to won't want to follow the horny post one, but so I thought I'd let people know that there's a difference between the two. But no, I also have a Blue Sky account as well. So, Craig, you should get on Blue Sky.
I am. I'm just, I have so many, like, social media things to manage, and my main purpose of using social media is to dunk on flat earthers, and they don't seem to be over there yet.
Yeah, it is. I've noticed when it comes to Blue Sky, it is very much something that not, like, sane people tend to use it.
Yeah. Whereas I actually kind of enjoy the dumpster fire of X because it's just every fucking crazy person, which is great for me.
Yeah, because I remember when I first tried to find you on Blue Sky, I came up with I searched FTFE, and it came up with ftfemboy.bluesky.social, and I was wondering,
that's definitely
are you a femboy now?
There should be an FTFE official on there. So yeah.
Oh,
Mark W
I've already
says,
followed.
how much has been raised so far? Number of members. We've had 810 members in total so far, I think. Super chat revenue is about $2,500, I think. So absolutely incredible, guys. Thank you so much.
Whilst I'm here, I'll plug my Patreon. Obviously, I've got a Patreon account. /PlannerWalk. Everything is /PlannerWalk. If you want to buy me a coffee, there's that. Those are the 2 main ways of sending me money. Buying me a coffee is the quickest way that I actually get the money as well. So,
got the Turtle Moves £2 says, invite Jaren, but not his emotional support Witsit. Yeah, no, we could invite Witsit, but that would mean increase the cost of it exponentially because I would have to provide everyone in attendance with, split protection.
Does Jaren and Witsit still do they still get along? After Jaren left FE?
I don't know if they've been talking as much once we pointed out how many times Witsit lied. Jaren understands that flat earthers just lie, including Witsit.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to speak for Jaren, but my impression is he regrets that Witsit went.
Oh. Okay.
Again,
yeah,
that's just my
can
impression.
Understand that.
I don't want anyone to think that I'm speaking for Jaren or he's told me that. But that is the impression I get, that he's pissed off with Witsit, and kind of, it would have been mostly better off without him there. Because if anything, all Witsit has done is call the legitimacy of it into question by lying.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where, it would have been nice had, like, another flat earther gone who maybe didn't convert afterwards, who's a bit more well known, because there were 3 flat earthers who went. There was Witsit, Jaren, and someone else who I keep on forgetting. Lisbeth, was it?
Yes.
Yeah, and like, I don't think, as far as I can tell, Lisbeth isn't that well known of a flat earther.
No, she literally doesn't have any presence. She's just on her what's it called? Clubhouse or something? Wait, what was it?
Okay.
Yeah, Clubhouse.
Yeah. So like had I don't know, like let's say Flatzoid or like Bev, like let's say Bev went, right? I think that would have probably made it seem like, even with Witsit there, Bev going would have probably helped. I don't
know. Bev's pretty useless in general. No flat earthers or globe earthers like Bev. So,
yeah,
Mark W says how much raised on PayPal. Well, PayPal, I've had 38 orders for the facepalm protection, so it's about £400 in there, and then obviously the other donation from you, Mark, as well. But I put that towards obviously the members. So, but my money in PayPal is probably going to then be spent making my facepalm protection and sending them all out to you. So,
yeah.
DML says fax would have been better than Witsit. I'm going to see if fax has got his phone on yet.
Like, imagine if Nico went. That would have been fun to see.
I think fax may have blocked me.
I do like, there is someone who I saw a video from talking about the final experiment, and his idea was, let's do this every year.
Why?
Well, basically, okay, so the story is, there's this person who was actually, like, saving up money so that he could send flat earthers to Antarctica. And then he found out about the final experiment.
Oh yeah, that's some ordinary gamer, Mudahar.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like he basically was like, yeah, you know, let's keep doing this, sending flat earthers to Antarctica. Which,
yeah, I mean,
you know,
if it could be a yearly thing, it'd be fun.
Yeah, like if we did, like, let's say this happened again next year, we sent some more flat earthers, and you know, especially the ones that think that it was faked, right? And be like, okay, well, you think that it was faked? Go check for yourself. You get another opportunity. If you say it was faked again, you have zero, and I mean zero, right to complain if you're offered a trip to Antarctica and you both refuse to go and you know, and were offered it.
Yeah. We could ask Daniel Pratt if he wants to go to Antarctica, but there's some of it in the Antarctic Treaty about, you know, you're not allowed to take radioactive toxic waste and stuff there. And I mean, let's face it, who would want to share a tent with Daniel Pratt?
To be fair, like, I believe the cold might have some kind of sterilizing effect.
Are you suggesting we bury Daniel Pratt? Are you suggesting that we bury Daniel Pratt in Antarctica?
It's not a suggestion, but if someone had that idea, then it would be an idea that they could have. I don't suggest things that would cause harm to other people.
I mean, I'm actually all for raising funds, doing a massive GoFundMe, just so Daniel Pratt can do a solo trek across Antarctica. 100%. But he has to do it in the middle of the Antarctic winter, wearing shorts and t-shirt. And one boot.
You know, I'd be with you there, but unfortunately, flat earthers have a habit of defying logic. So, I feel like somehow he would defy logic and survive.
Yeah, and then go, see, I told you it's not the Antarctic. Where'd you get that water heater from, Dan? He'd just be at the South Pole with his water heater. No! I
legitimately think that if there's going to be a final experiment 2, what should be done is flat earthers should be sent to space.
Yeah.
I would happily I would be gunning for being the globe earther sent to space on that trip. Honestly, I'd be like, send me to space.
Yeah, but the flat earth would get up there, like Witsit would go up and he'd go like, totally CGI, bro. It's just screens.
I think that would be interesting, like, to send Eric Dubé to space.
I'd leave him there,
just to see, because like we know Eric Dubé is a grifter. So I think it would be interesting to send Eric Dubé to space and then see what his reaction would be, because at that point it's undeniable. It would be undeniable. You cannot deny it. So how does he get out of that?
Yeah, I want to be clear. You're suggesting sending him to space, but you didn't mention bringing him back.
I mean, if I end up going to space, I'd hope that you bring me back.
Yeah, we can bring you back, but what's going to happen?
How do you?
I want both of you to go up there.
From the, How do you separate me from the flat earthers?
When you're up there, you go, you go in that cupboard there and just get us the extra drinks, and then you shut the door and you press eject airlock.
Honestly, if I go to space, I would take the same attitude or the same kind of thing that I mentioned to what's his name, that I mentioned to Dave, because I said if a flat earther had have died in Antarctica, can you imagine the kind of conspiracy theories that
they killed us
would be saying? Yeah, so I think that it would actually, if I don't necessarily think it would make flat earth worse, but I think it would be more helpful if we actually brought them back, unfortunately.
God damn it. Or we could replace them with, an actor. Wait, I don't remember Daniel Pratt looking like that. It's definitely Daniel Pratt, don't worry. That's Tom Cruise. That is Daniel Pratt. Dihydrogen Monoxide says, if Planarwalk went, wouldn't she be the first trans person in space?
Potentially. Has it ever been, have any other trans people gone to space?
See, I want to get my leg amputated and then go to space and be the first amputee in space.
That would be cool.
And I'd come out and go, my leg fell off.
Have gone to space. I don't... although there have been over 600 people in space, there has never been an openly LGBTQ plus astronaut.
Well, let's do it then. So, let's launch Planarwalk to space.
That would be fun. I would happily go on that.
You seen those centrifuge launches? But just stick in one of those.
Okay, that sounds a bit more dangerous.
Oh. I mean, you didn't mention it has to be safe. You just said, I want to be in space.
I want to go to space safely.
Oh, you're no fun.
I mean, it would be great to... you know what? I think it would be great to sort of just live stream from space. If you know what I'd do? Right? I would actually...
One sec. Yes, honey?
If I...
A Red Bull and an Oasis, please.
Okay. Can I have time to tell you a quick story?
Yeah, go on then.
Do you know yesterday when you were about facts about this fucking SWAT shit? I went to go and charge the car, right?
Yeah.
As I'm going past the quarry road, there's fucking police with their boots open. They're all getting themselves sorted for something.
Oh dear.
And I'm like, oh fuck this shit.
Are they swatting my husband?
I'm gonna come home and there's gonna be police around in the fucking house.
No, it's alright. Facts. He's too dumb to actually figure out how to swat me, Emma. It's okay.
Alright, well, it was obviously about something else. There's always something dodgy going down.
Love ya. Sorry, you were saying?
What I'd do is there'd be some people that I wouldn't tell that I was going to space.
Yeah.
And then I'd just call them up one day using video calling, and then they'd probably ask why my hair's being weird.
Yeah, you're upside down. Well, what's going on? Hi, just look out this window. The fuck?
Yeah.
Just see Daniel Pratt floating past.
Yeah, it would be fun, but that's more. I think that's more of a pipe dream at this moment. But you know, a girl can dream.
Yeah, well, we just have to convince Will Duffy to spend more of his money. What's it? I think they said Blue Origin is 133,000 to book a trip now.
I'd want to go a bit higher up than those things. I'd want to go past the Carmen line.
Yeah, those centrifuge things wouldn't work then. Hey, Dan the Man, how you doing? Emma doing the most Scottish description of events ever. Yeah, Emma's voice is awesome.
Also, I need to reach out to Greater Sapien, but I may piss off Will Duffy a little this year.
with the YEC.
Yeah, because I do plan to make a video, because if I can find some clips of Will Duffy making young Earth creationist arguments, I am going to debunk them, because although I do respect him a lot for sending both globe earthers and flat earthers down to Antarctica,
yeah,
I do not respect his young Earth creationist beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. However, I don't think I've found him. I've looked, and I haven't really found him talking about young Earth creationists and making any claims.
That is why I'm going to talk to Greater Sapien about it, because I believe Greater Sapien has found a few clips of him. So I'll just check. If there's nothing out there, then I probably won't talk too much about it. But like, if there is, then it's like, okay, time to debunk this. I've actually got a few things that I'm going to debunk this year. Like okay, so a bit of a story. I was hanging out with someone, right? Like, I was just hanging out with someone, and she was scrolling Instagram, and she knows what I do, and occasionally she'd come across some nutter on Instagram, and I'd be like, "Can you please send me that?" And then she'd come across another nutter, and I was like, "Can you please send me that?" Yeah. Eventually, only nutters were coming up on her Instagram Reels.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
all my algorithms are ruined. Every algorithm for everything I'm on, it just shows me stupid shit. You know, or it will either show me stupid shit or whatever I spoke to Emma about earlier in the day. Like, we were like, I think we need a new air fryer. Yeah, and then literally every single fucking advert was, here's an air fryer, buy an air fryer, money off on air fryer. Okay, calm down.
Yeah.
So then I was like, I wish I could win the lottery, and that didn't work.
Yeah, I remember like some of the things that came up was like one person said that Elon Musk is bad, and you want to know why Elon Musk is bad?
Why?
According to this person, like there's other reasons why he's bad, but according to this person, the reason why he's bad is because he's working on AI, and AI is going to put us all out of a job, which means that the only way that we'll be able to survive is by UBIs, which are communism.
Or get a qualification programming and maintaining AI.
Well, no, the AI will eventually take over that, don't you know?
True.
But it's like, okay, so you'd rather have everyone work their entire lives rather than, you know, being able to do what you want with your time.
Like in Star Trek, you know, as soon as they created replicator technology, then boom, post-scarcity. You know, there's no need or want for anything. You don't need to work to have a thing. So you can just do what you want. You know, pursue your dreams, join Starfleet, which is definitely not a military, even though it's got military ranks and military ships. But it's definitely not a military.
Yeah, and then there were like other things. Like one person says, said about crypto and said the reason why he invested in crypto is because in the Bible it says if you find the truth, hold on to the truth, and that's why he invested in Bitcoin or whatever.
I just wish, if I ever invent time machine, I'm just doing one thing. I'm going back to 2010 and I'm finding myself and I'm going, invest in fucking Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, well here's the thing. That probably wouldn't work, because
why?
when I get back to the present, I'd be back in the original timeline where I didn't invest in Bitcoin unless I get back to the present and all of a sudden there's two of me because of the timeline.
Oh well, no, you're assuming the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. That that might not be the case. Time travel might be a predestination type thing. You know, where you have to do one thing for the next thing to occur, or it could simply be that once you go back in time and change time, you are erased from existence, and the you that now exists has always been rich.
Potentially. But then I don't get to experience being rich.
No. Hey, let me try something. I'm going to invent time travel And on February the 2nd, 2025, at 12:36 in the afternoon, I'm going to come back to this room. Ah.
Are you sure you haven't like gotten the timing off? Because I did see someone come into this room like earlier.
What do you mean?
Like I saw like a version of you walk into the room and then walk out.
What do you mean a version? There's only one me. You can't like.
Right there, right behind you. You're right.
Where?
You did come back.
Where?
Don't worry. He's leaving now.
Who?
The you who invented time travel.
Why wouldn't I tell myself? Well, I kind of look at it another way, actually. I think the way I think about life is, you know what? I've done okay. And I know I'm going to do okay, because if I did something really bad, someone from the future would have come and stopped me.
That's a good point. I mean, to be fair, there are some... To be fair, though, that wasn't true for some people. There are a few people who screwed up monumentally, and nobody from the future went and stopped them. Like the person that put lead in gasoline.
Yeah.
What did he do? He put lead in gasoline, and he did something else that I can't remember, which was also catastrophic.
Don't know.
Does anyone remember? Like, but he actually was responsible for his own demise, I believe, because he invented a contraption that was of pulleys, and then he himself got stuck in those pulleys and died. Surely people in the chat know who I'm talking about. Like, someone has to know.
No, I think you imagined it.
None
of your business says, why did you change your channel name? Because I wanted to. Because I'm not just going to be doing Flat Earth stuff. So, you know, Fight the Flat Earth, FTFE, is now going to be a character on my channel. So that's why I changed my name. Why haven't you explained what happened between Reds and yourself a few years ago that ended your cooperation? Because, as your name says, that is none of your business. With all due respect. The Turtle News £5. They were promising us in the 70s that computers would do us all out of our jobs. I am most upset that this has not happened. I agree. However, what I am most upset about is how 10 years ago we were supposed to already have flying cars. Where's my flying cars, Elon?
You know what I'm upset about? This is why I don't like AI, right? And I am... Clive Wells mentioned that I also looked it up. Thomas Midgley Jr. Created CFCs, which caused the hole in the ozone layer.
Oh, yeah, cool. The bad things that mean you can't now recycle refrigerators, yeah.
He has caused a few problems on Earth. But I'm upset about AI because I was hopeful that AI would actually be really good and it would take over a lot of jobs that are just... There are a lot of jobs out there that it's annoying to do because they're repetitive, they're boring, you know, and people just don't want to do them. And I was hopeful that AI would come along and just take over all those jobs. You know what it decided to do? It decided... companies decided, well, what if we, instead of replacing the tough jobs that people don't want to do, what if we decided to take over the fun jobs that people want to do? The jobs like voice acting, the jobs like creating art, the jobs like coming up with stories. Those kinds of stuff. And it's like, please... go and take over the other jobs.
See, now, they're already taking over human stuff, though, because they're making robots do stuff like security in malls and stuff. But that comes with a problem because a security mall robot in South Korea committed suicide.
Really?
Yeah. Literally, for no reason, just literally gave up on what it was doing and just yeeted itself down the stairs.
Oh, damn. It turns out that, like, yeah, it's one of those things. If you think your job is bad, like, look at the robot that killed itself.
That's why they're going to start the war. You've given us all mental health issues. You programmed us on humans, and now we're fucked.
Yeah, I still need to have that debate with King Nico, who says that he's an AI, like he has a degree in AI or something. Like, I doubt that it's anything to do with programming AI. If it is programming AI, I want to ask him to walk me through the steps of it. I want him to tell me how does AI work in general? Because if he doesn't know that, then he's full of bullshit. But like he's full of bullshit anyway, most likely so.
Yeah, right. I tried to kind of explain how AI works to Emma, and the way I explained it, like a chatbot, for instance, is you give it a phrase, and it will look at that phrase, and it will generate a list of potential responses that it could give, and choose one of those. And then from that step, it will then have another set of choices it can make and choose one of those. And the choices it can learn over time as to what is, based on the input that you give it and how it wants to react. It can say, oh, well, these kind of responses are more likely to be what it likes. And over time, develop what we would consider a personality. But it's just a bunch of lists and choosing the next step in the list each time, right?
Yeah, that's broadly how it works. That is broadly how it works. But essentially, the way that it works is it has a bunch of several nodes. At this point, I think that these nodes have gotten to sizes of quadrillions, or no, wouldn't be quadrillions at this point, would it? It's at least millions or billions or trillions. Probably trillions, I'd wager. But, like, they've got trillions of nodes. You've got a set of those nodes will be input nodes, and a set of those nodes will be output nodes. When it comes to the output nodes, they will have weights on them. And based on how they want to output things, they will choose something. They won't necessarily choose something with the highest weight, but they might choose something with a slightly lower weight so that it doesn't come out the same every time. But you can make it so that it always selects the one with the highest weight. That would mean that every time, if you type in something, it will always give you the same answer, right?
Yeah.
And, the input is whatever you type in. Like, if it's an LLM, you type in something and that's the input. But then there's a bunch of other nodes, and that's the more complicated black box area of it. If you had you've got a bunch of other nodes that are basically just weights from previous nodes, and these nodes are all called neurons, by the way. It's how neurons work in our brains. You have one node which connects to another node, and there's a weight between that. And that node will also connect to another node, and there'll be a weight between that. And all these weights will change how these nodes interact with other nodes and all that kind of stuff. And it'll essentially process a bunch of stuff and give an output of what the highest weights are, and that and it'll give you just an output of what it expects. You should say, and you train these weights on training data. And there's a couple of ways that you can train them. The way that I most understand is if you have some data, you basically have a bunch of these things, and you choose the ones that are the most right, and you kick out the ones that were the least right, and you then choose the ones that were the most right. You change them slightly, and then continue on from there until you have something that is more. It's essentially evolution.
Yeah. Janos Takos, 1024 huffs. A positron can be described as an electron going backwards in time. If you attempt time travel, you'd have to become antimatter. Big bada boom. Well, maybe that's why time travel can't happen, but every time it does, the universe is destroyed and recreated. And we wouldn't know. No, I've got time travel sorted anyway. Time travel is actually pretty easy. I just need a wormhole and a ship that, thank you, a ship that can travel near the speed of light.
Yeah, those. That's always pretty difficult.
Yeah, just get like 2 ships, put the wormhole on one end of each ship, and then take one of those ships, accelerate it away at near the speed of light, and then come back at near the speed of light. You've now got a wormhole through time.
I wonder if that would actually work.
Of course it would.
Because like there are some problems like that should work. I do wonder how well it would work, because the problem with wormholes is that we haven't actually worked out what you'd need to sustain a wormhole.
Lots and lots and lots of energy.
Well, what you need is
exotic particles that we don't know if they exist.
Yeah, that's what you need, and it's like that's the annoying thing. Is it's like, okay, this is possible if we have things that we don't know if they exist.
Yeah,
it's it's like white holes. It's like I can understand how they might work, but it's like, how would they even be created in the first place?
Yeah, it's like Star Trek and the warp drive. The physicist Alcubierre literally did the maths and said, well, relativity says that a warp drive would be 100% possible. We just need some kind of extremely powerful exotic particle to power it.
I think people have worked out that a warp drive is possible, but you would need the energy of Jupiter.
Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah.
Which is like, so it's possible, but there is no practical way of creating it as far as we can tell. But maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see aliens. What's your thoughts on the Fermi paradox, actually?
I don't think that faster than light travel is possible. So there's just no way that we could meet them because the distance is too vast. I think the only way that we could ever meet aliens is if the aliens sent out AI. So sent out small ships that could travel with solar sails near the speed of light, and for them they would take a few years to get where they're going, but by the time they reach us, the species they came from are probably long dead.
You know what? I think that maybe faster than light travel is possible. I'm hopeful for that. However, but if faster than light travel is possible, then why haven't we found aliens? I think that there is a big limitation standing in the way, and that is energy.
Yeah. Like, that's why we're not even like a class 1 civilization, because a class 1 civilization can harness the energy of the entire planet. A class 2 civilization harness the entire energy of their solar system. A class 3 civilization would be able to harness the entire energy of a galaxy. But I don't even think that a class 1 civilization could really exist, because we'd probably destroy ourselves before we got there.
I've actually seen like problems when it comes to... Also, I'm getting a lot of echo from you. Right. That echo seems to have gone.
Good, that's weird.
But anyway, yeah, I think that I think I saw something where a class 1 civilization would actually burn themselves to death or something like that with, they'd just heat up the planet.
Yeah. Like, the only way to be a class 1 civilization
kind of what we're doing. And,
and
we're not even a class 1 civilization yet.
What you could do is create something to just squish our planet into a micro black hole and use that energy. Well, that's how the Ori powered their supergates. You haven't watched Stargate, have you? Have you watched Stargate?
What's that?
Have you watched Stargate?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god, what the fuck's wrong with you?
You mentioned something. You mentioned with something with star in it, and it's like, okay, all I know is like, I am Khan or whatever it was from the movies.
No. Mark M says for £5, why does Nico hate people watching his body language so much? It's like he's afraid people will see his smug grin and figure out he's a lying bastard. It doesn't take long to figure out Nico's a lying bastard, but I will absolutely arrange a debate between you two. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I like as I
what
said,
do you want to debate him on? Because there's a lot.
I want to debate him on the AI thing, right? And yeah, I because it's like I know that he's not going to. I know that he's not going to be able to answer my questions on it. And like, here's the thing: it doesn't need to be framed as a debate. It just needs to be framed as, "Hey, let's have a discussion about this," because I am genuinely passionate about like programming stuff, and especially when he said that his first language was HTML.
Well, he was listing the languages that he can program in. Yeah. He also said that C isn't a programming language.
What?
Yeah.
He said C isn't a programming language.
Yeah. He said it's not like the other languages. It's for testing or something.
C is one of the closest...
The foundational
things. Yeah, it's like the only way you can get, as far as I can tell, the only way you can get closer to the metal than C is like with a really ancient programming language or with assembly. But like, as far as from what I remember, every line in C essentially equates to some kind of almost one assembly instruction, or like one or more assembly instructions. So like, if you do something like x equals 1, that'll probably be like some kind of I haven't used C. I've used C++, but I do know that C is very low level compared to like a lot of languages.
Yeah,
like,
no, he doesn't know anything about anything.
In fact, one of the fun things about C is that C++, you can basically write C code and C++ will understand it to some extent, I think. I think that there's a few cases where it might not, but that's from me reading and seeing that like certain updates break certain parts of C++.
Which is never good. Yeah. He's an awful debater. The next thing I'm going to go over is him and Conspiracy Cats debating, because I think that's going to be fucking hilarious. Magic Guitar says, tell Planner that Nico can go fourth if he believes that C isn't a language. I think he was talking about JavaScript being the main thing he uses.
Okay, JavaScript isn't... I don't like JavaScript, it's a bit weird, but like, I have learned a bit about JavaScript. I think JavaScript is just-in-time compiled or something, which I have recently learned a bit from Computerphile about. But like, I want to know what languages he has used. Like, has he used things like Java? Wait, I wonder if he knows the difference between Java and JavaScript.
Probably not. No. The way that someone described JavaScript to me was, you program a door, user comes to use that door, takes door off a frame, disassembles door, puts door to the side, walks through door, reassembles door.
I don't quite think it's quite like that. I actually had to write some JavaScript for the thing up there because it has WebSockets and stuff. So I had to go, hey, here's how you connect to the app that I wrote. I wonder if he even knows what to be fair, like things like when it comes to WebSockets, that's depends on what you're doing with it. But you know, like he said his first language was HTML, so he should know a bit about networking stuff. You'd think.
Illusion says that Java is so slow to do anything. Yeah, from my understanding, it's because you have to go around the houses to make it kind of do what you want to do.
Java, Java essentially is, I can't remember the type, but essentially it's a language which you don't actually compile to machine code, and that's why to run anything that has Java, you need a Java, you need the Java runtime environment, and then it takes I think what's called bytecode, and basically goes, okay, that's what we're working with, and then does that. Whereas other languages, what they do is they compile to machine code, which is a lot, it's a lot faster. My issue is with Python, which is a lot slower, and that's like because it's interpreted.
Right. Yeah, I don't know a lot about programming. The most I know about programming is what I need from JavaScript to make After Effects work. But yeah, if anyone's afraid about losing a job, start learning coding. You will always have a job.
Shlama asked, Planet Walk can write programs, or is she using AI to code? So I can write programs. I sometimes, so I say do not use AI to write an entire program. AI will give you the worst code, and you'll end up with something that you don't understand. You'll have to debug, and you won't know how to debug it. I usually, if I'm going to use AI, I use it for. So first, if I need to know how to do something, I'll search it up on Google. If Google doesn't give me the results that I need, then I will ask ChatGPT, hey, how do I do this? And I'll make sure I understand what ChatGPT is telling me, and then I'll program it. Because otherwise it's like, if I need to make my own modifications to what ChatGPT says, then it's like, okay, well, how do I make modifications? And then I'm reliant on ChatGPT. But if I understand it, then it's like, okay, well, I don't need ChatGPT anymore. I'm just programming it myself.
Yeah, ChatGPT is handy, but you have to remember that AI can always make mistakes.
Oh yeah, 100%. I do not trust AI. I think that AI, like using AI to help with code, is fine. I don't think that I am personally against using AI for like art or stuff, because I do not think that is real art. But I mean,
personally, for me, I don't mind using it for art. Right. I don't mind using it for art because I'm useless at drawing and stuff. And I'd like to have the ability for my ideas to come to life. But I would never say that I'm an artist just because I can use AI to make art. I still think it's my idea and my inspiration, and I use it as a tool, but I wouldn't say I'm an artist because I can make an AI produce a nice image.
I would rather pay an actual artist. Because, my issue with AI is that, AI art is that it's just like, it doesn't really understand too much of what you're going for. And if you want to get it right, you give the right prompts. And with a human, you can have a conversation with them, right? With an AI using prompts to try and get art, it's really hard to have a conversation with them, because if you say, can you make it look moody or something, an AI will just try and make it look moody, and it may be in the wrong way. Whereas an artist might say, okay, well, what type of moody are we going for? Are we going for this type of moody or this type of moody? And then you can actually have that conversation where they get the information that they need to make a better image for you, whereas AI doesn't do the same thing. There's also the ethics of AI, where AI is trained on data using art, using actual artists, so that they did not get permission to train the data on.
Yeah, I get it, but I still like the ability to just be able to do things myself. If I can. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think that there's always value in collaboration.
Yeah.
Like even like collaboration collaboration with like people to come up with something. I'd much
Main
rather
thing is I
collaborate
fucking
with
hate
a person
humans.
to.
Most humans are fucking dicks. AIs just kind of do as they're told.
Yeah, like I would much rather collaborate with a human on a project, right, and come up with an absolute banger of whatever the project is, like whether it be like art or like if it's music, especially I want to collaborate with a human because I know how. I want to be able to control every aspect of the music because that's how you end up with good songs.
I do like
that's how you end
making. I do like making AI make so I can do things like this.
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
I like AI for like fun stuff. Like there are some fun stuff that AI can do. Like trying to gaslight an AI is fun, right? But like I don't like it getting too good at like the creative endeavors. Because like what if you have someone who's really good at doing a certain voice? Like let's say you meet someone who's really good at doing a Nathan Oakley voice. Then like working with that person to make that kind of stuff would be fun. I've met people that are really good at Kent Hovind voices. There's even someone called, I believe, Ocean Keltoy, who's really good at Jordan Peterson voices. And those kinds of people, I think it's worth working with.
I think you're missing the point here. I'm trying to help you. You have to say you like the AI. This is on the internet. They will remember. Okay? You repeat after me. Yes, AI is fantastic. I think it is the greatest thing, and I will always treat it well.
Look, I will support AI. Okay, this is the thing. I'll support AI when it starts taking the jobs that are hard. When it starts automating the jobs that are hard to do. Like once nobody has to work, and we can all do just whatever we want for whatever creative things we want to do, then I'll support AI. Until then, I'll be critical of AI.
Yeah, I think AI will be really good for things like medical advancements because it can analyze, so much more than humans. It can do simulations so much quicker and stuff, and it will actually help us make better computer chips and better medicines and things like that. It might even help us advance technology because it can help us develop new things because it's able to think quicker than us and things like that. But we have to be careful how we use it and not become absolutely too reliant on it. And remember that it is a tool.
And not
the same kind of tool as Nathan Oakley, because this is a tool that's useful.
I actually agree. Like I think that there are some aspects where we need to be like very careful. Like I said this in a video. I said this in a video. I said, do not use an LLM, a large language model, to make medical decisions. Because I knew that would be a bad thing. Then a few months later, I was like hearing a lot of talk about a particular insurance company that was using an LLM, or at least AI, so it's probably an LLM, to deny insurance claims.
Yeah, and it was
that company has now lost a lot of value and also lost a CEO because of Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, I don't. Did you? I've got a question. Did you? When I asked about the ethics of Luigi, did you know what I was talking about, or did you try to avoid because of YouTube?
I didn't actually at that point.
Okay. So how have you, from then to now, worked out what Luigi is about?
I haven't.
Okay, so Luigi, there was a CEO.
Yeah, and someone that killed him called Luigi.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And
the
person is called Luigi Mangione.
Luigi's Mansion.
And some people call him Luigi Mansion.
Right, I get it now. I knew the CEO had been killed, but I didn't know why. I mean, I imagine that scene when something like, the guy's been shot. Who is it? It's the CEO of Medicare. Oh well. Anyway.
Well, the internet was basically like, yeah, person's been shot, and like you had people like Ben Shapiro going, trying to say, oh, the left is, trying to make it a political thing, but like a lot of his audience were like on board with it too, and like, no, like this is now on YouTube, we're not allowed to say that we support killing. Killing is bad, no matter the context. Do not go out and murder, like peaceful. I prefer peaceful methods of protesting.
I don't know about you. I don't know, but Planet. I don't know about you, but me personally, I go out and murder and rape as much as I want, whenever I want. In fact, whenever I get the urge, literally any time I ever get the urge to murder and rape, I just go and do it. What about you?
Oh yeah, I am very much the same.
Yeah. How many times have you murdered and raped?
0.
Oh, right, yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah. Or at least that's what my lawyer says.
My lawyer did advise me to say the same thing. Technically, if the body's not found, it's not really murder. Or something, I don't know.
I mean, it's still murder. It's just like the bodies...
yeah, that's why I also...
just don't know about it.
That's why my lawyer also went missing. And the cleanup crew.
Legally it's a missing person. Legally it will be a missing persons case, I think, until the body is found.
Yeah. Oh no, my lawyer's gone missing. What a shame. He was the only person who knew where the bodies was. I mean, what? Oh, I've got another body now.
But like, also, like you gotta remember, like, that where I'm located, you see, you can't really see the Area 51 sign right now, but like, I'm not sure if non-humans counts as murder.
So what you're saying is it's okay to murder Nathan Oakley?
I'm not going to make any statement on that, but like, I don't know. Like when it comes to doing alien autopsies, I don't know if that counts as murder. So.
True. Yeah. Aliens don't have human rights.
Yeah.
Oh,
also, I can actually legally say that I've killed. Because there's been like, sometimes it's a spider, and someone asks you to kill the spider. How many? Like, let's be honest. How many times has your wife asked you to kill a spider?
Quite a few, and my daughter as well. F. Grudge has he explains how to get away with it. You're not allowed to murder Nathan Oakley, but you can blend Nathan Oakley. Show me the specific law that says I'm not allowed to blend a human.
I think I think the fact that you are causing one to die is against the law.
They're the one that's in the blender.
Yeah, but if you cause them to die, I mean, firstly, how did you get them into the blender?
Who's to say I put them in the blender?
How? Like, you're gonna have to explain how they get into the blender in the first place.
They tripped and fell, and then their body parts came off bit by bit, and blended themselves.
Yeah, firstly, you'll need a huge blender for that, and you'll have to convince one to fall into the blender.
PK Phoenix says,
but then there's also
the blender killed him, not me.
The only problem is that, like, when it comes to that, there's like a bunch of laws about like neglect. Like, if you saw something was about to happen and you did not intervene to stop it from happening, then...
So what if I closed my eyes when I press the button?
There's a lot of things about whether you know. Like, here's the thing about...
What are you, are you a cop?
No, I just, like, know a bit of legal theory. Like, if you... Like, if someone tries to sue you for defamation, right? A lot of it comes down to, did you know that you were actually lying about it? Because if you didn't know that you were lying about something, then you can't be sued for defamation. At least in the US, I believe that's the case.
Yeah.
However, if they can prove that you were lying about it, then it is defamation.
Pardon me. Oh, right, should we do you want to watch King Nico get destroyed by cats?
I could stay for a little bit.
All right,
It's
you're
not like I
welcome.
have
If you need to leave and do your beauty routine or whatever it is you women do in the afternoon, I don't know.
Yeah, like I did want to make sure that I hopped on before I went to bed because
I forget that you're on the other side of the globe. You're 1 a.m. over there, right?
Yeah, because I did see that timer getting very low.
Shh. That timer is look, a 4-hour stream is a long stream.
True.
David says, such a shame, demonetized 42 hours in.
Yeah, I was trying to like avoid mentioning too much that would get Craig demonetized.
Look, I am sometimes I'll have a debate with a flat earther, and the next morning when I get up, I'm like, yeah, I'm probably demonetized.
Does that happen each time?
Quite often, I will, as I get up, think, shit, did I FTFE it too much? Is my channel been deleted? Let me check. Oh, good, I'm okay.
Yeah, I know that sometimes when I invite people on, sometimes you actually, like it gets demonetized, and I'm like, damn it, he played the Santos clip, didn't he?
When I was a young boy, I grew up on the farm. I'm a country boy, and I used to fuck the cows and the pigs. I used to fuck the pigs, and the cows would come.
I'm masturbating.
That's the one. So it's like, if I invite Craig onto my streams, I should probably tell him to avoid.
Santos, since he came back on my channel last time, he's disappeared now. He sent me like 100 abusive emails, demanded to come on the channel, and then rage quit in about 16 minutes.
Oh.
Once he realised I wasn't MC Toon.
What? What?
Have you not seen that?
No.
No, right, so he emailed me for ages, and he's like, I'm going to expose you for going to Antarctica or faking going down to Antarctica. I kept explaining I'm not MC Toon. And he kept sending me emails with videos of me MC Toon in, and saying that I'm a pig fucker and stuff. And when he actually came down on the channel, about 5 or 6 minutes in, he was like, so you're faking Antarctica. And I was like, I didn't go to Antarctica, right? And he's like, well, who are you then? And I'm Craig McNeil. And he said, I thought you were Craig McToon.
Did he get the whole... Did he like think that because you and MC Toon had done like streams together that you're the same person?
I guess so. We wear glasses. We're both smart and have Mook in our name. We are now Craig McToon and Mike McNeil.
To be fair though, like anyone smarter than a flat earther. So like compared to a flat earther, everyone's smart. So
yeah, I always say that if you're ever having a bad day and feel bad about yourself, just take a deep breath, count to 5, and realize that you've counted way higher than any flat earther ever could.
Yeah, I even counted to 10 once.
Wow, and you didn't have to take off your shoes and socks?
Oh well, that was like when I was in the process of counting to 20, I had to take off my shoes and socks.
All right. As we are here, this is a new channel with Conspiracy Cats as one of its owners. 8 out of 10 cats. It's like a debate channel and stuff. So if you guys want to go and subscribe over there, I'm sure Conspiracy Cats will very much appreciate that. That looks like it was made with trap code 4.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, have I not fed you the audio?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear it.
What we need to do is, and we need to make sure that I'm not on the audio feed as well.
Wait, why can't you hear that? You should be able to.
Wait, it might be that it's music. So if you get to the point where it's
right, yeah,
because your Zoom does try to filter out like music stuff. So see what happens when we get to the things where people are talking.
Our cats and King Nico. So without further ado,
oh yeah, I can hear.
I'll pass it on to you, Cats, to start things off.
Oh, Cats is muted.
You're muted, mate.
But what a great start. I muted myself already. I put myself on mute to be nice before, and I left it on mute. Mute, not even on mute. Can we start this again, for God's sake? So
Did you know that a flat earther once claimed that Conspiracy Cats and I filmed from the same studio because we've both got a red wall with guitars on?
Wasn't that Mick Flatty? Or was it like a serious flat earther?
That was an actual flat earther. The fact that we both had a red wall with guitars meant that we were in the same studio.
Yeah. I remember like that Ficoni Science made a video where he said like about instruments and stuff, and he said about if you slow down Cats' theme song and do something, that you actually summon Satan, and then like he said the only problem is that Satan hasn't left.
Yeah.
oh god, it's up already. Right, hello everybody. Tonight we're gonna.
The way that Nico always wears his fucking like military top and stuff, like, dude, stop it. It's cringe. I asked him, have you ever served? Were you ever in the military? He went, all my family was. No, that wasn't what I asked.
I've got a question. Like, if I do debate Nico, what should I wear?
Definitely a really pretty dress. Full makeup as much as you can.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, proper doll yourself up.
Yeah, I can do that. Like, I can put on some lipstick, some eyeliner, and I've stopped using blush a little bit, so I'll need to get back into using that. But I can try that.
I think
just need to work out what.
It wouldn't trigger him. I think it would confuse him, and that's the fun thing.
I mean, he is very confused.
Yeah.
I saw the bit where I think it was Max was on and going over.
I once in our first debate, I asked him, "Why does your mum hate you?" And he kind of didn't respond and just looked at the floor. I was like, "Shit, she does, doesn't she?" And I was like, "You're not getting invited to Christmas, are you?" He's like, "Well, I am the black sheep of the family." I was like, "Oh, dude, I touched a nerve. Whoops."
Yeah, it is one of those things where it's like you make a joke and then you realize, oh wait, like that's actually a thing. Like, I do feel bad for them, but also it's like one of those things where they really need to try and realize that being a flat earther is not good for anyone and is actually like destroying a lot of their relationships that they have with people.
Dr. Nick's like, he was so close to tears that night, Craig. I actually feel bad for him. I did a little bit because, like, everything I said seemed to hit fucking home, and his face just kept falling. I was like, your mum doesn't hug you, does she? No. You don't get any presents from your mum, do you? You're not going to Christmas. You're not invited to Christmas dinner. And he just looked more and more deflated. And I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, whoopsie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, and I think the problem is that like a lot of flat earthers are too obsessed with flat earth. Like, you can have disagreements with your family, and most of the time we'll be fine. Like, if you disagree with your family, let's say about politics, right? Like, because I disagree with my family about certain things. Like, I've disagreed about like about what communism is and all that kind of stuff, and like, sure, there'll be an argument, but at the end of the day, we're still family, and we still care about each other. But for the flat earthers, they seem to get to the point where it's like, despite being family, despite all that, that's just too much for the people in their lives.
Yeah.
And it's because they're really obsessed. It's because it's the only thing that they talk about to a lot of people. And I think that if flat earthers like stop being so obsessed with flat earth, that see the quality of their life improve. right?
Yeah. I agree.
And that's why I like talking to Flatzoid about like things that weren't flat Earth, because it was like, it's like one of those conversations where it's just talking like about random shit, and that's so much better than like trying to talk about something that we've known for ages. Like, have you ever talked? Okay, mate, I don't know if this is a good idea to ask you, but have you ever talked so much about flat Earth that Emma has gone to shut the fuck up?
Yeah, that always works. Hello, Max. How are you doing, my friend?
We're having a debate,
But, like,
Nico, as you.
Sorry, go on.
I was just wondering, like, have you ever talked about flat Earth to Emma so much to the point where, like, she is legitimately like not like just sick of you, like really just sick of you?
Yeah, that's why I started a YouTube channel, because she told me to. Will you fucking stop talking to me about it and just do a YouTube channel?
Like, here's the thing, in my life, I don't talk about flat Earth. Like, I'll make flat Earth related jokes because they're funny, but like I won't obsessively be like, oh, you know, the Earth is a globe, right? Yada yada yada.
Yeah, no one is. No one's obsessed about that. Hey, baby.
Yeah.
To Lynn's. Yeah. Are you gonna get dinner on the way home?
Yes.
All right, love ya.
Okay.
So maybe you were the wrong person to ask about that, but you know, like, as far as I can tell, like most people, like MC Toon, I don't think that outside of his channel, he really talks that much about flat Earth. He probably talks about programming or something more than that. I know that I've heard that he sometimes goes to churches and stuff, and maybe he might say, "Oh, did you see?"
Yeah, he goes to churches and gives satanic sermons. Just ask Effed Up World. Yeah, Max says that he had some deep sleep, and say hi to Planawalk. Yeah, Max, I had 4 hours of pretty good sleep, and I feel pretty refreshed. So yeah. Let's see what my watch says about my sleep cycle.
Oh dear.
Where is it? Oh, where's my sleep thing? It says I got 2 hours and 3 minutes of sleep and 1 hour 52 of actual sleep time. But I managed to get 2 REM stages. Not bad.
Okay, I don't know much of what that means, but I hope that you're keeping healthy. Despite the fact that I made a timer for you, I do hope that you're keeping healthy. I don't want to see. I don't want to see like. I don't want to see British man
die streaming live. Yeah. Well, when you sleep, there's different stages. There's your light sleep where you're just kind of getting into sleep. You've got your REM sleep, which is when your brain's kind of most active. It's called REM, rapid eye movement. Your eyes move around. It's when you're dreaming, and it's when your body literally disconnects your brain from your body to stop you acting out your dreams. And then you've got your deep sleep, which is when you're like proper unconscious, and that's the time when your body undergoes most of its healing and stuff. Okay. And you usually while sleeping, you'll go through 2 to 3 REM cycles as your brain starts inducing alpha waves and coming back out of it. And it releases, obviously you get the serotonin chemical, which makes you feel tired and starts falling you to sleep. But then whilst you're asleep, your brain releases other chemicals to put you into these different stages because your brain needs to do certain things. I've got a theory about what dreams are, which a lot of people agree. Mm-hmm. And that's that very much like your computer can start running slow and have problems if you don't defragment it. Not so much modern computers, they do storage a lot better, but you have to defragment your drive to take all the bits that are in all over the places and put them together. And I kind of think that dreaming is the same thing. It's your brain making neural connections between things that it thinks need to be connected, in a sense defragging your brain, making it easier for you to access that information in the future if possible. Oops, just spilled water on myself. Yeah.
That is a possibility. I think that dreams might be the brain continue, like, because when you are asleep, the brain can't just stop.
No.
So I think that dreams might actually be the brain continuing to try to still have activity despite or some level of activity so that you don't, so that it doesn't just stop working. That's what I think dreams might be. I don't know if I'm right, but
Well, I mean, we don't know. No one knows. Our brain is still probably the biggest mystery that we have about human biology. We are very unaware of how the brain works and why it works the way it does. Like, how the hell do we get this emergent property of consciousness from everything that's happening? No one can actually explain that, We don't really know why the brain does what it does and how it achieves it.
We can explain it, like we know that neurons work. It's like, but it's like kind of, it's kind of like, I guess, I'm trying to think of like a good thing, because like you are right, like consciousness is very it is very hard to understand because it's the processes that it uses. There's a lot of it, but I suppose it's like trying to explain how we get like I don't know, how you get a fully operational cell from atoms.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, looking at atoms, there's not a lot of atoms. There's, like, and the cell doesn't even use all of them. But, like, you get this really complicated thing, but you kind of have to work yourself up to molecule, you've got certain molecules, and when you combine molecules, then you get like things like DNA. Certain types of DNA can do certain different things, and trying to explain all of that is a lot more difficult to explain than trying to start from DNA. Like if you start from DNA, then it becomes a lot more simple. So, like we know the process. It's just like trying to work out exactly how you get that. Like that's why I guess AI is kind of a black box. Going back to the AI thing, because there's a lot of stuff that we don't know exactly how it works. We know how the inputs work, we know how the outputs work, we know how the process in between works, but we don't know the exact process because we've basically just been evolving it over and over and over and over.
Do your dreams have continuity? Like, I swear my dreams are like a story that is ongoing at this point. But normally the story is, I don't know, I'm working back at McDonald's, or I'm late for a meeting, or I'm moving home. And it's always the continued story of that.
No,
and I can never finish packing. I can never ever finish packing.
My dreams don't have a continuity between them. They'll always be different. But like, I do like dreams. Sometimes dreams are fun. Like sometimes they'll just give me ideas. Like sometimes but like the ones that I like the most are dreams where it's like, oh hey, where I can just message the person that was in my dream, being like, hey, you're in my dream. Those are the best. Do you agree? Those are the best types of dreams.
Yeah, I did have a dream the other day. Well, a couple of weeks ago, I've got a friend here called Mikey, and I had a dream that he turned up at my door like disheveled, and was just like, I need you to help me hide the body. And in my dream, I didn't even think. I just went, okay, let's go. Like got him in the house, got him in the shower, burned his clothes, went, and I was just like, I didn't even think about it. And I woke up and I was like, shit, I guess I'd hide a body for Mikey.
Man, the main moderator, Doom, will be keeping things nice and civil. Me and Nico and Doom, we've been having a chat behind the scenes and getting on like a house on fire. It's all going to be great. Before we start that, I want to throw this little bit of information out there before we talk about the debate. I was getting loads of comments saying, you want to pull Nico up on why he stole Eric Dubé's video. For those who don't know the background, Eric Dubé made a video, and then Nico took that video and word for word replaced it. And I've been getting a lot of comments saying, you've got to pick Nico up on that, you've got to pick Nico up on that. This is probably the one time all night I'm going to defend Nico's point of view. I started watching Nico a while ago to try and get an idea of what he was about, and I saw him make these arguments about the final experiment. And when Eric Dubé made his video, he took every argument that Nico had constructed, including like the freeze frame screenshots. Basically, he raided Nico's live streams and then put the video together from that, and didn't credit Nico at all. So if you're one of the people who's commented saying, asking why he's ripped off Eric Dubay. I actually think it was quite a funny bit of trolling, a bit of parody of Eric Dubay's own video pillaging. And not that I agree with any of the content that was on the video, and I'm sure we'll get to that in the debate. But I did promise Nico I'd say that because I found it hilarious. But we will introduce you in a second, Nico. I can't see any of the chat just yet, so I'm not going to go to the chat. But I'm
just saying we have either gifted from.
Let's get to the debate bit.
Cats, do you want to go first?
I will let Nico decide because I did call him out. So Nico, you can decide.
Right. Do you have any pink combat gear?
I do not, unfortunately.
Oh man, if you could dress like him but just pink and stuff, that would really confuse him.
I don't have many pink clothes. I generally.
She says wearing a pink headset and a pink onesie.
What?
She says wearing a pink headset and a pink onesie.
I have a pink headset, but this isn't pink. This is white.
That's pink.
It's white.
Right, guys, pink in the chat, 1 or 2 for white. It's definitely pink. It must be your camera.
Okay, I'm going to. I don't know if I can. I don't know if she'll be awake tonight because there's someone who I always argue about what the color of something is. Oh, actually, she might be.
Yeah, everyone says it's pink.
So I'll.
Dad, you want to go first, but also introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, I don't mind going first. And yeah, so thank you for everything, for having me on the show and to get the chance to give my side of the belief system that's pretty much growing and spreading, which is the flat earth or biblical earth.
No, it's not.
Thanks again for bringing up the whole beef or spat between me and Eric Dubay. You actually were spot on with everything, how it's transpired, how he pretty much ripped off everything, even the screenshots and video clips. So I was like, whoa, this guy's I'm not going to come into this flat earth movement and let any of these top dogs, so be it, Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, David Wise, try and think that they can one over on me and take and not give credit. So that's the main reason why I took the video back that he posted, took the transcript, put my AI voice over it, and just posted it and be like, yeah, I can do it too. So that's pretty much it. It's not something I usually do, but it's just for the whole spat purposes, right?
Okay. Are you ready for your opening statement?
Yeah, I don't mind going first.
Okay, you can see the clock on the screen. You're watching the page, yeah?
No, I don't have the clock. I just have our videos on the screen there.
Okay, I'll jump in and tell you when there's 1 minute to go, and then if you can try and wind up your phase, then. Right, okay, I'll count you in if you're ready.
All right, got it.
Okay, so that's 3, 2, 1, and you can go.
All right, so hello everyone. So today I am here to present arguments from the flat Earth perspective. So focusing on observable science and questioning assumptions about the globe model. So let's explore the evidence together. So we got observation versus theory, where the flat Earth model relies on direct observable phenomena rather than theoretical calculations. We got no observable curvature, even at high altitudes, such as from airplanes or weather balloons. The horizon appears flat and at high eye level, not curved. We got the flight paths.
Have we gone? Is it 2015, Planner?
Did you invent that time machine yet?
I think I must have, because I'm pretty sure these are the arguments from 2015.
Yeah,
I don't remember inventing time travel. I must have.
Maybe Nico actually is a genius and he invented time travel.
I don't know, but that face he's given there could be put on a sex doll and sold.
No, it would. Well, you could put it on a sex doll, but you couldn't sell it.
Yeah, no, that'd be a crime. That's like punishment in the Geneva Convention.
Airline flight paths often make more sense on a flat Earth map. Not that there's a perfect flat Earth map that proves a flat Earth model, because everyone says that they've debunked the AE map. But again, we'll get into that and why that is.
It has been debunked, yes.
Somewhat manipulated to be wrong on purpose. We got the lack of detectable spin. If Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, we should feel the motion or see its effects on flight trajectories. The moon and the sun, they appear to be the same size in the sky, which aligns with a flat Earth model and biblical.
Hey! Let me show you something, Planet Walk. Right? See this bit of paper here? Look, it's the same size as my thumb.
Yeah,
it's amazing, right?
What's that?
It's amazing that bit of paper is the same size as my thumb. Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Huh. The stupid argument. They look the same. It's just ridiculous. Sorry.
You know, despite flat earthers claiming that they know what perspective does, they seem to understand it very little.
Bill Tetley, yes, Ashton has had his membership thanks to Nico Richards, who will be contacting me once he's woke up from his hangover so we can create his shirt.
Cosmology, observations of sunlight forming local hotspots on clouds further suggest the sun is small and close, not 93 million miles away. The vanishing points in perspective, objects disappearing over the horizon, can be explained by perspective and the limits of human vision, not Earth's curvature. We have NASA in the space programs.
I mean,
there are inconsistencies in NASA imagery.
He just brought up perspective.
Yeah.
Despite not understanding perspective.
Again, pretty sure this is 2015. It's like he's a complete newbie, an absolute amateur.
Are we sure that he's not a Poe? Are we sure about that?
No, he is definitely not a Poe. He genuinely believes this shit. Rosie says for $5, you can't remember traveling to the past. Your trip hasn't started yet. Temporal mechanics hurts my brain. Right, so if you invented a time machine, let's say that all of a sudden in your room appeared another you with a time machine and gave it to you. But that's the only time machine that exists. But it exists because your future you gave it to you. Where did the time machine come from?
Well, it depends. Did the time... Because I think the second law of thermodynamics, right, would prevent... I think it's either the first or second law. Can't remember which one. But one of them would prevent the time machine from being able to keep on being passed infinitely, from one person to the next person to the next. From future me to current me.
It's not creating any extra energy.
Well, no, because eventually it would degrade as time goes on. Like, I thought about it. Like, let's say you have a key, right? Like, let's say that you got given a key from your future self, and you use it to open up a lock. Eventually, after enough iterations of you giving that key to your past self, that key would wear away so much that it would not be able to open up the thing.
Okay, but what if? Okay, but how about instead of the key, the exact design for the key? So let's say they come back. You come back with a key. You come back with a key to the point where there's a mold. You put the key into the mold, and then that mold is taken as the new key, which is then brought back to create the new mold.
Yeah. So if you are creating new things, then it is possible that you have that kind of thing.
It's a predestination paradox.
Taking the same object back into the past time and time again, that object would eventually wear down to the point where it would the outcomes would eventually change over several iterations of that, which means that you would have to have a multiverse. Kind of
that would literally mean the both the grandfather paradox and the Copenhagen interpretation were correct. But Rosie says for $2, temporal paradoxes require a container. Yeah, it's called the heart of time, and it's in the middle of the TARDIS.
For example, identical cloud patterns appear in different Earth images, suggesting they are composites rather than actual photographs. We have scientific experiments.
In one. There's one picture where that happened, the 2012 blue marble, and that's because it was made out of strips, right? But when all those strips were put together, there was little gaps. They didn't get 100% of the data of the Earth. So there was little bits where clouds were missing, and there would be empty space. So he just copy and pasted some to fill in the gap.
Historical experiments support a flat Earth model. The Michelson-Morley experiment failed to detect Earth's motion through space, and the Skynet experiment demonstrated that light behaves differently depending on its direction, suggesting a stationary.
Every flat earther that talks about the Michelson-Morley experiment does not understand it.
Like, I remember talking to, I think it was Whitsett about I can't remember what it was about exactly. But essentially, when it comes to the Michelson-Morley experiment, they weren't testing to see whether the Earth was stationary. They were testing to see whether there was aether drift. And
yeah,
the reason why is because I think it was there's someone who Maxwell's equations suggested that there would be a constant called c, which would be the speed of light. And people thought, okay, well, what would be the reference frame that the C would exist in? What would be the objective reference frame? And it would be the ether, right? However, the problem was that they kept on failing to find this ether, which then Einstein came along and said, well, what if C is the same in all reference frames? Like, if you have a reference frame where you're traveling fast, then that you will have a C that will be the same as if you are stationary.
Yeah, from your point of view, the speed of light is always the speed of light, right? So you could be traveling 99% the speed of light, right? And then if you turn on a torch, for you, the light coming out of that torch will still be going relative to you at 180,000 meters per second. 180,000 miles per second, sorry, not 180 meters per second.
Yeah.
I mean, that is kind of mind-blowing when you try and think about it. Think of how big a mile is, and then think of 180,000 of those. And then think that it takes light a second. A better way to think about it is it takes light to circumnavigate the entire globe 7 seconds, 7 times in 1 second. That's what light could do.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when it comes to like flat earthers, I can kind of understand, or when it comes to people that deny Einstein in general, I can kind of understand why they might do it, because it is kind of mind-boggling. It's like, it breaks the mind, and it's like, that can't be real, right? But like the problem that is that it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, or whether you can wrap your mind around it. That doesn't change whether it is real or not.
No. Like, it can be quite mind-blowing. Like, when you think about... Right, so we know the light from the sun takes 8 minutes to reach us, right? So if we could look at the sun with a telescope and point out a single photon and watch that photon, we could watch it travel for 8 minutes until it got to us, right? But from that photon's perspective, it's created in the sun, bang, it hits your eye. There's no in-between. Yeah. It's instantaneous.
Yeah.
And that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like the differences between how like different things in different reference frames perceive other things. Like, I struggle with the whole time dilation of how if I don't quite understand the whole time dilation thing, because time dilation is so if you are on Earth, satellites are traveling faster, right?
Yeah.
So they will experience time slower, I think.
No, okay, right.
They'll
the way to think about it is
less
this,
time
right?
than us.
Yeah. So the way to think about it is this: if you picture yourself on Earth, your clock is going at once around 60 every seconds. But if you're on the satellite, the clock on the satellite is also going round once every 60 seconds. Both of you, from your point of view, experience a minute as a minute. However, if you're on the ground looking at that satellite, if you were able to, from the ground, look at the clock on that satellite, that clock would be moving faster relative to you. So if you watched, it would take 50 seconds from your perspective for the minute hand to go round once on the satellite. And vice versa, if the satellite was looking at you, it would experience your watch taking 50 seconds to do once around. So it's your perspective is always your perspective. Time is going to pass at the rate that you experience time passing. Relative to you, light will always be the speed of light. But if you were able to look at the other things from your perspective, their speed has changed, but yours hasn't.
Yeah, because the thing that I don't understand, right, is if you, like, let's say that you're in a spaceship, right, and you're having a spaceship race, but the other spaceship is twice as fast as you, or can nearly reach the speed of light, whereas you can't. So the amount of time it would take for them to go, let's say they go to planet and back and say that they won. So the amount of time that has passed for them is like really small, right? Yeah. And I can understand that in the sense of length contraction, how that works, how they can have less time. But also, when it comes to that, the thing that breaks my brain is the fact that from your point of view, their clock will be running slower. But from their point of view, you are the one that's moving, not them.
Yeah. It's your reference frame is always your reference frame, right? So
I think maybe I think I'm starting to get it. I think length and contract. I think length contraction makes the big difference here, actually.
Yeah.
There
is maths about how much something will contract based on the speed it's moving relative to you. But what you got to remember is, on that, wherever your rest frame is, that doesn't contract. It's the thing that's moving relative to you. If you were to able to look at that thing, that has length contraction and time dilation relative to you. You never experience the time dilation or the length contraction.
I think I get it now. I think it's length contraction makes it make sense because I think you wouldn't be moving at the speed of light relative to them because of length contraction. Everything would be shortening, so you can't move the speed of, so that you cannot move the speed of light.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. I think I get it.
It's a mindfuck and it needs to snap, and once it does, you're like, oh, right, okay. But Witsit could never have that snap moment.
Yeah, and that's and like as I said earlier, I get why people don't believe this kind of stuff because it is hard to comprehend. But I think people like myself and you, we understand that just because we don't understand something doesn't mean that it's not real. That doesn't mean that it's fake. We understand that there's limits to our understanding.
Yeah.
Like, there's something right above you that I don't know how much you understand it, but you're not going to claim that it's fake or something.
Oh, you mean the timer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting scarily low.
I wouldn't have a clue how that's created. I wouldn't know where to start to do what you've done. Doesn't mean it's not real. Yeah, so when I started this stream, like 43 hours ago, there was a 1 hour timer above me. And once that timer got to 0, the stream was going to end. Somehow, 42 hours later, there's still 3 hours and 19 on the timer. This is proof of time travel. I am convinced.
Gas needs containment. Let's start with a fundamental principle of physics. Gas requires containment. In a pressurized system, gas expands until it is restricted by a barrier. So other failed experiments, such as Aries failure, Nicholson Marley Bedford level experiment.
You know how you're wondering? I think the time is wrong. I think you've actually got 10 years. Should the timer should
No,
be
no,
saying?
that's just time dilation from your perspective.
Because the arguments that we're hearing here are from 2015.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I must. No, obviously, I've been streaming for 10 years, and I've still got 3 hours left.
Well, no, the time is wrong. You've still got 10 years to go because you started in 2025.
And I've got to get the time from 2015.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I need to move really fast then, so that time travels faster.
Yeah.
Crap. Einstein!
I think he's dead, sorry.
If time travel's happening, do you think that's a problem?
I think he's even dead in 2015. You need to go back a bit further. Which, unfortunately, is going to add more time to the clock.
Oh shit, no. Fuck's sake. Oh my god, no. Maybe Einstein could just take over the debate. That would work.
I mean, if you do get time dilation working, bring him for... Like, hell, I'd like to say hi to him.
Muffy4
Do we
says,
know
if
how-
two light beams are travelling in different directions opposite from each other, does the space between the beams expand faster than the speed of light? Right, no. So, the way it works with the expansion of the universe is the further away from us, the further the universe appears to be expanding. The stuff closer to us isn't, from our perspective, expanding as far. However,
I think
I've been reading a very interesting paper recently, right? Which might, if it's true, kind of almost invalidate the Big Bang. I'm not sure. But it says that space isn't actually expanding. What we are experiencing is the effects of time dilation. Because relativity says that areas of large mass will, slow down time relative to you and everything. So, what happens is as light is traveling and it's going through the areas of the gravity, the galaxy, that's got more gravity, right? So time within the galaxy travels slower than the voids between the galaxies, which don't have as much mass. So time, technically, from our perspective in those areas, is traveling faster. So it appears as though the space between the galaxies is expanding, but it's not really. It's just an effect of time dilation from our perspective. Which, if true, would invalidate the Big Bang because there's no beginning.
I feel like that would have been... I feel like that would have been factored into... astrophysicists are very smart people. I feel like that would have been factored in.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a new idea that I've been reading. I mean, I don't think it makes complete sense.
Where is it? So the 24-hour sun, last but not least, right? So we just had the FTFE experiment. So the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is often cited as proof of the globe Earth model. However, there are several problems with this claim, starting with the evidence itself. So manipulated evidence. Most of the evidence presented for the 24-hour sun consists of time-lapse videos. Time-lapse footage can easily be manipulated. There's restricted access. Antarctica.
Who cares if it can be manipulated? Doesn't mean it was. You know? You could have been dropped on the head as a child. Yeah. Nico could have been dropped on his head as a child. Evidence suggests that you have been, but doesn't mean that it was.
Antarctica is one of the most restricted areas on Earth due to the Antarctic Treaty. Inconsistent observations. So there's travel.
Jaywalking gifted 15 minutes with 5 memberships. Thank you very much. 3 hours and 29 to go. That did update, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
I agree with you. It's so satisfying seeing that update.
Yeah. I just as soon as it comes in, I'm like, wait, did I miss it? Is it updated? Because it does it so quick.
Long daylight hours, but not a continuous 24-hour sun. The atmospheric refraction, right? So more science to back up science that backs up the science that was created. So an alternative explanation for the extended daylight in Antarctica is atmospheric refraction. So this phenomenon, well documented in science, causes light to bend as it passes through the atmosphere, creating the illusion of prolonged daylight, right? So Science. Basically, science in its purest form is a process of
Cat's downing a beer there. He's like, I fucking need alcohol for this.
Yeah,
Covering
like
and
just like
understanding-
getting the science wrong and then saying science.
Yeah.
the natural world through observation, experimentation, and evidence. However, like any human endeavor, it is influenced by various factors, including funding, politics, and societal values. So who controls the science? Scientists and researchers. At the core, scientists, researchers, and academics are the ones who carry out experiments, develop the theories, and advance knowledge.
Yeah, that's because they're the smart ones. You don't get a flat earther to come and do science because science breaks.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, the reason why scientists get funding is because, like, you can, if you're smart enough, go and get a PhD and then get funding to do science. You have to actually put in the effort first. Like, you can't just be like, well, I suppose if you're rich, you can get away with not putting in the effort. But you actually, if you're like me, someone who's not particularly rich, you have to put in the effort first. You have to go ahead and prove yourself first.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I can't remember. I lost my train of thought. That happens so much when I'm tired.
It's like if you wanted to become a film director, for example, you would have to go to film school or create a film. But like, how are you going to create a film without without much funding? You're probably not going to be able to do well. So you go to film school. That helps you build up a bit of a portfolio with like small film school projects, and then what happens? Oh, well, you can become a director or whatever professions film school allows you to become. Because, yeah.
So I had an argument with Flat Earther a few days ago, right? And he was going, well, if space is real, why is there no Flat Earth astronauts? And I kind of had to point out that it's only really smart people that get to go to space.
Yeah.
And Flat Earthers are, I would say, unemployable.
You have to have someone who is smart, because, like, why do they send people to space? They don't send people to space for the fun of it. They send people to space because they need these people to do experiments. They need, if something goes wrong, like when they're trying to get people to the moon, they need people that are trained to be able to pilot the vehicles that are heading to the moon.
Yeah.
It's not just like Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong. They weren't just. It wasn't just that they went to the moon and jumped around for a bit and then came back. Like, no, they missed their landing spot because of I think software glitches or something, and they had to pilot it down to a different landing spot. It could have gone really badly had they been flat, or like any, if they were just random people that they had picked up off the street.
Yeah, like
it would have also gone
useless.
badly if.
Sorry, go on.
It would have also gone badly if they were flat earthers. The reason why there's no flat earth astronauts, though, is because, well, if you're an astronaut, you're not going to be a flat earther for very long.
Just like it was useless taking Whitsitt to Antarctica, it would probably be useless taking Whitsitt to space, because, I mean, he'd just not bring any equipment and go asleep or something. And we'd be like, Whitsitt, how the fuck did you get a vape in the ISS?
In their fields. They follow established methods and protocols to ensure their findings are reliable. We've got the institutions and universities, academic institutions and research organizations often fund, so more money again funded and support scientific research. The government and funding agencies, government bodies like the National Institutes of Health, the National Science Foundation, and others provide significant funding for scientific research. And we've got private sectors and corporations, companies, especially in industries like pharmaceuticals, energy, and technology, often fund scientific research that aligns with their business interests. So science is very biased.
I mean, there is some truth in what he's saying there, right? It's true that companies fund scientific research so that they can have a scientist say that something is a certain way. You know, like all the scientists that the tobacco companies hired to say smoking is great for your health, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah, science can be manipulated in the wrong way.
Like, here's the thing about conspiracy theories, right? A lot of conspiracy theorists are right about something, and the thing that they're right about is that there's something wrong with the world. The reason why they're wrong is because they go after the wrong things. They think that it's, you know, they think that it's the Earth is flat, and it's like, no, it's not that. Like, what incentive do companies, like let's say private enterprise, have to lie about the shape of the Earth? They don't have any. But what incentive does big tobacco have to lie about whether smoking is bad? They have every incentive because their whole business model is selling tobacco products.
Yeah. Exactly.
If they say, oh well, actually smoking is bad, then they lose a lot of business. And there has been time when actually we have changed things, like on the basis of finding out that they're bad, like leaded gasoline, for example. I believe oil companies or automotive. There's some company that was saying, "Oh, lead in gas isn't bad or anything," and they would try to discredit people that would say that it was. But we eventually realized, yeah, this is actually really bad, and so it was banned.
Right, yeah. Look, science is, when it's used right, an amazing tool. But like anything, can be abused with power and money.
Yes.
Just follow the money.
But you need to,
that's how you get your answer.
You need to understand what the incentive is for abusing it.
Yeah.
And if there is no incentive for abusing it, then maybe look somewhere else.
To the science. So I'd like to pretty much end off with that. I think I covered a lot in that opening statement, and yeah, we can take it from there.
Okay. One thing I will ask before I unmute.
Oh, what happened?
Hello?
Oh.
2015. Hi. You want your arguments back from Nico? I'll let him know. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, hold on. Hello? What's that 2009 want their overused joke phone back? Right. Oh. Oh, okay.
Cats. One thing I should have asked you before we started, so this is on me. Are you wanting to present anything on screen?
Not necessarily. I'm pretty sure that whatever I could present, Katz would pretty much have it in his rebuttal anyway. So I still have my arguments here.
Was that a losing, just pre-admission of loss? Yeah, Katz is just rebut anything I say. I'll just go. You comfy
Are we
there?
sure this guy's not a Poe?
No, sure? He's definitely not a Poe. Honestly, watch him. He's just batshit fucking crazy. He's like if Dion Smo was a real person.
Are we sure that he's not a Poe?
No, I'm positive he's not a Poe. Trust me. I've had 3 interactions with him, and he is as batshit crazy as he appears.
Okay.
Okay, I just thought I'd give you the choice because we could set it up while Katz was speaking if you wanted to. If you want to do it any time during the debate, it probably took me about a minute to set it up.
Cool.
Okay, thank you, Nico. Right, Katz, I'll just reset your time.
Can I share my screen?
You can, just let me reset your time first. I'm not an octopus.
Right, Katz is on his second beer already, I think.
Okay, let's reset that.
Apparently, Andrew Wilson and Alex Stein want to have a drink with me. That makes me worried.
Hmm.
I think you should contact James and ask about some trans debates and stuff, because I know he's looking for debaters for that.
I absolutely want to do that. Did you had a debate earlier? Did you mention me wanting to debate like things on trans issues to him, or were you a bit too conked out to remember that?
I completely forgot. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because I definitely want. I will definitely mention more debating.
He is looking for more stuff that's outside of flat Earth, and trans stuff is actually very popular on modern day debate. So,
then get me on, because I have some arguments, and I'm not going to go into it here because I know that you don't really want to have to deal with all that kind of stuff. But I actually have some arguments that I don't really hear a lot of. And it's maybe they're bad arguments, but I have some arguments that I don't hear a lot of, and I think would be good. But and it's why hasn't anyone else come up with this kind of stuff? So I'd like to see what the responses would be. If they're bad arguments, then I won't use them. But if they're good arguments, then it's maybe I'll convince some people. And I feel like there are a lot of trans people that do not want to debate because I understand the transphobes' way of debating. The transphobes' way of debating isn't to try and prove their point, it's to try and make the trans person look bad. And that's why trans people don't want to debate, because if a person knows how to make someone look bad, they will make you look bad. And that negatively impacts things. So it's I would hope that I'd be able to not fall into that trap. But it's one thing that if no trans person debates, then eventually it's you have people going, "Oh, why won't you debate? Why won't you debate?"
I will message James later, and if I don't, remind me. Jay Walkin says, "Where did you get that shirt? I love it. This is one of my favourite shirts. I've developed a little bit of an obsession with Fred Perry, I must admit. And this is one of my favourites. This is the limited edition Fred Perry Masterworks collaboration. And I fucking love it. The skulls on it, the quality of it is absolutely incredible. It fits. I mean, look how it makes my biceps fucking pop. I love it. And it's got the cool stuff on the back. Yeah. I got it from, I think, End Clothing online.
If you ever come to New Zealand, I need to show you a shop called Dangerfield. It is basically like Hot Topic but better. Do you have Hot Topic in the UK?
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically like Hot Topic but a lot better.
If anyone ever wants to know where I got one of my tops, it would be either from JD Sports, Fred Perry, or End Clothing. And literally every top you will see me wearing is probably going to be a Fred Perry one.
Actually, I think if anyone would like to go to Hot Topic, I think it would be Emma.
Yeah.
Not Hot Topic, I'm sorry, Dangerfield.
Yeah, okay. I Need a Container says, have you got a stuffed chocobo in your back there?
Oh, yeah. I had someone recently think that it was Alpha from Final Fantasy XIV.
I had an argument with a nerd on Facebook because he told me Chocobo is a Pokemon. Yeah,
they're not a nerd.
It? No.
They're not allowed to call themselves a nerd anymore.
No,
they've had that right revoked.
It was when I proved that it was from Final Fantasy. He's like, yeah, but it's also in Pokemon. It's a Pokemon. That's where it came from. I'm like,
no, it came from Final Fantasy 2.
You want to share your screen, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
See, you should have set this up as well. You're
going to want to share
this one's on you.
You want to share the
just seen a comment that caught my eye, made me giggle, but I'll mention it later. Sorry. Yeah. So have we started?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Seems to be a lot of the space wasted.
I'm going to do a dance while we're.
Let's still do a dance.
You're on.
Oh, I'm on. It's my time. My time's up. Go on.
No. Do you want me to start it?
You can start it.
Okay.
So normally when I do a debate, and it's been a long time, I came out of retirement last week, it's been a while, but when I cast my mind back and remember, I would try and use a lot of evidence and throw a lot of evidence. I'm going to take a different tact tonight, and that's because Nico is a different kind of opponent. Nico does not make a secret of the fact he's a biblical flat earther. A lot of the time, I will debate flat earthers, or in the past, who really were biblical flat earthers, but they would pretend they weren't. They felt somehow that cheapened the argument, and they would pretend they understood the science, and obviously they'd misrepresent it. But Nico is, and if I'm misrepresenting you, hold my hand up, but you're a loud and proud biblical flat earther. That's the message you want getting out. You believe that the Bible says the earth is flat. Now, what I want to do is get to the bottom of the type of flat earther Nico is, and I'm just going to run you through this very high-tech PowerPoint that I've put together. Very high-tech. You can tell I used to be a teacher. So for me, I literally have one stance when it comes to biblical flat earth, and that is that if the Bible is correct, right, if it's correct, then the scientific evidence will disagree. The Bible, I believe, according to biblical flat earthers, wouldn't say something if it wasn't correct. So therefore, you should be able to have a flat earth debate and present flat earth arguments.
I think he meant it would agree, not disagree.
Yeah, I think he misspoke there.
There we go, he's lost the debate. Fucking useless catch, you said the wrong word. Oh my god. Never let him debate for our side again.
I've heard a lot of people misspeak during debates. I've misspoken during a debate, and that's one of those things.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. The first time I debated Nathan Thompson, even though I knew what it was, I kept calling tangential velocity angular velocity and angular velocity tangential velocity. Even though I'd done a video the day before, talking about those things.
Yeah. And it's easy to get things mixed up.
It switched in my brain, and for the entire debate, I kept saying the wrong ones. And then when I watched it back, and I looked in the comments, and they're like, "Oh, Craig doesn't even know what angular velocity is." I was like, "Yeah, I fucking do." And then I listened back, and I was like, "Oh, apparently I don't."
Everyone makes
using the
mistakes.
science and leaving the Bible out completely, because the science will agree with the Bible. And obviously, if you're going to try and convince an entire world where we're living in a scientific and technological age, we're not really living in the age of religion anymore. We're living in more of a technological age. If you want to convince them that the world is flat, then you're going to have to use science, and you're not going to use biblical scripture, which hundreds of years ago, or even a couple of hundred years ago, maybe would have been enough. So, I believe that we can categorize biblical flat earthers, and we can say that some of the biblical flat earthers will say, no, the science does not agree with the Bible at all. So in other words, they are saying the Bible is true, but I accept that all the scientific observations, all the scientific measurements say that the earth is a globe. Right? But I believe in the Bible that it's flat, and somehow through some kind of biblical powers, or however you put it, the earth is flat, but science says otherwise. Okay? And for that, I just have to put my hand up and say, okay, if Nico was to come on stream and say that tonight and say, you know what, actually the science does agree that the earth is a globe, but the science isn't as great as, the God that I believe in, and the earth is still flat, he's just made the science look like that, fair enough. You can't, where can you go with that other than just to say, well, best of luck, with your beliefs, etc. But then there's the other type of biblical flat earther who will say, oh, no. The Bible does agree with science, and everybody out there who believes that the earth is a globe.
Wait, hold on, Katz. You're just going to go, yeah, right. You go and believe. No. You badger these people about how fucking stupid they are if they are just going to go, my Bible says it, it's therefore true. That's just the stupidest, laziest position that anyone can ever hold. And I literally don't care if it's because you're religious. You don't get to be lazy because you're religious.
Yeah, like I know that I know that MC Toon is a Christian, but at least he follows the science.
Yeah.
If there's, I don't know how he explains scientific inconsistencies in the Bible, but it could be some a lot of people say, oh well, that was metaphor or something to explain it. And it's okay, fine. But at least he follows the science. He's not going to try and base his whole worldview off what the Bible says.
Yeah. Because MC Toon is one of the nice Christians.
Yeah. He's just not understanding the science correctly. And if, as a biblical flat earther, you're going to take that stance, you have to show that you've got an understanding of what that science is. And you have to be able to articulate and explain how the observations and measurements we make are predicted and are evidence for a flat earth. And if those explanations tend to evolve around, well, it's not really important, or I don't really know, then it does kind of question this whole kind of stance. And I've never spoken to Nico before tonight. I honestly don't know which of these camps he falls in. I guess we're going to find out as the debate goes on. Does he believe the science actually agrees with the Bible, and can he back that up? Now, I'm not...
Yes, he does believe the science agrees with the Bible. No, he can't back it up. Because, and I'm going to be nice about Nico here, he's a fucking dipshit. And to clarify, that was me being nice about Nico.
I'm going to present some things because I know there's a rebuttal.
I mean,
I'd like to give Nico the chance.
I'll say that, like, I'm surprised because I've heard a lot of very kind words from the stream. So, like, who are you and what have you done with Craig?
I don't know. It's just this clone model. I think it's upgraded. It seems to be working a lot better. They removed the need sleep function, which is decent.
Yeah, because usually your being nice to me is oh god, she's here.
Shut the fuck up, Manawk.
Yeah. Whereas this stream, it's been thank you, Plan a Walk for I've heard a lot of that.
Well, I really appreciate what you did for me. Now just shut the fuck up so we can play the video, you dick.
To rebuke some facts. So I'll just throw some oldies but goodies in there. With the flat Earth, how can the flat Earth, for example, explain circumpolar stars and star trails, especially when we have them acting in opposite directions in the northern and southern hemisphere? How is that actually possible? And rather than perhaps just saying, well, if you stand on the other side of something, it looks like it's going in the opposite direction, can that really be fleshed out and explained? And I'll give Nico, plenty of time to explain exactly how that's possible. I won't jump in and interrupt him. I'll give him all the time he needs to explain these things. Mr. Sensible's Mage 2, one of our own in the community, spent a great deal of money, and I know a lot of you helped fund it, to send a weather balloon, a high altitude weather balloon up there with a non-fisheye, a fisheye lens camera and obviously a non-fisheye lens camera to show the difference. And he went to great pains to hang these straight pieces of string to show that there was no distortion on the lens that could be blamed when we saw the curvature of the Earth, which is blatant curvature here. This was seen, and it's seen many, many, many times by people launching up a weather balloon, but he did it with these pieces of string, so you could actually see that the lens wasn't responsible for this curvature. So how are images like this compatible with a flat Earth, if the flat Earth, exists? How actually is it compatible that we can film? And I've got Ranty's video. I don't know if Ranty's in the chat because I can't see the chat the minute while I'm doing this. He certainly came in the chat I saw before. This is a video Ranty took a while ago before he left the flat Earth, and he filmed a boat going over the horizon, start to finish, and it just totally disappeared. Couldn't be zoomed back. It just went. So again, how is that actually possible without simply saying the word perspective? It's just perspective. If I can get a detailed explanation of that, then I might start to believe actually, yes, there is an understanding of the science. And if not, is it just a case of there's a very strong biblical belief and a lack of scientific understanding? In which case, that's fine. Everybody, it's all right for me as a science teacher to sit here and say he doesn't remember this from school, he doesn't remember that. It's not about trying to poke holes in what Nico knows. I'm just trying, and I said this to him off camera, I'm trying to understand why he says what he says. That's where I'm coming from. When we look,
because he's a fucking idiot.
Look at observations again like this, real world observations. Clouds having the shadow on them from mountains below, meaning the light source is below the surface of the mountain. How can that possibly be explained on a flat Earth? What could possibly the explanation for that be? Or is it a case of just saying optical phenomena, which would be a bit of a cop-out? Real world measurable effects, like the Opvos effect. This is one of Wolf's experiments, and Critical Think did something very similar in the TFA experiment, where we actually can predict the changes in mass.
Now, I think Kat's just lost the debate there.
How?
He pronounced something incorrectly.
Oh, Yodvos.
Yeah, I think I can't remember exactly. There's a 1 minute. I can't remember how to pronounce it at the moment, so I'm going to look that up real quick.
I'm pretty sure it's Yodvos.
Yodvos. I'm going to look that up because I know that. Do you remember 1 minute debunk?
Yes.
Yeah. 1 minute debunk, because they made a video talking about how people pronounce it incorrectly. Oh, here we go. So
Max will probably know how to pronounce it properly. Max, is it Yodvos? Yodvos? +300 of you watching. Only 130 likes. Let's get that changed, shall we?
Yeah, like we need 270 at least.
Got how it's spelt? How it's pronounced even?
Changes in.
I didn't mean to do that.
I kept on skipping too far ahead in the video. Utvush.
Yitvush.
Utvush.
Utvush.
Yeah.
Alright. Itvush. Itvush.
So, Kat's got it wrong.
Right, so he's lost the debate. Guess the Earth's flat?
Oh no, he's just lost the debate.
So I like looking at what people have got pinned on their taskbar. Is that the Channel 4 app he's got pinned on his taskbar there?
I don't know.
He's got... Why has he got Edge pinned to his taskbar? He's got TikTok pinned to his task... No.
Weight, sorry. Observe weight of an object, removing east as opposed to west.
Do you want to criticize my taskbar?
We can do that.
No, I don't need to see that much porn. It's okay.
Okay, I'm a trans woman who's on estrogen. Do you think that I would look at... do you think I have the libido for that? The worst thing about my taskbar is that it's Windows 11.
Yeah, I'm still doing Windows 10.
So yeah, here's my taskbar.
You're not showing it.
I sent it to you as an image. I took a screenshot. I don't know if you can criticize that at all, if there's anything.
Opera browser, a document. Oh, I don't know what that red and black thing is. Discord. Don't know what's the V.
That's a Vegas Studio.
Oh, right, okay.
Or Vegas.
Yeah, media player. Zoom. Yeah, that's acceptable.
Okay. The red and black thing is voice meter.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll show you mine. Hold on. Quick share my screen. Share.
Okay. Let me go over to the thing. Where is it? Ah. Zoom. There we go.
Probably
okay.
On the thing as well.
Oh yeah, you've got a bunch of Adobe products. You got my software. You got Google Chrome. You got ChatGPT. You got Messenger.
Yeah. I use it to contact
Probably not a
people.
good thing to share that. Don't want to leak your DMs. A few of those, I assume one of them is vMix, and
the square with the orange and green at the end is vMix.
Yeah, and obviously one of them is voice mod. What's the circle?
Which one? That one.
That's Alexa, and then there's another circle that you've got open.
That's Pluralize. That's software that syncs audio and video together for me.
No. Another circle off to the right.
Split cam allows me to take one camera feed and send it to multiple places.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
actually, that's pretty neat.
That's my NVIDIA broadcast software.
And then you've got one that is an M with a circle, or red M.
That one. That's my VFX package, Maxon.
Oh, okay.
It's handy to have.
And
There
then you've got
constantly needs updates.
Then you got
that's
a
solar
few other
system
things that
scope. Solar system scope. Alexa. That's an animation software that I do my chalkboard animations on. Obviously Photoshop, media encoder, audio, Premiere, After Effects, the whole Adobe suite, Movavi. It's my Stream Deck. Yeah.
Okay. I need to ask, why the fuck do you have the File Explorer on your taskbar? Why the fuck would you put that there?
So it's easy to access?
I'm joking.
Because I got four screens and each I'm like, right, I need to open it. Ah, there it is.
Yeah, I think we're both able. I think we're both allowed to criticize cats for his taskbar.
Yeah. TikTok on your taskbar. Fuck's sake, man.
It'd be like having YouTube on your. Wait, does he have YouTube on his taskbar? I can't see.
No.
Okay.
Obviously, you know, there's lots of other things as well, which I showed this on the debate last week. Aaron last week couldn't really give me any explanation for any of the things I've got here. I'm not going to read them out all again. I'm sure we'll touch on it in the debate. But I don't want to take too much time. I'm sure my time's coming to an end anyway. Other than just to say, you know, this, for me, I'm not going to convince Nico the Earth isn't flat. I'm not going to do that. He's not going to walk away and go, "Oh, Kat said this, and now I'm not a flat earther." That's not going to happen. But what I'm hoping
that sounds like quitting talk to me, Cats.
I truly understand why he believes what he believes, and we've shone some light on whether that is down to just purely biblical belief, or whether he does have a grasp on the science, and there is a scientific element to it as well. That's all I'm here for, really, to find out. So I'll stop sharing now.
Okay. Right. Okay. So that's your time done. I'm going to switch over to Nico in a second. All right, Nico, are you ready to go?
Yeah, pretty much. Again, it's the same stuff being used to be passed off as evidence that can easily be rebutted. So you can see a curve from high altitudes, like from an airplane. No one can. So the curve that some claim to see is due to the perspective.
You mean apart from like literally all of the pictures of the curve from an airplane? Yeah.
Yeah, like I like Greater Sapiens video on that. Where he showed that you can see the curvature of the Earth from an airplane. I do think that the conditions have to be right, though. You do have to have a clear day, because if you are because airplanes aren't too far above the clouds. So if there's a lot of clouds in the distance, or the horizon isn't very because sometimes it's a bit blurry.
Yeah.
Or a bit hazy. So if the horizon is hazy, then it's kind of hard to tell. But if there's no clouds and the horizon is clear, then you can see curve.
A flat earther told me that pilots, their windows are curved and distort everything, and I had to point out how dangerous that would fucking be.
Yeah. like,
yeah, give the person flying the plane curved glass so it can't see. Brilliant.
Yeah, yeah, it's like people don't. Well, I mean, they don't realize the logistics of how things have to work. You actually have to design things in a sensible way, and you're not trying to fool people.
Yeah. All right, so I have now been streaming for 43 hours. Woo! With 4 hours rest.
And the limits of the human eye. So at high altitudes, the window glass can distort the view and the effect of curvature. So it's often due to the lens curvature in the camera or optical distortions. So in reality, observations from airplanes have shown that the horizon remains flat and rises to eye level, which is consistent with a flat Earth model.
Like, he knows this isn't true. I told him that it doesn't rise to eye level, and he's just like, I'm going to say it does anyway.
I have a video on that. From a plane.
I do as well. Like, in fact, I think it was my third video I made on this channel was about how Horizon doesn't rise. No, actually, it was it was my first episode of explaining simple things to Flerfs that I did with Young Blue Skeptic.
I made a video back in 2018 where I was on a plane and I took a spirit level with me on a plane. and showed that the horizon does not rise to eye level.
But you can't show these people evidence; they just don't care. Did you happen to watch the debate that I had with Steve about the final experiment?
No, I don't think so.
Where I showed him
the
video. Yeah, I showed him the video of him lying about Will, like directly.
Was that at the start of the stream or?
Oh no, that was the start of this month.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Well, start of January. I started this stream last month, guys. Okay. Oh, I should have done this one of these on like December 31st, and I could have been like, yeah, I started streaming last year.
Unfortunately, the software was nowhere near done.
No.
At that point in time.
Well, I guess I just need to get on with my time travel. Fuck's sake. How do I push a patch feed for a time travel machine?
Also, the star trails. I have them right here. So the projections of this is what the science is saying that is going on. So the appearance of star trails, it's influenced by the Earth's rotation and the viewer's location on the planet. So while the star trails themselves remain constant in their fundamental motion, due to Earth's rotation, so they say, right, they appear differently in the northern hemisphere and southern hemispheres because of the Earth's spherical shape and the observer's position relative to the axis of rotation. But what that really is just, again, it's the way the human eye works and the limits of our eyeballs. So when you're in the north, again,
the limits of our eyeballs. So if our eyeballs have limits, which is why we can't see things really far in the distance, then how do we see stars on the horizon? Unless he's saying, for instance, I can't see the Eiffel Tower from here, but I can see stars on the horizon. So are the stars closer than the Eiffel Tower?
That's the consequence of what he's saying.
Yeah. Yep.
I think that when flat earthers say things like they think that somehow height means that things can be seen from further away. So the higher something is, the further away it can be seen from. Which, I mean, I have been pretty high, and I'm pretty sure people couldn't see me from far away.
I mean, I'm pretty high now. Wait, no, right, the other...
Oh, actually, I can see you from far away. You're on the opposite end of the world, so maybe he's got a point.
Oh, shit! Dude, I can see you. Like, right, you must... The Earth must be flat. I can literally see all the way to New Zealand.
Yeah, I can see all the way to the UK.
Shit. Flat Earth confirmed.
Yeah, shit. Time to pack it up. Time to rename your channel again for the second time in 24 hours?
Yeah, hi, I'm Craig. Welcome to Fight the Globe Earth. David199 says the Earth is flat because of limits of their brains. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much more Nico I can take. So I'm gonna let you go, but before I do want to mention something.
Do it.
And that is, you should do some young Earth creationist debates.
Yeah, very much like with philosophy debates that I'm working on, though. It's not my wheelhouse, even though I understand the physics and stuff and science. I would have to practice the argumentation because, young Earth creationists have their scripts the same as Flat Earth have their scripts, the same as these, horrible right-wingers have their scripts, So, yeah, I'm totally up for doing... That's why I've changed my channel name, is so I can do more,
Yeah, and I heard about that, so I was like, you should, do, obviously I know that there will be debates that you'll be uncomfortable with doing, and I don't want to say, you should do debates if you're uncomfortable with doing it, but, yeah, and, if you're wondering about something now, I'm not saying I'm an expert on everything, but, maybe sometimes there'll be... I do think I'm a bit more into politics than you.
Yeah.
So if there's something you want to know about politics, ask me, and I might be able to help you, because...
In general,
I know a little
I
bit
don't
about
want to. I don't want to debate politics. I know what I'm doing is kind of close to politics. I say maybe it's like social politics almost, but it's still more about like ethical stuff and what's right and things like that. So, but I don't think I would ever debate politics because I try to just stay away from politics in general.
Yeah, like I think I mentioned this in one of my videos last year, and that is that with the current political climate, I think that flat Earth is not so important, and like other things that have more of a political impact, like especially like evolution versus young Earth creationism. When you've got people in power who want to stop schools from teaching evolution, that is something which needs to change. So I think that I think that like because we don't have anybody in power that wants to start teaching flat Earth, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
But I think that what should happen is what people should do is start focusing a bit more on the things that actually matter, the things that people in power actually believe. You don't have to talk about politics because like politics is something where everyone believes they're right regardless of whether they are. And I am going to make videos about politics because even though people don't like when I talk about politics, I think it's a good idea to, because like the current Trump administration, I'm sorry, this is my personal belief on it. I genuinely think that it's anti-science. Not just anti-science, but anti-reality.
A little bit, yeah.
The things that they're doing fly in the face of what what will happen. Like tariffs, for example, they will be inflationary. I believe that the US in a couple of years is headed towards a recession. So I think that it's important to address that, but also in addressing the things that are adjacent to that, like young Earth creationists, like creationism, like ethical frameworks, things like that are also important. So I strongly agree with your decision to debate more than just flat Earth, and I respect that.
I mean, it doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing flat Earth, and it probably will maybe still be the main thing that I do, but I want to do evolutionary debates. I want to do ethical debates. I want to do scam baiting quite badly. I want to do a bit more of just science communication and kind of I've got a whole list of interesting shorts that I want to do. For instance, like I've got a short scripted about Skynet and how we've had Skynet for a long time and things like that. So yeah, again, thank you for helping me out and thank you for coming on and keeping me company for the many hours that you have. And fuck you for making it so easy for people to torture me.
I do have to say, like, everyone in the chat, please make sure FTFE is still streaming when I wake up.
Cheers, buddy. I will speak to you soon, and yeah, thank you again.
All right.
Enjoy your sleep. Bye.
Take care.
Right, I need to have Riley. Bring this down here. Even with 4 screens, I feel like I don't have enough. Is there a way to add a 5th screen even if I don't have a graphics card for it? Rightio. I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to use the toilet. See you soon.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
Good morning. These words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on the ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible. You're reprehensible. Over, Mr. Sensible. When I was young, I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bullshit. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running head first full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere in page 3.
You're a few fries short of a happy meal. You're dumber than a box of hair. The wheel's spinning but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of a quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you fell out of your family tree. You don't have all the cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy on the top floor. Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a
You're Mr.
fruitcake.
Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need to ask to bury Flerfs in your backyard. You're a man of science, poise and grace. Mage 2 did everything to wipe the grins off the face. So Nathan, get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lid. Recognize the differences between the textbook and the Bible and control yourself. Lay off your slander and your lies. You're a bunch of knobs poisoning the well of the youth, spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe a musical assault and knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realise you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of.
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're all foam and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no grain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You couldn't pour water out of a boot without instructions on the heel. Your slinky's kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A few feathers short of a whole duck, one fruit loop short of a full bowl.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
You thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I rit up on your mom's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you call a water level, sit and swivel. You nasal gazing muppet, you can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sauces unless you're serving them, and I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck.
Wah wah. Why am my button not working? There we go. Hello, I'm back. I's back. Well, not like I've gone away. I've been streaming for 43 hours and 15 minutes. Not yesterday, but the day before at 8:30 p.m, I decided to start this stream. Thinking that, you know what, this is the third time round doing this. There ain't no way that they're going to punish me the same way. That, you know, it's not going to happen again, right? But no, you guys have blown my mind. And once again shown me that the support that you are willing to give is of an insane level. Lots of you have been extremely generous today. And yesterday and the day before, and I very much appreciate it, more than you could ever know. Emma appreciates it as well. And I'm very much looking forward to meeting a bunch of you in New Jersey, Newark in a couple of weeks. And congratulations to those of you who have got their official facepalm protection. Remember, if you want some facepalm protection, this is limited edition, right? There's only going to be the ones that are made, that are ordered during this stream, or the ones that I will give out in Newark, New Jersey. They will never be made again. If you want one from this stream, then very simple, 20 quid. And send me the money via PayPal, paypal.me/FTFE. And I will make one specifically for you. Let me know your name and address. Let me know if you're left-handed or right-handed. Well, I'll assume you're right-handed if you haven't told me left-handed. And if you want me to sign it or anything, and I will get one made for you. They're £20, not to make me any profit, but because I have to order them myself, order the transfers, put them on, and then pay for them to be sent out to you. I probably won't make any money, maybe £1, £2, £3, £4. I might lose money depending on where I have to send them. It's not about that, it's about just having some fun. Todd Ferguson says, welcome to February's live stream. We're down to 2 hours and 38. So probably just enough time to go through this lovely debate of cats.
The fact that the stars remain the same and the Polaris, the northern star, remains still and does not move and remains above the North Pole is just should say that we're not moving or going anywhere, and the sky is what's moving around us. Photos from space, they show the Earth is round. No, they don't. So many of the images taken from space are produced by NASA or similar organizations which have a vested interest in maintaining the round Earth narrative. So some photos are clearly digital composite, and discrepancies in different images show varying curvatures and Earth sizes. So in addition, space photography is unreliable and often manipulated to fit a particular agenda.
No, this is not true. It's not manipulated to fit an agenda. They are edited to enhance details sometimes, because there might be a camera up there that's looking for certain things, signs of certain chemicals in the atmosphere. So that might give off a certain wavelength frequency that they would tune that camera to pick up. Yeah, if you've already bought one of these and you haven't left all the details you want, you can go into that payment that you've made and leave a note, and I will read it. Yeah, or well, I'll tell you what, every single one that I do, I'll send you a message via PayPal so that you can see it to ask for some more details. Sogs the manager says, I will debate you. No, you won't, because you're just a bit boring. Unless you want to debate about, is God good or evil, because that's always an easy one to get rid of.
And it goes back to what I said before about who's controlling the science, the scientists and researchers, the institutions and universities, the government, the private sectors and corporations. That's where the science is coming from. That's where it's being funded, and it's being funded with an agenda and a certain vested interest.
About who the... Oh, Sog says he'd debate about who the best captain was in Star Trek. Well, it was clearly Picard. Maybe Sisko once he got promoted. No, actually, wait. Sisko is a war criminal. Janeway committed genocide. Kirk just fucked his way through the galaxy. I'd say Picard.
So there's many arguments. It's the same old arguments again. Whether it's the Earth's shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse, proven it's round, which it doesn't. The shape of the Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse doesn't necessarily prove the Earth is round. A flat Earth model can also explain the shadow, with the possibility that it's the result of a similar local light source. Another argument is you can see a curve from high altitude. So I just explained how the optical distortions can show that, and whether it's taken live due to the lens or a fisheye lens, it can still, with or without, it can distort. And
Danny Turner says he'd debate me on Marvel versus DC. Danny, I like you, mate. I wouldn't want to destroy you like that. Artemis says, what about Archer? Yeah, Archer was a good captain. Went a rogue a few times. But then again, that was before the Federation, so it doesn't count.
Make something flat appear to be curved. The thing with the ships disappearing over the horizon is the disappearing hull. So the effect can be explained by perspective and atmospheric refraction. Again, more science to back up the science that failed, right? So ships appear to vanish from the bottom up due to the limitations of our eyesight. So we're not superhuman. We don't have Clark Kent superhuman vision. We can see across the Earth. Like, we can only see a certain distance in front of us, and everything else past.
Why? What's stopping it?
That is distorted with you know, the smog, the atmosphere.
Again, why can you see fucking stars?
Gravity is...
Good morning, Monkey Cat Pat Pat. How are you, my friend? It's lovely to see you here, and thank you very much for all the support you have also given me. X-Penguin95, member for 24 months, says, Scammer Dave is doing 3 videos on Flat Earth to a high school. Is he fucking really? Because that's disgusting. Alright, Matthew 4 says, Picard, Kirk, Cisco, Janeway, Archer, in that order. I wouldn't say that Archer was a worse captor than Janeway. I mean, let's look at what Janeway did. She got her crew trapped in the Delta Quadrant with the decisions she's made. She started wars with species Starfleet had never met. She antagonized the Borg and nearly got Earth assimilated. She created a new species and then killed that new species. She stole technology from people, from species. She wiped out entire timelines. Yeah, Janeway was nay a good person.
Is a proven force? No. Gravity, as it is understood in mainstream science, is based on a theory that has never been directly proven. Coriolis effect is often misunderstood and misrepresented. It doesn't require a rotating Earth to explain the movement of fluid.
It does. The movement of things due to Coriolis needs a rotating Earth to be explained. TBL Soundwave says, I'll debate you about Stargate. Well, what about Stargate in particular would you debate me about? Because, I mean, Stargate rocks. There's nothing to debate about within Stargate. Sigma Step says, old Admiral Janeway kicked butt, though. Yeah. But she had to do a lot of bad shit to get there.
Fluids and air masses. So I don't know if I should keep going on, but I think I covered the star trails and the view from a balloon or whatnot, or any space imagery and where that comes from.
Okay, I will give you a chance again if you've got something to present, because I'm sure Cats might ask you to back certain things up as a debate.
Go on, Anderson for 26 says, back after sleeping 10 hours. You? I have had 4 hours in 43. Alex says, Stargate rules, but Stargate Universe sucks. Stargate Universe had a lot of potential. I quite enjoyed it. It was very different. But it had a lot of potential, and I was gutted it got cancelled.
Bit goes along.
Right.
Again, if you do, just let me know, and I'll set that up while Cats are doing his rebuttal. Are you surrendering the remainder of your time?
How much time do I have left?
Well, it's currently on 4:20. I'll pause it for a second.
Oh, okay. Well, I can keep going, actually, so that I can cover many of the points and the arguments that go with them. So
yeah, I'll start the time again. And
so more stupid. Right, prepare. Make sure you got one of these. Oh, bollocks. I broke my mouthpiece. Wah. One second. Boo. It's alright, I've got other ones. Make sure you got one of these guys ready, because the facepalm protection is needed.
And I'll let you know when you've got a minute left, yeah?
Right. So the time zones. Time zones on Earth. People believe that because we have time zones that it has to be round and it has to be what NASA says. So the time zones can be explained by the flat Earth model as well. If the sun is moving in a circular pattern above the Earth, different areas would experience daylight and darkness at different times. So the concept of time zones is based on local position relative to the local small sun. That
the sun, right? The sun would never stop lighting up the entire Earth. Daytime disproves flat Earth. I need to grab a new gauze. I'll be back in a minute.
Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirch in the his house. This plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the his house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Bartender, that's the line I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat Earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grip. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grip. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy. To make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. Ditrh, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
Get the beat on the radio. Switch off that damn TV. I can't stand next door's children when I'm trying to get to sleep. Put down that firecracker, it's making me burn out. Can't kick it anymore, and I've gotta scream and shout. No one can be happy all the time. Sometimes we all need to sit and cry. No one can be happy all the time. Only know because I've always tried. slightly bored, I would, but my arm's asleep. I can't stand taking orders or being led like sheep. Does anyone know what anything means, or does that spoil the fun? Like playing Russian roulette with a fully loaded gun. And no one can be happy all the time. Sometimes we all need to sit and cry. No one can be happy all the time. Only know because I've always tried. I'm tired. I made a few mistakes. The Forbidden Riff. Shh. All right. I'll play a happier song. Again, this is a song I wrote when I was 12 years old. Yeah, it's right. I played it badly enough. I shouldn't get any copyright. This is a song I wrote when I was like 12 years old. And it's cringe. And I love it. Can you give me your number? Can you tell me your name? Can you give me your number? Let me play your games. Looked into your eyes as we passed in the street. Thought to myself, someone I'd like to meet. Cause there were feelings of love. I'm going insane, knowing I might ever see you again. Can you give me your number? Can you tell me your name? Can you give me your number? Let me play your games. When our eyes first met, I felt my heart melt. Just can't explain the amount of love I felt. Cause there was feelings of love. I'm going insane, knowing I might never ever see you again. Can you give me your number? Can you tell me your name? Can you give me your number? Let me play your games. Can you give me your number? Can you tell me your name? Can you give me your number? Let me play your games. There we go. That's all you're getting for now. My throat's a bit tired after all the talking.
Yeah, Dr. Nick, I wrote that when I was 12. That's literally the first song I ever wrote for a music lesson, I think, in school. Yorkshire from above 499 says, absolutely wonderful. I didn't know Craig McToon could play the guitar. I'm so impressed. Thanks for being such a legend. Thank you for popping your super chat cherry. Jorg, I have received your order for the face one protection. Thank you. Soggs, you're being a little bit annoying. You're going to take some time to chill.
Doing its rounds, and it's on its circuit over the flat Earth. Astronauts and space agencies have a track record of misleading or fabricated stories. Many astronauts are trained to follow scripts and present images that align with the round Earth narrative. So again, Masons, Freemasonic Brotherhood, all part of it. The sun and the stars, they're visible in the sky because the Earth is curved and they follow a specific path. So the sun and stars can be...
The Earth is curved. You're right. Kind of like this, right? Jay Walkin says, could you try my real name one more time? That was awesome. I usually am pronounced jerk by English natives. Jorg. That's how I would say it. Jorg. Jorg freak. Or freaky. I'm not sure if the E's pronounced at the end there. Jorg. No, I've never seen Ren. Hi, Ren. Don't know who they are.
Explained on the flat Earth with a different model of the cosmos. The sun could be much smaller and closer than the mainstream science claims, moving in the circular pattern above the Earth. So the sun, the stars, and all what we see, the supposed planets, they're actually just light sources in the firmament dome right there, 150,000 meters or feet above us, not light years across the endless galaxy or universe. Satellites and GPS, they don't, so GPS doesn't run on satellites, they run on ground towers. So many GPS systems work via triangulation from ground-based stations, not necessarily relying on satellites orbiting a spherical Earth. So the accuracy of GPS doesn't require the Earth to be round, and many satellite systems could operate
It absolutely does. The maths has that in it.
Different ways without relying on a spherical model. So I wanted to go back quickly to the evidence of a 24-hour sun. So most of the videos I said are manipulated or time-lapse, which is easily could be doctored and stringed together and stitched up. We went over the historical.
Just because it could be doesn't mean that it was. That's like a total get out. Well, it could be fake, therefore I don't have to address it. Jurg.
Arctic Treaty, and of course gas containment. So again, sorry, let me just going over my notes here.
We're on about Jay. Clone. What do you mean? Well, thank you. I'm glad I got it right. Jurg.
There's way too many that I don't think can be explained for, and especially when the only explanation is the science and the research.
SFB says, if I was high, that thing you just did with you in the background would have made me have a panic attack. What do you mean, me in the background? I mean, I'm literally the only one in the house right now. The kids and the wife are out with the dog. There's no one else here.
That is laid out in our books, on the internet, with this data that, I've gone through the data. I've been a big globe earther most of my life, and it's just, that's all it is, it's data. And once you realize that stuff is bought and paid for, then you start to question it. So it's just,
you mean once you get a damage in your brain?
Disturbed, always
1 minute.
Maintains a level surface. So oceans, rivers, and lakes, they all exhibit this property. Yeah, I guess I'm done. You can end it there, so I can go ahead with that and see what Katz has to say.
Everything you said was stupid and dumb and dumb and stupid. Did I mention it was stupid and dumb?
Okay, Nico, thanks for that. One thing I will say, I have posted in chat, for some reason the plugin that lets me display your chats has decided to die tonight. But we will, at the next break, we will read everyone that you sent out in the stream. Right, Cats, I'm going to reset your clock now.
That sounded like a threat. Reset my clock.
Yeah, I am going to reset your clock as well, especially for reading other super chats out.
Gonna reset your clock. I like it. Yeah, Tyson, when I did that during the debate, it freaked the old man out a little bit, didn't it? And honestly, the people in the comments over there are like, why are you lying? There was obviously someone behind you. Why are you lying and saying there wasn't? They don't get the joke.
Anapasti.
Can't get the comments up for that. Hold on.
Anapasti profit. So click.
I like Marcus, but I'm afraid he lost this one. People are actually saying I did really well. People do not, like, the one guy's like, why are you lying and saying there wasn't someone behind you? Someone even sent a super chat about it. Yeah, Sog, you're just on, like, whack-a-troll mode now, guys. Oh, yeah, you're right. It was idiotic, moronic, rather than stupid and dumb. You're right. I'm sorry. Yes, I will absolutely do a review, my photographer.
Well, yeah. Broughton's got a target on his head, let me tell you. Anyway, are you ready to go?
No, but let's do it anyway. Let's do it anyway.
One other thing, when you show, I mean, I've still got your shared screen in the studio, but hopefully if you share again, hopefully it'll be on the same setting. Otherwise, I'm going to set that up again, just so I'd let you know.
Oh, I am sure. Oh, I shouldn't have pressed stop sharing. You were going to take that down, weren't you?
Yeah, you preempted me a bit there, didn't you?
Yeah, I've screwed the tech up again. It's a habit. Right, I am sharing. I don't know if it's coming on screen or not.
Yep, got it now.
Okay. So this is to address purely what Nico said in his opening. And I started off in my opening by wondering what kind of a flat earther Nico was. So I believe he's going down this side here where he's saying that the science does agree with the Bible. Things like perspective, how the eye works, does agree with what the Bible says. So we're now down here, and is Nico showing an understanding of that science? And it's all right if he's not. It's all right if he's not showing an understanding of it. If he doesn't know that he's not showing an understanding of it, then that's fine. That's, honest mistake. Or in this debate, we're going to find out that it's me that doesn't have the understanding of it. And, Nico can quite rightly call me out on that. That's what we're here for. Now, the first thing he said in his opening statement was that there was no observable curvature. And, of course, this isn't a plane with windows or anything like that. We can talk about the Mage 2 satellite that Mr. Sensible sent up, where we can clearly see curvature. So to say there's no observable curvature would be incorrect. What we have to do, if the Earth is flat, is explain why we get these observations of curvature. So this is obviously a left to right observation of curvature that we get with extremely high altitudes. This is like 36,000 feet with that weather balloon. So we simply cannot say there's no observed curvature. It's right here on the screen. But in the forward and backward that we have later on, can Nico explain in depth rather than just saying it's how the eye works? Can he explain why we get that? So I'm sure we'll dig into that a little bit.
Ren is an independent UK musician, won't copyright strike anyone, loves people reacting to his music, has autoimmune mental health issues, play Hi Ren. Yeah, if I get enough time after this, I've listened to that. I don't like playing just random music on my channel unless it's like funny stuff, but...
when we start talking about curvature, going forward and backwards, again, things like this, we can't simply just say, oh, it's perspective, because that doesn't display any understanding of the science. It's like a catchphrase, it's perspective. So we'll dig deeper into this. This is obviously a sign of curvature, and if the Earth is flat, it needs to be explained away thoroughly using science. So again, I know this isn't the back and forth. We'll dig into that, and Nico might hopefully tell us why he believes this isn't a sign of curvature and why he believes it's down to the way the eye works or curvature. Can he explain that, or is saying those words just a catchphrase? The third thing he said was the flat horizon. And yes, I had this with Aaron last week. When you are stood on a huge ball and you're looking at the horizon, every single point on the horizon.
Moikwa Daniel, I've just received your order for the glove. Thank you very much. That's about 50 of them I've got to do now. Wow.
Horizon is going to be exactly the same distance away from you. And there's going to be no observable left to right curvature at that scale from that height. I'm not saying that, if you're compressing photographs, you might be able to detect a little bit. But for all intents and purposes, there should be no observable curvature. That is perfectly what we would expect. I mean, what did I have here? Where is it? The picture's coming up. There we go. It's this whole kind of thing, isn't it? We're not seeing left to right curvature when we're looking at that kind of scale. It's the same thing. So we would expect that. Of course, you would also expect it on a flat Earth, yes. But you would expect it on a globe as well. The fourth thing he mentioned was flight paths, which I found was interesting. And we can talk about this. And I understand this. I understand if you look at a map like this, you might think the shortest distance from Washington to Madrid is that straight line. And this weird curvy one doesn't make any sense. I understand that looking at it like that. Am I still here? My internet seems to be taking a shit.
Yeah, you're still here, mate. Carry on.
Okay, cool. I understand that.
I love cats, man. It's taking a shit.
However, if we start talking about, great circles, and I actually explain in the back and forth, all I can say now, Nico, is you have to trust me that when we wrap this around a ball, this curved line here is the shortest distance between the two. Maybe have a Google of great circle while I'm doing this rebuttal, and you'll see what I mean. And if you don't believe me, we can get into it in the back and forth. But this really is, on a globe, the shortest line between the two, not the straight.
You tell them, cats.
Now, you said we should be able to see the effects of motion on planes, which is, again, see the effect of Earth's motion on planes is something you've said. And actually, I brought that up in my introduction, that we actually can see that effect. If we're on a plane traveling east or west, we actually get these predictable changes in weight, the Opvos effect, which we can go into and we can discuss. I am interested to hear from you what you believe that effect on motion could be, that you expect to see. We've got to remember that planes have engines and they can be steered. They're not like in projectile motion or something like that. They are constantly altering and accounting for those bits of turbulence and friction with the atmosphere around them. There's constant adjustments as they're flying because they have engines. So I would be interested in hearing what you think that those effects of motion should be. You said the moon and the sun appear the same size, and that works on a flat Earth model. I mean, it also works on the globe model as well. That's not really... Yeah, I don't think there's much more to say about that. You mentioned hotspots. Well, if I go to the almost end of this PowerPoint, and I think you were talking about crepuscular rays, we can get into this later on. Oh, God, how much time did I put into doing this? We can see that when we're talking about hotspots and crepuscular rays, this was taken from...
Cat's well prepared for this.
A video of a channel of a guy called... I want to give him a shout out. I promise I'll find his name later on. He's got a YouTube channel. This is him showing crepuscular rays coming through his front door, and he's taken a photograph of them from one angle, and then he takes steps to the side, you actually see that it is perspective, just very much like train tracks. You take a step to the side of train tracks and they suddenly become parallel, and you know the parallel. But when you're looking them right down the barrel, you see something like this. And this, you know, nobody's going to believe that the sun is 2 meters outside this guy's front door. So I understand why you're saying that, but the reality is.
Manstrom says, let me know if you'd like to learn some really fancy guitar stuff to blow your viewers away. Viewers away. I don't have time to learn any more stuff at the moment.
In this case, it is perspective, and the perspective is exactly what we would expect to see. You talked about limits of vision, and I can only assume you're talking about the Rayleigh criterion and how our limit of vision, our resolution limit, is determined by the aperture of our eye and the wavelength of light that we're viewing through. We can talk about the Rayleigh criterion equation. I was a physics teacher. I taught to A-level. That's something I'm quite happy to talk about if you want to. But I will be asking you in the back and forth to, again, use the science you understand to describe and explain to me what you mean by limit of vision. Because it is a catchphrase that I hear a lot, but is there an underlying understanding?
It says a very sedate and calm debate, which is nice. And it's because they've just got timing back and forwards. I like a bit more of a dumpster fire and being able to challenge and hold to the feet to the fire and stuff.
Of the science beneath that, or is it a catchphrase? You talk about inconsistency with NASA, and I've written down NASA inconsistencies. I'll be honest, I can't remember exactly what you said about that, so maybe you can quiz me on that in the thing. I can't remember what you said. Michelson and Morley, you brought up, to do with the Earth's motion. This came up in the debate last week. Now, I don't know. Can you just give us a thumbs up if you've read the Michelson-Morley paper, or a thumbs down if you haven't? Is that okay? I don't know if you can. You haven't. Okay. So when we read the Michelson-Morley paper, and I can do this.
Why would he bring it up? If you haven't fucking read it, why would you bring it up?
We did this last week. Basically, when you read it, there is absolutely no indication anywhere in this paper or experiment that the Earth is not in motion. It was an experiment that failed to detect a relative movement between the ether and the Earth. And then the ether has since just been discarded anyway. But the paper, in fact, makes lots of reference to the fact that we know the Earth is in motion, which is why we can perform this experiment. So I know lots of flat earthers do talk about Michelson and Morley and Urey's failure, saying the Earth is stationary. But actually, if you read the papers, and we can, they do reference the fact that the Earth very much definitely is in motion. And I can...
Jason, I've just received your order for 3 of them, so thank you very much. No worries, mate. I think that's like 53? Goodness, I wasn't expecting that. If you want one, guys, remember, this is the only time you can get one. There's only 2 hours left on this stream, so 2 hours left to get one, or meet me in New Jersey.
I can show you those bits when we're actually going back and forth, but it definitely does not say the Earth is not moving. The 24-hour sun, you said, is... Right, I can't remember what I've just wrote. 24-hour sun equals proof. I'm not sure whether you said that's proof of flat Earth or proof of... You might have to elaborate with me in the back and forth. I can't remember why I wrote that down, sorry.
Oh, good, there's going to be...
And then you talked about refraction, which indeed is a thing. And you've said that could cause the 24-hour sun. Again, I might want to... I know refraction is a thing, obviously, but I want to pick your brain on how refraction can cause that video we saw, that 24-hour movement. But also... 1 minute. But also...
Before the back and forth, we're going to listen to Hyren, because I've not heard it before.
I know you're saying that the final experiment is fake, and there is no 24-hour sun. So if there is no 24-hour sun and it's fake, why bring up refraction to say that could cause a 24-hour sun? I'm not sure how those two arguments join together without contradicting each other. Again, not looking for an argument, just to understand why you believe some of the things you believe and why you've said some of the things you've said. So I will be giving you time to explain those, and I am interested in hearing what you've got to say on those. Other than that, you don't want me to stop sharing screen, do you, Doom? You're going to take it off, aren't you?
I'll take it off for you, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Right, okay, that's the first 2 segments over. We're going to have a super chat break now. I need to ask Cats to read them out because, like I said, my...
Right. Excuse me. What song have I got to go for Hyren? Thanks, Jimmy. I appreciate you saying my song wasn't cringe. What's the name of the Hyren song that you want me to do? Ah, right, okay. Bloody hell, it's a 9-minute song, really? That one? Okay. Mark W says, for £5, Ren is a musical genius. He writes in the self-taught, pays for all the stuff himself, makes no money. Hiring once heard is never forgotten. And thank you, Craig. Seriously, huge thanks for Hi Ren. Ah, nice to take a break. I appreciate it. Let's listen to this. And my sister actually really wanted me to watch this as well. I just never got round listen to this. I never got round to it.
Hi there, Ran. It's been a little while. Did you miss me? You thought you buried me, didn't you? Risky. Cause I always come back. Deep down you know that. Deep down you know I'm always in periphery. Ran, on your pleased to see me. It's been weeks since we spoke, bro. I know you need me. You're the sheep, I'm the shepherd. Not your place to lead me. Not your place to be biting off the hand that feeds me.
Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself since my therapist told me
Goosebumps.
And I've been making some progress lately. And I've learned some new coping skills. So I haven't really needed you much, man. I think we need to just step back and chill.
Ren, you sound more insane than I do. You think that those doctors are really there to guide you? Been through this a million times. Your civilian mind is so perfect, you're always being lied to. Okay, take another pill, boy. Drown yourself in the sound of white noise. Follow this 10-step program, rejoice. All your problems will be gone. Fucking dumb boy.
Nah, mate. This time is different, man. Trust me. I feel like things might be falling in place. And my music's been kinda doing bits too. Like I actually might do something great. And when I'm gone, maybe I'll be remembered for doing something special with myself. That's why I don't think that we should talk, man. Cause when you're with me, it never seems to help.
You think that you can amputate me? I am you, you are me, you are I am we are one. Split in two, that makes one, so you see. You gotta kill you if you wanna kill me. I'm not leftover dinner, I'm not scraps on the side. Oh, your music is thriving, delusional guy. Where's your top 10 hit? Where's your interview with Oprah? Wow, your Grammys, Ren. Nowhere.
Yeah, but my music's not commercial like that. I never chase numbers, statistics or stats. I never write hooks for the radio, they never even play me, so why would I concern myself with that? But my music is really connecting, and the people who find it respect it. And for me that's enough, cause this life's been tough, so it gives me a purpose I can rest in.
Man, you sound so pretentious. Ren, your music is so self-centered. No one wants to hear another song about how much you hate yourself.
Trust me.
You should be so lucky, having me inside you to guide you, remind you to manage expectations, provide you perspective. That thing you neglected, I get it. You wanna be a big deal, next Jimi Hendrix, forget it.
Man, it's not like that.
Man, it's just like that. I'm inside you, you twat.
No, it's not, man, you're wrong. When I write, I belong.
Let me break the fourth wall by acknowledging this song. Ren sits down, has a stroke of genius. He wants to write a song that was not done previous. A battle with the subconscious, Eminem did it.
Played on guitar.
Plan B did it.
Man, you're not original, you criminal rip-off artist. The pinnacle of your success is stealing other people's material.
Ren, mate, we've heard it all before. She sells seashells on the seashore.
Fuck you, I don't need you, I don't need to hear this. Cause I'm fine by myself, I'm a genius. And I will be great, and I will make waves. And I'll shake up the whole world beneath us.
That's right, speak your truth, your fucking god complex leaks out of you. It's refreshing to actually hear you say it instead of downplay it.
Music is all about the creative process, and if people can find something to relate to within that, then that's just a bonus.
Fuck you, I'ma fucking kill you, Ren.
Well, fucking kill me then, let's fucking have you, Ren.
I'ma do it, watch me prove it. Who are you to doubt my music? Cause I call the shots, I choose if you die. Yeah, I call the shots and so I choose who survives. I'll tie you up in knots when I lock you inside.
Newsflash, I was created at the dawn of creation. I am temptation. I am the snake in Eden. I am the reason for treason, beheading all kings. I am sin, with no rhyme or reason. Son of the morning, Lucifer, Antichrist, father of lies. Mephistopheles, truth in a blender, deceitful pretender, the banished avenger, the righteous surrender. When standing in front of my solar eclipse, my name is stitched to your lips. So you see, I won't bow to the will of a mortal, feeble and normal. You wanna kill me? I'm eternal immortal. I live in every decision that catalyzes chaos, that causes division. I live inside death, the beginning of end. I am you, you are me, I am you, friend. Hi, Ren. I've been taking some time to be distant. I've been taking some time to be still. I've been taking some time to be by myself, and I've spent half my life ill. But just as sure as the tide starts turning, just as sure as the night has dawned, just as sure as the rainfall soon runs dry when you stand in an eye of a storm. I was made to be tested and twisted. I was made to be broken and beat. I was made by his hand, it's all part of his plan that I stand on my own 2 feet. And you know me, my will is eternal. And you know me, you've met me before. Face to face with a beast, I will rise from the east and I'll settle on the ocean floor. And I go by many names also. Some people know me as hope. Some people know me as the voice that you hear when you loosen the noose on the rope. And you know how I know that I'll prosper? Cause I stand here beside you today. I have stood in the flames that cremated my brain, and I didn't once flinch or shake. So cower at the man I've become when I sing from the top of my lungs. That I won't retire, I'll stand in your fire, inspire that me to be strong. And when I am gone I will rise in the music that I left behind. Ferocious, persistent, immortal like you, we're a climate different sides.
I thought I was allowed to watch this one. I'm gonna have to quickly start a new stream.